Chapter 22. Mr. Wu Yin, are you also a spiritualist? Yicheng curiously asked Wu Yin. Wu Yin looked at the angry Chuju and smiled helplessly. I'm not a spiritualist. I just have some power. That's why I'm able to kill these ghosts. Ghosts and monsters. Do they really exist? Hinajiku put away the anger on her face and asked timidly. Beside her, Sakura also had the same expression, but it was only after she failed to maintain her composure that she revealed it. Wu Yin didn't know how to answer Chuju's question. He could only look at Yicheng. Yicheng was a loss. She looked around for a while and decided to change the topic. Mr. Wu Yin, where did you encounter the spirit chieftain? Yicheng quickly asked Wu Yin. She also had the same question. Wu Yin pointed at the White Emperor College. The three girls were in disbelief. You're saying you encountered the spirit chieftain in the White Emperor College? Yicheng was shocked. Then, he lowered his head. As a spiritualist, he had failed to notice the existence of ghosts in the school that he had to visit every day. It was truly a dereliction of duty. There are ghosts in the White Emperor College. Are you kidding, Yin? Chuju smiled at Wu Yin. Her smile was as forced as it could be. Xiao Mu was the first to shout when she saw Wu Yin nodding his head. I told you, this school isn't a good place. There are ghosts in it. It's the worst kind of existence. Maria forced me to come here. Sob, I'm never coming here again. Wu Yin had a headache. Xiao Mu was about to burst into tears. Wu Yin quickly pulled her back by the collar. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I've already eliminated the evil spirits in the college. There won't be any more. You're lying. Do you think I'm an idiot? Xiao Mu shouted and struggled. Unfortunately, Wu Yin wanted to tell her that just because she had a high IQ, it didn't mean she wasn't an idiot. She was a typical high IQ idiot. Thank you so much, Mr. Wu Yin. Yicheng bowed deeply to Wu Yin. If you hadn't eliminated the evil spirits, I would have committed a grave sin if they came out to harm people. I'm really grateful. Wu Yin smiled awkwardly and complained in his heart. I'm not a good person. I'm only doing this for the mission. So, you don't have to thank me. Mr. Wu Yin, where did you kill the spirit chieftain? Wu Yin could vaguely see the flames burning in Yicheng's eyes. It was in the old school building. Wu Yin was glad that Yicheng intervened. Wu Yin was worried that the existence of such a place full of Yin energy would attract some inhuman and ghostly things. If Yicheng, who was a spear exorcist, dealt with it, he would definitely be able to eliminate all future troubles. The old school building? Could it be that the rumor that the people in the college saw ghosts there is true? Chuju asked doubtfully. Wu Yin is speechless. This girl sure has a lot of nerves. Normal people would find it hard to accept ghosts and whatnot, but Hinajiku was able to accept them in such a short period of time. The Xianxia nunnery had to be mentioned. After all, there were ghosts in her house before, and it was Yicheng who got rid of them. Hinajiku is a normal person who has never come into contact with such things. Even if she has some power, it's still a question whether she can accept it. He didn't expect her to accept the existence of ghosts so quickly. Should he really say that she was worthy of being the president? So that's how it is. The old school building? I also heard of this rumor. I originally thought that it wasn't a big deal, so I planned to take a look in a few days. I didn't expect that there would be a spirit chieftain. Yicheng couldn't help but furrow her brows in annoyance. Looking at Yicheng's self-reproachful expression, Wu Yin prayed in his heart that he would atone for his sins. To make a naturally lost girl look like she was in a daze, I really am a sinner. Mr. Wu Yin, I will take my leave here. Please leave the matter of the old school building to me, Mr. Wu Yin. I will definitely take care of it. Hearing that cute voice, Wu Yin couldn't help but nod his head, making Yicheng reveal a dazed smile. Oh yeah, a natural girl finally looks natural again. All right, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Wait, just as Yicheng was about to enter the college, Wu Yin hurriedly stopped her. Excuse me. Yicheng turned her head. Please be sure to bring this one with you. Wu Yin said as he brought the struggling centipede of the 3,000 nunnery in front of Yicheng. You're the one. Your whole family is one. The centipede of the 3,000 nunnery had already forgotten about the spirit chieftain. She turned to look at Wu Yin with a face full of anger. A child will always be a child. What's there to be afraid of? What's there to be angry about? Large drops of sweat dripped down Yicheng's head. She then grabbed the centipede of the 3,000 nunnery who was about to escape. Ignoring her pleas for mercy, she pulled her into the campus. Miss Heron Palace, if there is any news about that crystal, please be sure to let me know. Wu Yin hurriedly shouted at Yi Cheng. I understand, Mr. Wu Yin. After Yi Cheng and the centipede of the 3,000 nunnery left, Wu Yin and Chuju also entered the campus. The number of people at the gate gradually decreased. On the way to the student union office in the clock tower, Wu Yin and Chuju were both speechless. They walked in silence. However, Wu Yin could feel that he seemed to have fallen into an inexplicable crisis. He saw the president walking beside him with her hands on her hips. However, her head was looking in his direction. A pair of gem-like eyes stared at Wu Yan's face as if she wanted to stare 2 holes into it. Seeing that Kaisha-sama is finally back to normal, Wu Yin didn't feel happy at all. Yin, don't you have anything to say to me? Chuju inexplicably smiled and asked Wu Yin. Wu Yin could already feel the atmosphere of tragedy. If he didn't explain himself clearly, tragedy would befall him. Wu Yin dryly laughed a few times. His eyes flickered slightly. You? What do you want me to say? Chuju snorted coldly, startling Wu Yin. Just as Wu Yin thought that Chuju was about to pull out the chopper, Chuju fell silent. A few drops of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Wu Yin panicked. Chick, Chuju, don't cry. Don't cry. Chuju turned her head and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She said softly, Am I not worthy of your trust? Wu Yin fell silent when he heard that. Seeing Wu Yin fall silent, Chuju was angry. She lifted her feet and wanted to leave in a huff. However, Wu Yin suddenly pulled her back. Hinajiku was stunned for a moment. Then she swung her arms hard. Let go of me. Let go. Wu Yin held Chuju tightly. He knew that if he really let Chuju leave, he would never forgive himself. Making a woman cry, that's the worst thing. With a fierce pull, Wu Yin pulled Chuju into his arms and hugged her tightly. Chuju was stunned. She didn't expect that Wu Yin would hold her in his arms. Except for her biological father, Chuju had never been touched by a man with a different surname. She had never even held hands, let alone hugged. Even her adoptive father didn't do that. At this moment, Chuju completely forgot to be angry. Her face was flushed, and she didn't know what to do. She struggled uneasily. What are you doing? Let go of me. Wu Yin laughed and said, I won't let go. If I let you go, what will I do if you run away? Chuju put her hands on Wu Yan's chest and turned her head. She didn't want to look at Wu Yan's face. She said nervously, I won't run. I won't run. Let go of me. Wu Yin hugged her even tighter. He said shamelessly, I don't believe you. Who knows if you're lying to me? There's a saying in China that women are unreasonable. Chuju heard this and couldn't help but feel anxious. However, she couldn't do anything, although she was indeed very strong. And even the average man couldn't compare to her. She was still far from Wu Yin, who was at level 30. Unable to break free or persuade him, Chuju could only beg for mercy. I really won't run. Really, don't be like this. People will see us. If they see us, then so be it. Wu Yin said domineeringly. Then, he pressed Chuju's head and pressed her into his arms. Wu Yin hugged her and wanted to let go. Wu Yin really didn't want to, so he could only act shamelessly. Chuju struggled for a while, but to no avail. She could only close her eyes and lie on Wu Yan's chest. Listening to Wu Yan's heartbeat, her face was flushed. It was really her first time. Sniffing the fragrance in Chuju's hair, Wu Yin rubbed Chuju's scalp, hesitated for a moment, and said, I'm sorry, Chuju. I can't tell you the specific situation now, because I still have an important mission to do. So, after I finish what I need to do, I will definitely tell you clearly. Opening her eyes and raising her head, Chuju looked at Wu Yan's smiling face. Her eyes twinkled, and she said softly, Let's make a deal. You can't lie to me. Does that means you don't blame me for what I did? Wu Yin smiled happily and nodded. He said half jokingly and half seriously, Although I've lost a lot of discipline, I'm not to the point of hugging a girl and saying things against my will. Hinajiku couldn't help but chuckle. What do you mean you've lost a lot of discipline? Your words are still so strange. Wu Yin tilted his head. Is that so? But isn't this good? At least I can make you laugh. Chuju lowered her head in embarrassment. I didn't ask you to make me laugh. Touching Chuju's tender waist, Wu Yin grinned silently. He hugged Chuju tightly and closed his eyes. Chuju also closed her eyes. The two enjoyed this warm moment. Perhaps even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore, so they sent out the messenger of justice to save the girl in danger. A pitiful shriek rang out. Following the shriek, an unknown humanoid figure fell from a tree not too far away from Wu Yin and Hinajiku. The two who were listening to each other's heartbeat jumped in fright. Chuju hurriedly pushed Wu Yin away, her face red. Wu Yin pursed his lips in dissatisfaction and glared hatefully at the person who interrupted him. He had a head of light blue short hair and was wearing a black Western butler suit. He had a sickly face. He rubbed his head and cried out in pain while his hands tightened as if he was hugging something. Seo Ayasaki, level 16. All right, the truth was out. The person who interrupted Wu Yan's pursuit was undoubtedly the protagonist of the original novel. How did you fall from the sky? Wu Yan was embarrassed. Chuju also looked curiously at Seo Ayasaki. Seo Ayasaki retorted, I didn't fall from the sky. I fell from the tree. Wu Yan slapped his forehead and said helplessly, All right, student who fell from the tree. May I ask why you fell from the tree? Seo Ayasaki scratched his head awkwardly. I wanted to save a cat that ran onto the tree and couldn't get down, so I climbed up the tree. In the end, the cat suddenly attacked me, so I fell down. After saying that, he let go of his other hand to show the cat inside, indicating that he was telling the truth. The moment he let go, the cat suddenly went crazy and scratched Seo Ayasaki's face until it was covered in wounds. Chuju looked at Seo Ayasaki with embarrassment. Wu Yin was gloating. Who told you to disturb me? Chapter 23. Wu Yin is pissed that someone interrupted him while he's trying to get a girl, but there's nothing he can do about it. If you want to hit him, he wouldn't mind. However, the original main character, Ayuzaki Sa, may have had a lot of misfortune in his life, but he's still a good person. Even if it wasn't for no reason, he can't just hit him like that. If you don't want to fight, Wu Yin wouldn't be happy about it. In the end, he had no choice. Well, let's say hello first. After all, he was the protagonist of the original novel. Looking at Seo Ayasaki, who was still immersed in the attack, and the embarrassed Chuju, Wu Yin forced a smile and looked at Seo Ayasaki. Hello, I'm Wu Yin from China. Although I'm a student of the White Emperor College, I'm currently the housekeeper. Nice to meet you. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Chuju reacted and said with a smile, Hello, I'm Gue Chuju. Suppressing the naughty cat in his hand, Rinzaki Sa forced a smile with a face full of red marks. I'm Rinzaki Sa, the housekeeper of the 3000 nunnery. Hello, so you're housekeeper too? The last sentence was obviously directed at Wu Yin. Perhaps it was the first time that Seo Ayasaki saw a housekeeper of the same age as him. His eyes were full of surprise and curiosity. Yes, I'm a housekeeper of Miss Chuju. Wu Yin glanced at Chuju and said with a smirk. Seo Ayasaki was even more surprised. He was the housekeeper of the beautiful pink-haired girl? No wonder Seo Ayasaki was so surprised. After all, he clearly saw the two of them hugging each other intimately. He thought that they were a couple, perhaps understanding Seo Ayasaki's meaning. Chuju blushed and glared at Wu Yin with dissatisfaction. It wasn't clear if she was dissatisfied with his forceful hug or his introduction. So, Yasaki-kun, what are you doing here? You don't seem to be a student of the school. After Seo Ayasaki's antics, Chuju's shy mood finally eased a little. However, Chuju was very curious about Seo Ayasaki. She released the cat in a fluster, and then she told Hinajiku and Wu Yin in an embarrassed manner. Actually, it's because my milady forgot to bring her lunch this morning. That's why I had to bring it over. After hearing Seo Ayasaki's words, Wu Yin suddenly remembered that such a thing did happen in the original work. In the original work, Seo Ayasaki came to the White Emperor College because the centipede of the 3000 nunnery forgot to bring her lunch. However, the process was quite complicated. Just like Wu Yin, he was attacked by the crazy girl as soon as he arrived at the White Emperor College. Unfortunately, he wasn't as strong as Wu Yan. He was only one grade lower than Gue Shiwalu, so it wasn't easy for him to enter the White Emperor College. In the end, Seo Ayasaki sneaked into the White Emperor College with the help of the idiot trio. In the original work, the cat that Seo Ayasaki saved was saved by Chuju. However, because Chuju was afraid of heights, she didn't dare to come down. Therefore, with Seo Ayasaki's help, she landed safely. Then, she was brought to the student union by Chuju. A series of events happened around him. Now, under the influence of Wu Yan's interference, the initial relationship between Seo Ayasaki and Chuju was gone. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel lucky. He looked at Seo Ayasaki with a much kinder gaze. Although Wu Yan was a guy with abnormal luck with women, he didn't think that he would lose to this unlucky guy when he made the first move and was in a favorable position. Moreover, the warm scene with Chuju just now had already made some progress in their relationship. With the previous interactions they had with each other as the foundation, how far could they be from a complete relationship? Therefore, Seo Ayasaki, you open your crystal palace, and I'll open mine. Let's mind our own business. Your crystal palace is so big, but I don't have a single one. The one I have is still in the process of being conquered. Therefore, you don't have a share in Chuju. You can go in peace. Let's not talk about Wu Yan's thoughts. Chuju's expression became uglier and uglier as she listened to Seo Ayasaki's bumpy journey to the White Emperor College. Yasaki-kun, is the person who attacked you at the door and didn't let you in? Is she a woman with light green shoulder-length hair? When Wu Yan said this, he clearly saw Chuju trying to suppress her anger. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. With such a crazy sister, Chuju, you'll grow old very easily. Seeing Seo Ayasaki nod, Chuju was immediately surrounded by a dark aura. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. No way. The president also knows the dark aura technique? Wu Yan was dumbfounded. Seeing that Chuju was about to explode, Wu Yan quickly grabbed Chuju's hand and said, "All right, Chuju, now that Yasaki-kun is here, let's put the previous matter aside. Let's help him look for Miss 3000 Nunnery." The dark aura behind them disappeared in an instant. Seeing Wu Yan holding her hand, Chuju's face turned red. She turned her head away awkwardly. That's true. Then let's go. We'll go to the student union first. We'll inform Kue later. After saying that, she ran away without hesitation. Seeing Chuju run away, Wu Yan was speechless. Seo Ayasaki was confused. What an idiot, Sasha. She actually got caught trying to save Cat. She's really. The student union office was not as empty as it used to be. At this time, it was full of people. Kue raised his finger and pointed at Seo Ayasaki, who was standing in front of him with his head lowered. He was saying the same words that he had said no less than 10 times. Ichung of the Palace of Herons stood next to the two of them and seemed to want to say something. However, as the 3000 Nunnery's Yun continued to speak, he couldn't find a chance to interrupt. He could only stand there and say that. Sagawa Izumi, Hainaling Miki, and Asafarisa, the three idiots, were watching Kue teach Seo Ayasaki a lesson. They were shouting and yelling at the side, as if they wanted to intervene. However, they were holding cards in their hands. At the corner of the room, Gue Shiwalu was tied up like a dumpling and tossed there. His eyes were spinning, while Hanajiku was furiously spitting saliva at the crazy big sister. Wu Yan was sitting at the only desk in the student union office. He occupied the seat that originally belonged to Chuju. Looking at the noisy student union office, he yawned helplessly. Not long after bringing Seo Ayasaki here, Kue suddenly ran over. She laughed hysterically and grabbed the knight's sword that was used as a decoration. She planned to execute Seo Ayasaki on the spot. When she saw Gue Shiwalu acting crazy, Chuju's long-accumulated resentment finally exploded. She also grabbed a knight's sword and planned to kill her own flesh and blood. In the angry and crazy battle, Gue Shiwalu became more and more engrossed in the battle. In the end, she became fiercer and fiercer. It was as if her opponent wasn't her younger sister. Although Chuju was still angry, She was too kind. How could she really do anything to her elder sister? Thus, in the unfair battle, Chuju was nearly chopped up by Gue Xiaolu. Wu Yan, who originally planned to watch the show, became furious when he saw this. You want to place righteousness before family? Do you have any respect for me, your brother-in-law? Thus, after a horrifying training that was not suitable for children, Gue Xiaolu went to lie in a corner like a dumpling. After Wu Yin took care of Psycho 1 Yi-chan, Izumi and Yi-chung of Heron Palace arrived. Accompanying them were the idiot trio. After a round of intense questioning, this is how things turned out. Looking at the people here, Wu Yin became a bit absent-minded. When he saw Butler Whirlwind, Wu Yin was quite envious of the way they interacted with each other, although every day seemed to be very tiring. However, it was undeniable that they were very happy, not only because they were happy, but also because they were sad and troubled. Everything, in the end, would turn into happiness. Wu Yin was very envious. As an otaku, he couldn't experience this, but now, since he had such an opportunity, he might as well enjoy it. Wu Yin smiled, and he looked at Yi-chung, who was still at a loss for what to do. Miss Heron Palace, how was the matter with the old schoolhouse? Hearing Wu Yan's words, everyone present quieted down. Wu Yin felt a bit strange. However, when he saw the curiosity in their eyes, Wu Yin knew. The old schoolhouse? Is it the place with monsters that Kuei-chan said? The idiot trio's eyes flickered with a strong light. There was clearly the word fun written there. When it came to serious matters, Yi-cheng's expression slowly became serious. Of course, in Wu Yan's opinion, she was still a bit cute. Yes, the Yin energy there is very heavy. If we don't deal with it properly, it might attract even more monsters. I have already used a talisman to seal the cave. As for what happens after, we can only wait for the family to come and hold a ceremony together to purify the place. But Chuju also turned around and came to Wu Yan's side. She said to Yi-chung, who seemed to be very troubled, "But what? From the Yin energy in that place, there should have been a lot of evil spirits." Yi-chung immediately swept her gaze to Wu Yan. Following Yi-cheng's gaze, everyone present cast their gaze to Wu Yan. Wu Yan nodded when he heard that. Indeed, before the ghost leader came out, there were a lot of skeletons and vengeful spirits. The number was huge. Even if it didn't exceed 1,000, there were at least 100. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Yi-cheng's mouth was wide open. She looked at Wu Yan as if she was looking at a giant who wore his underwear backwards. Wu Yan looked at Yi-chung with a wry smile. "Don't look at me like that. I believe that if you want to do it, it will be easier for you than it is for me." Indeed, Yi-chung was a witch of the exorcist tribe. Every ability she had was targeted at these monsters. Although Yi-cheng's level was the same as Wu Yan's, because of the problem of mutual restraint, compared to Wu Yan, who could only use his sword to attack, Yi-cheng's magic was easier to eliminate those monsters. It was like the same amount of water and the same amount of clothes. The clothes covered the fire and had to be stepped on a few times. After a while, the fire would be extinguished. However, water was different. As long as the water was poured, it would be clean and not a trace of fire would be left. Everyone looked at Yi-chung again. Yi-chung looked left and right, then pulled up her sleeves to cover her face. This girl is shy. However, Yi-chung was really cute when she was shy. Look at Seo Ayasaki, who was staring at Yi-chung with a blushing face and a dazed expression. When Yi-chung saw Seo Ayasaki's expression, her face was filled with anger, and she threw a punch at him. "Lil Sa, you idiot." The punch landed squarely on Seo Ayasaki's face. Seo Ayasaki immediately screamed in pain. His nose bled, and he flew backward. Then he crashed into Segawa Kwan, who was watching the show from the side. The two of them rolled on the ground. Then they looked at each other affectionately with a man on top and a woman on the bottom. Yi-cheng's face was green with anger. Her face quickly turned black. "You big idiot." Looking at the abuse in front of him that was unknown to outsiders, Wu Yan was delighted. The original protagonist was only interesting when he was unlucky. Chapter 24. Not long after the farce started, Yi-chung suddenly spoke to Wu Yan. Mr. Wu Yin, I would like to invite you to my house. I wonder if you have the time? Following I Ching's voice, the office suddenly became strangely quiet. The quarreling stopped, the beating stopped, and the screaming stopped. Everyone just looked at I Ching and Wu Yin with eyes full of ambiguity. Of course, other than a certain person, Wu Yin felt a chill run through his body and stiffly turned his head. What he saw was the president with an amiable smile. This is bad. The favorability is going to be reset to 0. As expected, the main character has to be unlucky to be interesting. Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. I Ching started to panic under everyone's ambiguous gazes and hurriedly explained, "No, it's not what everyone thinks. I just want to invite Mr. Wu Yan to my home because my mother and grandmother are all curious about Mr. Wu Yan's spirit exorcism. So, hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Feeling the chill disappear, Wu Yan also let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he was almost taken advantage of. After letting out a sigh of relief, Wu Yan started to ponder. He was still very interested in I Ching's invitation. Not only did he want to see the top fighting power in this world, but he also wanted to complete his mission. The Heron Palace was a famous family in this world. Adding on the fact that they were spirit exorcism, they definitely had a lot of power. If he had to rely on himself to find the crystal, it would be better to ask a big family for help. That would save a lot of effort. Thinking about it, asking them to find a crystal shouldn't be rejected. Thus, Wu Yin nodded and smiled at I Ching. I understand, Miss Heron Palace. I'll visit the Heron Palace tomorrow. I Ching smiled. Then, I'll wait for Mr. Wu Yan's arrival. After school, Wu Yin and Chuju walked home. What was different from usual was that Wu Yin walked behind while Chuju walked in front. Every time Wu Yin quickened his pace, Chuju would also quicken her pace. However, she didn't stand next to Wu Yin. This made Wu Yin very confused. Did I do something wrong? Chuju, who was walking in front, felt very complicated. She really didn't know how to face Wu Yin. Before Wu Yin, Chuju had never been so close to a man. In the beginning, Chuju was full of hostility towards Wu Yin, who shamelessly boasted that he would pass the White Emperor College's entrance exam within an hour. After all, as the student council president of the White Emperor College, Wu Yan's arrogance was a provocation to her. He was looking down on the White Emperor College. Therefore, Chuju made a bet with Wu Yin in a fit of anger. Later, after getting along for an hour, Chuju gradually realized that Wu Yin wasn't the arrogant person she thought he was. On the contrary, he was very easy to get along with. This made Chuju, who was originally hostile to Wu Yin, gradually change her view of Wu Yin. Chuju couldn't help but be curious about Wu Yin because of the change in her view of Wu Yin and her surprise at his memory. As for the development of the housekeeper later, Chuju just wanted to help if she could. She just wanted to give Wu Yin, who came from another place, a place to stay. Gradually, after getting along with Wu Yin, Chuju understood Wu Yin more. She became dependent on Wu Yin, who made her laugh every day, and Wu Yan's cooking. Chuju gradually regarded Wu Yin as her closest friend. That night, Wu Yin suddenly broke into her room and saw her naked body. Chuju was really angry. She cared a lot about her figure, not about anything else, but her breasts. She was almost 16 years old, but her breasts were not as good as some junior high school students. This made her feel very distressed, and also made her feel inferior. Therefore, after being seen by Wu Yin that night, Chuju felt that Wu Yin would definitely laugh at her, being laughed at by her best friend or something. When she saw Wu Yin looking at her chest with a regretful expression, Chuju felt even more inferior. Feeling like she's going for broke, Hinajiku didn't even put on her clothes. She wanted to teach Wu Yin a lesson so that he wouldn't laugh at her. Unexpectedly, not only did Wu Yin not laugh at her, he even said something like, "I like you a lot." Chuju's heart was in a mess. Although she was very popular in the White Emperor College, there were almost no boys who really got along with her. When did she experience such a situation? What's more, Wu Yin even said that he liked her very much. That night, Chuju's feelings towards Wu Yin began to change a little. However, after that, Chuju's heart had an inexplicable resistance towards Wu Yin. This is the first time Hinajiko had such strange feelings toward a boy. She didn't know what kind of expression she should have when facing Wu Yin. That's why her way of interacting with Wu Yin became so weird. Originally, they were chatting and laughing, but now Hinajiko doesn't know how to act more naturally. Therefore, she could only choose to resist this kind of feeling clumsily. She clumsily chose to be passive in getting along with him. This made Chuju start to worry. Wu Yin would definitely hate her like this. However, Wu Yin acted as if nothing had happened. He continued to make delicious food for her and told her funny things. This made Chuju's strange feelings shrink and grow. Today, Chuju was really in a mess. Why did she feel sad that Wu Yin was hiding something from her? Being hugged by Wu Yin, shouldn't I try to break free? Why did she involuntarily fall into his gentleness? Why did she feel a little unhappy when she heard that Yi Cheng invited Wu Yin to her house? Chuju had always lived a simple life. Her heart was as calm as an ancient well. However, her thoughts were constantly stirring up waves. I say, Lady Hinajiku, if I've done something wrong, please give me a quick death so that I can die in peace. Looking at Chuju, who was rushing straight and even taking the wrong path, Wu Yin was really speechless. After all, the two of them were now in the woods. Therefore, he rushed in front of Chuju and blocked her way. Wu Yin looked like he was ready to die. Shocked by Wu Yan's action, Chuju quickly took 2 steps back. Then she heard Wu Yan's words. Looking at Wu Yan's funny look, Chuju couldn't help but laugh. Wu Yan's expression changed, and he also laughed. You laughed? Does that mean you're fine? Chuju couldn't help but be stunned. Then, she forced a smile. Of course I'm fine. What can happen to me? Really? Wu Yin looked at Chuju with disdain. Then, he slowly approached Chuju and put his face in front of Chuju. Wu Yin said with a smile, Look at my face. Say that you're fine again. Chuju's heart began to beat faster. Her face slowly turned red. Looking at Wu Yan's face so close, Chuju couldn't help but step back. How could Wu Yin let the president go? So, as Chuju retreated, Wu Yin moved forward. In the end, Chuju's back was already leaning against a tree trunk. There was no way to retreat. Wu Yin also moved forward. Chuju's heart suddenly beat faster. She could only turn her head and shout, It's fine. It's really fine. Wu Yin rolled his eyes. You don't even dare to look at my face. How dare you say you're fine? Really, if you have something to say, then say it. Otherwise, the previous agreement doesn't count. Agreement? Chuju turned her head in confusion and looked at Wu Yin. Wu Yin stumbled and looked at Chuju with a sad expression. Okay, you've already forgotten. Chuju scratched her face embarrassedly and looked at Wu Yin. What agreement? Since you've already forgotten, then forget it. What say it? Don't tell me you're talking about the bet that you still owe me? Chuju shook her head in distress and then said a little frantically. Wu Yin laughed as he looked at Hinajiku, whose face is full of concern. He shrugged. Okay, didn't you say that I'll tell you about my matter in the future? You've already forgotten what happened today. You're still an outstanding student. Oh, so it's that. Chuju nodded in realization. Then she was stunned and shouted loudly, No, you absolutely can't forget it. Didn't you say that you won't say anything against your heart when you hug a girl? How can you go back on your words? Looking at the furious Hinajiku, he didn't know what to say. It seems like you forgot about this, Kaishu-sama. You're the one who forgot it. It's not that I didn't keep my promise. Anyway, you just can't do it. Chuju looked at Wu Yin with a serious face. Her eyes were full of disapproval, which made Wu Yin even more speechless. Rolling his eyes, Wu Yin touched his chin and smirked. In other words, the agreement must be kept, right? Of course, Chuju said without hesitation. Hearing this, Wu Yin looked at Chuju and smiled. Chuju couldn't help but have a bad feeling in her heart. Well then, Miss Hinajiku, since you mentioned the terms of the bet just now, shouldn't you abide by the terms of the bet as well? Wu Yin smirked. Hinajika paused for a moment, then said resolutely, All right, tell me, what are the conditions? I'll definitely abide by them. Oh, Wu Yin said with a long voice. The smile on his face became more brilliant. Wu Yin slowly moved his face closer to Chuju. Chuju was stunned. Looking at Wu Yan's face getting closer and closer, she seemed to have thought of something. With a bang, steam began to rise from her face. Looking at Wu Yan's face getting closer and closer, Chuju said in a panic, "What are you doing?" Wu Yan smiled and said slowly, "What do you think I'm doing?" Chuju wanted to step back, but behind her was a tree trunk. Wu Yan's body was already close to her, and his head was getting closer and closer. Chuju could only raise her hands and stop Wu Yan's chest. Her face was bloody red, and she said, Don't do this." Wu Yan turned a deaf ear, and his heart was wild with joy. Such a good opportunity, such a good atmosphere. If he didn't start the next step, he could just kill himself. Wu Yan wrapped his arms around Chuju's waist and pulled Chuju into his arms. Then he slowly moved closer to Chuju's lips. Chuju's body began to tremble uneasily. When she was completely in Wu Yan's arms and felt Wu Yan's body touching hers, Chuju began to gasp for breath. Finally, she closed her eyes and accepted her fate. Just as Wu Yan was about to occupy the territory in his dream, a sense of danger suddenly filled his body. Wu Yan's body tensed up, and his eyes suddenly opened. He hugged Chuju and jumped away from the place. Bang! Just as Wu Yan left the place, a loud sound rang out. Chuju, who was in his arms, was shocked by the sound. She quickly opened her eyes, and when she saw the thing in front of her, Chuju's face was filled with horror. It was half the size and height of a normal person, wearing armor and holding two giant axes in its hands. At first glance, it looked like an armored fatty who was attacking people with axes. However, although the person in front of them had the body of a human, at first glance, no one would see him as a human, because he had no head. Wu Yan hugged Chuju and looked at the attacking creature. His face was expressionless, but his eyes and heart were filled with anger. The original protagonist disturbed me while I was trying to woo girls, and now you, a headless piece of trash, dare to disturb me. Chapter 25. Headless Giant. Level 20. Since the Headless Giant didn't succeed in its attack, it put away its axe and swung it around a couple of times. Then it leaned forward and opened its arms wide. It swung its arms at Wu Yan's direction as if it's roaring. Yan, what? What is that? Chuju looked at the Headless Giant with a pale face. She couldn't help but hug Wu Yan as her body trembled slightly. Wu Yan almost forgot that our Kaisha-sama is also very afraid of these supernatural things. Wu Yan smiled bitterly as he felt the trembling body in his arms. He quickly tightened his arms around Chuju's waist and comforted her. It's nothing. It's just a bug. Don't be afraid. Looking up at Wu Yan, Chuju's trembling body slowly calmed down. Although her face was still pale, her fear had lessened a lot. She clutched Wu Yan's clothes tightly, afraid that he would suddenly leave her. Seeing that Chuju was much better, Wu Yan smiled and said, "Wait here first. I'll take care of her and then take you home." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Chuju was a little worried and said, "Will it be okay? Why don't we run?" "No problem. Trust me." Wu Yan kissed Chuju's forehead and said with a smile. Wu Yan's action made Chuju's pale face blush a little. Seeing Wu Yan's determined eyes, Chuju let go and said worriedly, "Then, be careful." Wu Yan nodded with a smile and tightened his arms around Chuju's waist. Then, he let go of Chuju and turned to look at the Headless Giant. The smile on his face turned cold, and the anger in his eyes reignited. Wu Yan slowly walked towards the Headless Giant. Wu Yan waved his hand, and the Kusanagi sword appeared in his hand. Wu Yan gripped the scabbard of the Kusanagi sword and smiled coldly. "I'll let you know the consequences of disturbing someone's flirting with a girl." Holding the Kusanagi sword at the side of his waist, Wu Yan grabbed the scabbard with one hand and the hilt with the other. He smiled ferociously and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Headless Giant. A cold light flashed, and an arm holding an axe flew into the sky and landed on the ground not far away. The Headless Giant screamed silently. Although there was no sound, the air fluctuated, indicating that Wu Yan's attack was not useless. The Headless Giant's body shook, and the axe in its other hand slashed towards Wu Yan. Be careful. Seeing the axe coming towards Wu Yin, Chuju couldn't help but shout worriedly. Although Wu Yin was not at the same level as Chuju, Chuju was still level 18. Although the headless giant was level 20, tier 3, Chuju, who was not far from tier 3, could still see the headless giant's movements clearly. If it wasn't for the fact that the headless giant is the type that Hinajiku is afraid of, this competitive girl wouldn't just stand by and watch Wu Yin face danger alone. Of course, this was because Chuju didn't have the same detection system as Wu Yin did and didn't know how to sense auras. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so worried. After all, Wu Yin was an entire level higher than the headless giant. Wu Yin calmly looked at the incoming axe. He didn't move the sword in his right hand, but he suddenly raised the scabbard in his left hand and placed it in the path of the axe. With a clang, the scabbard blocked the axe. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold. His right hand suddenly moved, and the sword slashed across the headless giant. The headless giant screamed again, and its other arm was separated from its body. With a twist of his body, Wu Yin spun in a circle and kicked the headless giant, who had lost its arms, away. After breaking a few trees, the headless giant crashed onto the ground and stopped. Chuju was stunned for a moment, then ran to Wu Yan's side. "Are you okay? Do I look like I'm not okay?" Wu Yin smiled and looked at Chuju's delicate face. Then, his gaze moved to her lips, and his heart was filled with tears. "Do you think it's easy for me to woo a girl? Do I have to be so unhappy? I wanted to take a step forward twice, but I was interrupted both times. Both times I looked so weak. Damn God. I hate you." Chuju saw Wu Yan's gaze and knew what Wu Yin was thinking. Her face turned red, and her eyes fiercely glared at Wu Yin. She said with dissatisfaction, "What time is it now? You're still thinking about this kind of thing?" Sigh. Wu Yin sighed, and then said with a face full of unwillingness, "Then let's talk about it next time. Who wants to do it with you next time?" Chuju turned her face and said weakly, "Someone said it before. Promises must be kept." Wu Yin kindly reminded. It seemed like he wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin. Chuju gritted her teeth and glared at Wu Yin. Then she shouted, "It's almost dark. Why don't you hurry up and kill that monster and then go home? I'm hungry." Looking at Chuju, who was about to change the topic, Wu Yin laughed and then nodded. He walked toward the headless and handless giant. Since there was a first time, there would be a second time. The first time was unfamiliar. The second time was familiar. Wu Yin firmly believed in this principle. Well, although this first time hadn't happened yet, at least there was a trend. She obviously didn't reject him just now. Then, it proved that she liked him. Therefore, Wu Yin just needed to take it slow. He was clear in his heart and was very happy. Finally, he got half of the president. Wu Yin, this damn otaku, was clear about it. The bold and careful president was even more clear about it. It turns out that I like Yin, with both hands clasped in front of her chest. Chuju looked at Wu Yan's back. Her eyes were slightly absent-minded. Thinking of the hostility when they first met, the joy of getting along with each other, the shyness of being seen naked that night, the warmth from Wu Yan's embrace, and the kiss that almost happened just now, Chuju smiled. Chuju was drunk. Looking at the headless giant who was lying on the ground struggling to get up, Wu Yin raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand and then cut it in half. Fortunately, there was no blood on the headless giant. Otherwise, Wu Yin would have to find another way to kill it. Too much blood was not good. Wu Yin was not afraid, but Chuju, who was born in the ordinary world, couldn't stand it. After the headless giant died, its body slowly turned into ashes. This saved Wu Yin a lot of trouble. After all, although this was a forest, it wasn't far from the city. Otherwise, Chuju wouldn't have come here unintentionally. If other people came here and saw such a weirdo, it would definitely be on the headlines tomorrow. Wu Yin thought that he would have to exchange for something to deal with it, such as corpse dissolving water. After the headless giant completely disappeared, Wu Yin sighed with emotion. Ever since he transmigrated 3 months ago, Wu Yin had never experienced such a simple battle. In the past, his opponents were all higher level than him. Every time, Wu Yin had to put in a lot of effort to defeat them. Even though the monsters he encountered in the underground hall were all level 10 except for the Ghost Chieftain, The huge army of monsters didn't make things easy for him. This made Wu Yin feel that he had become stronger. Of course, Wu Yin knows that even though he's gotten stronger, he's still a long way from becoming a true powerhouse. What's wrong? A sweet voice woke Wu Yin from his emotional state. Wu Yin hurriedly collected his emotions and looked at Chuju, who had walked to his side and was looking at him. He smiled and said, "Nothing. Weren't you hungry? Come on, let's go home. I'll make you something good to eat." When Chuju heard this, she couldn't help but reveal a very sweet smile, which made Wu Yin daze for a moment. "Okay, then let's go back." Nodding, Wu Yin scratched his head and walked out of the forest with Chuju. However, he was puzzled. For some reason, he felt that Chuju treated him differently. Whether it was from the way she talked to him or the way she looked at him with her gem-like eyes. "Well, forget it, as long as I'm happy." Under Chuju's curious gaze, Wu Yin put the Kusanagi sword back in the interspatial ring and said with a smile, "Hey, what about our agreement?" Although he didn't want to tell Chuju everything about himself, Wu Yin didn't want to hide it from Chuju for the rest of his life. Therefore, there were some things that he didn't want to do in front of Chuju, so there was no need to hide it from her. When she heard Wu Yin's words, Chuju originally wanted to ask him how he made the sword disappear, but she swallowed back her words. Her face turned red again, and she turned her head away and said hesitantly, "The agreement, didn't you say it already? When it's time to tell me, you'll tell me, right?" Wu Yin was stunned and looked at Chuju in surprise. "Good girl, still pretending. You know that's not what I'm talking about. Why not? That's what I'm talking about. Are you trying to cheat?" "Who wants to cheat? Then what about you? When are you going to fulfill your promise?" "Didn't I say it already? When the time is right, I'll keep my promise. Then I'll wait for the right time to fulfill our agreement." "Chuju, you become bad at night." Maybe it's because of the progress he made with Kaisha-sama today. Wu Yin showed off his skills and made a table full of dishes. He fed Kaishu-sama and Chuju's mother until their stomachs were full. Even Chuju's father, who just got off work, couldn't help but eat the leftovers. "Milady, you should go take a bath," Wu Yin said to Chuju, who was still sitting at the table while cleaning up the dishes. "Okay, I know." Chuju nodded, then looked at Wu Yin and said seriously, "Yin, you're not allowed to call me Milady anymore, okay?" Wu Yin flinched. She said this no less than 100 times, but she's never said it to him in such a serious manner. What's going on? That's why, Wu Yin, you're still young. If you want to be the king of strategy, you need to work harder. Just as she was about to tease him, Wu Yan's eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, "Okay, go take a bath." Seeing Wu Yin agree, Chuju laughed happily. Then she kicked the chair and skipped to the bathroom like a child. Wu Yin laughed and shook his head. Then he put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, jumped out of the window, and stood on the ground. At the same time, the Kusanagi sword appeared in Wu Yan's hand. Without hesitation, Wu Yin pulled out the sword and stabbed it into the ground. A baby scream sounded. Then a circle of blood appeared on the ground next to the Kusanagi sword that Wu Yin stabbed into the ground. Putting away the sword, Wu Yin frowned deeply. This is already the 4th group of monsters after he killed the headless giant and brought Chuju home. What's going on? Why are these monsters here one after another? This has never happened before. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Wu Yin couldn't help but feel confused. What's going on? This situation only started today. Could it be that I've done something to attract these monsters? Or did Chuju's family do something? Shaking his head, Wu Yin put the Kusanagi sword back into the space ring and walked into the house. "Forget it. I'll ask when I go to Heron's house tomorrow." Chapter 26. The next day, Wu Yin made breakfast, as usual, and then called Chuju's family over. Wu Yin, Chuju, and Chuju's parents began to enjoy a delicious breakfast. Guei Shiwalu was a teacher at the White Emperor College. She didn't usually live at home, but at school. Therefore, Chuju's family usually didn't see her here. Of course, it was fortunate that she wasn't here. Otherwise, even if she was a grown-up, Wu Yin would have to carefully consider whether or not to move in. The 4 leisurely finished their breakfast. Then, Chuju's father said goodbye and went to work. Chuju's mother went to the living room to watch the morning news. Chuju was still sitting at the dining table with a newspaper in her hand. She had a very serious expression as she read it. Her eyes occasionally drifted to Wu Yin, who was cleaning up the dishes. Today was the weekend, so there was no class. Wu Yin and Chuju could be so leisurely. Of course, it was only temporary. All right, I'll go out later. I'll probably be back by noon. After cleaning up the dishes, Wu Yin said to Chuju. Hearing this, Chuju couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" Picking up a handkerchief and wiping his hands, Wu Yin looked at Chuju in amusement. Did you forget? Yesterday, I promised Miss Heron Palace that I would visit her house. Icheng. Chuju paused and then fell in a deep thought. After a while, Chuju stood up and said to Wu Yin, "I'll go with you." Wu Yin looked at Chuju in surprise, and then a naughty smile slowly appeared on his face. Seeing Wu Yin smile, Chuju blushed and said angrily, "Don't misunderstand anything. I'm just bored at home, so I want to go to Icheng's house to take a look." Chuju's face had a very suspicious blush as she said this. Her hands kept shaking, which made Wu Yin sigh. Then he said firmly, "If you're worried I'll go out to flirt, just say it. I won't laugh at you." Chuju's body stiffened, and then she said in a rather unreasonable manner, Who's worried that you'll go out to flirt? You're nobody to me. I'm just worried that you'll do something to Icheng." "That's right, that's it." "This is arrogance, right?" "That's right." "If that's the case, then I won't go to Icheng's house today. I'll go out to flirt." Before Wu Yin finished speaking, Chuju fiercely pinched the soft flesh on Wu Yin's waist, making Wu Yin wail. Chuju glanced angrily at Wu Yin and snorted. This scoundrel only knows how to bully others. Chuju turned away and walked to the door. "Okay, let's go." Wu Yin shook his head helplessly as he touched the flesh on his waist. It was said that this was a natural skill for girls. Wu Yin didn't believe it before, but now he had no choice but to believe it. This is Icheng's house? It's so big. Wu Yin and Chuju were standing in front of the Heron Palace's door. Looking at the big door of the Heron Palace, Chuju couldn't help but speak. Although he had never seen a door that was bigger and taller than this one, Bai King's door was much bigger than this one. Bai King's door was a school, and this was just a home. How could the two be compared to each other? It is no wonder they are rich. Wu Yin nodded and said that. He walked to the door and pressed the doorbell. "Yes, this is the Heron Palace." Quickly, a voice sounded. Although he didn't know whose voice it was, Wu Yin still said it. "Hello, I am Wu Yin. I was invited by Miss Itsunomiya Izumi to visit." "Okay, please wait a moment." After the conversation was over, Chuju walked over. "Wasn't that Icheng's voice?" "I don't think so." Wu Yin scratched his face and said, "It should be a maid or housekeeper. After all, it is a big family." Chuju heard that and nodded. While Wu Yin and Chuju were talking, the door slowly opened. Icheng walked out and approached Wu Yin and Chuju. "Mr. Wu Yin, Miss Chuju, good morning." Just like before, Icheng used the long sleeve of his kimono to lift his mouth. He bowed and spoke to Wu Yin and Chuju. "Good morning, Miss Heron Palace." Wu Yin didn't care much about etiquette, so he just waved his hand. "Good morning, Icheng," Chuju also said with a smile. Although she wasn't very familiar with Icheng, she was much better than Wu Yin. "Please come in with me. My mother is already waiting in the living room," Icheng said to Wu Yin and Chuju. When he mentioned his mother, his smile was a bit forced. Wu Yin found it funny. He knew that Itsunomiya Izumi's mother was a woman who seriously went off the rails. However, Wu Yin didn't find it strange. To be able to give birth to a daughter who could get lost and come to the capital for a walk, her personality should be within Wu Yin's imagination. Icheng brought Wu Yin and Chuju to a living room that was a bit smaller than the square. There, a woman who looked more mature than Icheng, similar to Icheng, but with short hair, was sitting. Her eyes were staring at Wu Yin and Chuju without moving. Wu Yin and Chuju felt a bit numb from being stared at. Icheng also pulled up his long sleeves to cover his slightly red face. He ran to the woman's side in small steps and called out softly, "Mom." Hearing the sound, Icheng's mother turned her head and looked at Icheng. She tilted her head and put on an expression of sudden realization. She smiled and said, "Isn't this Icheng? When did you come?" "I came from the beginning, Mom." I Ching looked awkwardly at Wu Yin and Chuju, then said with a bit of anger, "Is that so?" I Ching's mother shook her head, then raised her hand and rubbed I Ching's head. She smiled and said, "Really? You can't lie to people. Lying is not a good child." "Mom." Wu Yin and Chuju looked at each other and were speechless. They then looked at I Ching with sympathy. "It's been hard on you." Hinajiku even felt a sense of empathy. After all, she also has a troublesome older sister back at home. For himself and for others, Wu Yin felt that it was better to go straight to the point. "Greet Madam of Heron Palace. I'm Wu Yin. I came this time to ask you something." I Ching's mother looked at Wu Yin blankly, then said to Wu Yin, "Ask me? Do you want to ask about the secret of maintenance?" "Actually, I want to ask Madam if you recognize this crystal." Since people who cared about details were all 9, Wu Yin directly ignored I Ching's mother and took out the mysterious crystal shard. Although he didn't expect I Ching's mother to know anything, "At least I know." Wu Yin nodded and he subconsciously blurted out what he had in mind. "Oh, you really don't know? Then I have something to ask of you." The smile on his face froze as if a spell was cast on him. After a while, he recovered with a smile on his face. Wu Yin asked with a bright face, "Can you repeat what you just said? I sincerely ask of you." I Ching's mother continued to touch I Ching's head and looked at Wu Yin. Then she slowly nodded her head and said, "Do you want to ask about the secret of maintenance?" Chuju raised her hand and patted her head. Although Chuju didn't interrupt, Chuju also felt a wave of helplessness from the bottom of her heart. "Mom." I Ching's face was almost buried in the ground. She only had one thought now, and that was to lose face. However, what she didn't know was that even if the president gave out benefits, Wu Yin might not care, let alone losing face. Now, Wu Yin was completely immersed in joy. There was finally a clue for the last mission. How could Wu Yin not be happy? Thus, he couldn't wait to ask, "Madam of Heron Palace, is what you said true? This crystal?" Wu Yin pinched the crystal with his fingers and pushed it closer to I Ching's mother. It was only 1 centimeter away from her face. He asked expectantly, "Do you really know it?" "Yin." Chuju seemed to feel that Wu Yin was being rude again, so she pulled on Wu Yin's clothes and smiled apologetically at I Ching's mother. I Ching's mom didn't really care. She's a person who doesn't care about anything. Even if Wu Yin were to run naked in front of her, she would probably just laugh it off. Then, she would happily make tea and enjoy Wu Yin's performance. "I know this crystal." I Ching's mother pointed at the crystal in Wu Yin's hand and said unhurriedly. After Chuju pulled on his clothes, Wu Yin knew that he was wet. Wu Yin smiled brightly and became serious. He said to I Ching's mother, "Since Madam of Heron Palace knows the origin of this crystal, then please tell me. This crystal is very important to me, so, Mom, please help Wu Yin-san. He helped me before, get rid of spirits." I Ching's voice was so soft that almost no one could hear her. Looking at her blushing face, Wu Yin is grateful. I Ching's mom nodded and Hinajiku, on the other hand, is pissed. "Sure." I Ching's mother picked up the tea on the table and carefully took a sip. She seemed to be organizing her words before slowly saying, "This crystal is called the mysterious crystal. However, I actually prefer to call it the sealing crystal." "Sealing crystal?" "Yes, because there's some kind of monster sealed inside this crystal." "Sealing monster?" Wu Yin couldn't help but frown as he picked up the mysterious crystal. "A crystal used to seal monsters?" "System, why did you give me this kind of mission, asking me to collect the crystals used to seal the monster? Why is there a monster sealed inside this crystal?" Wu Yin turned around and asked I Ching's mother. I Ching's mother took the crystal in Wu Yan's hand and tilted her head to look at it. She said, "A long, long time ago. Can't complain, definitely can't complain." Wu Yin pinched his thigh hard and laughed dryly at the puzzled Chuju beside him. He quickly sat up straight and still. Probably in ancient times, it was an era where monsters roamed freely. At that time, humans were not prosperous. Under the threat of monsters, they could only live in fear. However, one day, a powerful monster was born. This monster was very powerful. At that time, the Demon King coveted this powerful monster's demonic power. Therefore, he planned to eat it to increase his own strength. In order to obtain the monster's flesh and blood, the Demon King sent out all of his monster subordinates. He didn't want to rely on them to capture the monster alive. Instead, he planned to exhaust the monster's strength by taking turns. However, the Demon King underestimated the monster's strength. All of his subordinates were sacrificed under the monster's attack. Although a part of the monster's strength was depleted, the Demon King was still not a match for the monster. In the end, the Demon King was eaten by the monster. At that time, a human exorcist family happened to discover this battle. In order to prevent this monster from harming the human world in the future, the patriarch of this exorcist family led his people and sealed the monster while its strength was greatly reduced after the battle. And the thing that sealed this powerful monster was this mysterious crystal. Chapter 27. In other words, there's a monster inside this beautiful crystal. Is that so? Chuju glanced at the mysterious crystal in Wu Yan's hand. After seeing Yi Cheng's mother nod, she quickly moved to the side. Seeing Chuju's reaction, Wu Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. In response, Chuju glared at him. Pinching the mysterious crystal shard in his hand, Wu Yan pondered. He didn't understand why the system would issue a mission to collect this kind of crystal that sealed monster. Although he didn't know what was going on, Wu Yan didn't want to think about it. After all, anyone would want to harm him except the system. It wasn't that Wu Yan didn't think that there was someone controlling the system from behind. However, after thinking about it for a while, Wu Yan let it go. If there was someone who wanted to harm him, they would have done it when he transmigrated. Why wait until now? Therefore, no matter if the mission issued by the system was good or bad, at least it didn't pose any danger to him. Otherwise, the system wouldn't issue such a mission. Well, although the system has issued many missions that put Wu Yan in danger, looking at the crystal shard in his hand, Wu Yan sighed. I didn't expect that there was a monster inside. That's right. Back then, because of it, both the demons and humans suffered great losses. However, it was also because it killed the Demon King and his subordinates that the humans were able to suppress the demons today. Speaking of this, Yi Cheng's mother started to speculate. Even now, this monster has a great influence. Countless monsters are like the Monster King, coveting its flesh and blood. If they sense the aura of the crystal, these monsters will definitely come knocking. Wu Yan couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Then, he gritted his teeth. No wonder since yesterday, those monsters came one after another. So it was because of this. Damn it. I really want to beat someone up? It was no wonder that Wu Yan had such a huge grudge. No matter who it was, if they were attacked dozens of times in a single night and had to get up to kill demons when they were about to fall asleep, they would definitely feel unhappy. Shaking his head, Wu Yan looked at Yi Cheng's mother and said with a serious expression, "Then, Madam of the Heron Palace, do you know where the other crystal is?" Wait. Chuju couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. She quickly pulled Wu Yan and said, "Do you really want to gather this crystal? There are monsters in there." Wu Yan rubbed his head and spread out his hands. Monsters? I know. It's not the first time I've met one. Then why do you still want to collect it? Although this kind of thing looks very beautiful, it sounds very dangerous. It's better to throw it away. Looking at the crystal in Wu Yan's hand, the originally beautiful crystal was no different from a scourge in Chuju's eyes. Chuju said with a bit of worry. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and chuckled. Suddenly, he threw the crystal at Chuju. What? Scared? Chuju was shocked and screamed. She hurriedly threw the crystal back and angrily stared at Wu Yan. This scoundrel, doesn't he know that I'm very scared? Don't worry, I'm here. Seeing that Chuju was truly scared, Wu Yan's heart softened. He stopped teasing her and comforted her. The anger gradually disappeared. Chuju rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. She snorted and turned her head. Holding Chuju's hand, Wu Yan said helplessly, "Well, don't be angry. I have a reason to collect it. You'll know later. Be good, be obedient." Hearing that Wu Yan was coaxing her like a girlfriend, Chuju's anger disappeared. She blushed and shook Wu Yan's hand. Then she broke away. This tsundere is so tiring. Yicheng's mother watched the drama from the side with interest. First, she looked at Wu Yin, then at Chuju. She looked back and forth between the two. Seeing his mother's behavior, Yicheng, who hated getting lost, complained sincerely. Why didn't she get lost at this time? If she got lost, she wouldn't have brought Mr. Wu Yin and Miss Chuju here. Then, she wouldn't be so embarrassed. His mother was really. After Wu Yin and Chuju finished talking, Yicheng's mother said with a smile, "You two are a couple, right? Your relationship is so good. I'm so envious." Back then, Yicheng's father and I, hearing that Yicheng's mother was going off topic and that the topic was about shyness, Hinajika's face turned red as she shouted, "No, Annie, we were not a couple, not a couple. I'm just a sister. That's right, that's it." Oh, this tsundere is so tiring. And I've said it once. I won't complain anymore. Yicheng's mother was probably used to going off topic. She was clearly talking about monsters just a moment ago, but now she was talking about love history. Moreover, there were some things that she forgot as she spoke, and now she had to say a second time. This made the blushing Hinajika feel embarrassed. Wu Yin said helplessly, "Then, Madam of Heron Palace, do you know where the other crystal is?" "Ah, you don't know." Actually, Yicheng's father is also very cute. He looked up and saw a gigantic ceiling. Hinajiku did the same thing as Wu Yin, but compared to Wu Yin, Kaishu-sama looked much cuter when she did this. "Mom." Yicheng reached out with both hands and grabbed his mother's hand. He pulled hard and saved Yicheng's mother from being killed by memories. However, Wu Yin and Chuju looked at Yicheng with gratitude. They felt that they needed to be saved more. Afraid that Yicheng-ma will go off the rails again, Wu Yin clapped his hands to get her attention. Putting on an expression that doesn't look much better than crying, Wu Yin asked in a soft voice, Heron no Mia, do you know where the other crystal is?" "I know." "Okay, direct enough. Other than Yicheng's mom, everyone else didn't know how to react to the sudden turn of events. Even Wu Yin, who is usually the one to piss people off, didn't feel the joy of getting the answer he wanted. Instead, he felt a lump in his chest, and it's hard to describe how uncomfortable he felt. Wu Yin exhaled heavily. At the same time, he heard another exhale. He turned to look at Chuju. Chuju also looked at Wu Yin. Their eyes were filled with tragedy. "Madam of Heron Palace, please tell me where the other crystal is." Wu Yin enunciated each and every word in a serious tone. If it wasn't for the fact that he's an elder, Wu Yin would have kicked him into space and brought him back. He would have used his own methods to get the answers he wanted. For example, torture or something. The sealing crystal, also known as the mysterious crystal, after that powerful monster was sealed, in order to prevent it from coming out and harming others, the chief of the exiling clan, who was in charge of the sealing ceremony, split it into two. One was kept in his clan's collection. The other was used as the core of another sealing ceremony. Yicheng's mother stopped here and looked at Wu Yin with a smile. Wu Yin was stunned. He said uncertainly, "The core of another sealing ceremony? Could it be?" "That's right. It's the seal of the Heavy Yin land. It's the underground hall of the White Emperor College's old school building." Wu Yin understood. So that was the case. No wonder there were so many monsters in the underground hall of the old school building. It was the Heavy Yin land. The Heavy Yin land was the place with the heaviest Yin energy. It attracted so many monsters, including monsters at the level of a ghost chieftain. It was understandable. No wonder the people of the White Emperor College didn't notice that so many monsters were in the White Emperor College. Even Yi Cheng didn't notice. Those monsters also didn't come out to attack humans. It was all because of the seal of this crystal. Although there were still some details that he didn't understand, such as why the mysterious crystal fragment appeared in his hands after killing the ghost chieftain, Wu Yin didn't plan to delve into the details. He just assumed that the mysterious crystal fragment was collected by the system as a treasure dropped by a monster. After understanding, Wu Yan's expression became serious. So the other mysterious crystal is in the hands of the Exterminator clan or their descendants. "Yes, where is it then?" Wu Yan asked in a hurry. "It's right here." "Can you say that again?" "So, it's right here with me." Following Yicheng's mother's words, A crystal identical to the one in Wu Yan's hand was taken out of her pocket by Yi Cheng's mother and handed to Wu Yan. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead with a headache. He didn't know why, but after finding this crystal, Wu Yan didn't feel happy. Instead, he felt that it was a trap, a trap. How should he put it? It felt like a strong start, but a weak finish. Patting his face, Wu Yan walked in front of Yi Cheng's mother and sincerely said, "Madam of the Heron Palace, can you please give this crystal to me? It's very important to me." Of course. All right. Wu Yan admitted that although he had a bit of immunity, he couldn't help but be shocked. If that's the case, then thank you very much, madam. While sighing his heart, Wu Yan also sincerely thanked Yi Cheng's mother. After all, she did him a big favor and didn't make things difficult for him. Just as Wu Yan was about to take the crystal, a delicate voice suddenly shouted. Although the voice wasn't loud, it gave everyone a fright. In fact, only Wu Yan and Chuju were startled. Yi Cheng naturally looked in the direction of the voice. As for Yi Cheng's mother, she acted as if she didn't care and continued to hand the crystal to Wu Yan. A figure flashed by, and before Wu Yan could react, the crystal that was supposed to be in his hand disappeared. Wu Yan hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. Then, his expression turned awkward. "Grandma Zhu, why did you come out?" Yi Cheng asked the person with a confused expression. Grandma Zhu. Chuju looked in shock at the person who came, the corner of her mouth twitching. It's no wonder Wu Yan and Hinajiku reacted this way. The newcomer has a head full of snow-white hair and a height of less than 1.4 meters. She has a very delicate face and looks like a little lowly in her teens. And this little girl was called Grandma Zhu by Yi Cheng. How could Chuju remain calm? However, Wu Yan already knew, he just didn't expect her to jump out. Child's mother, how can you give such a dangerous thing to an outsider? What if the seal is broken by a demon? The little girl jumped and said, Allah. Yi Cheng's mother smiled and said, Wu Yan, Kun is a good child. He won't mess around. The little girl who was called Grandma Zhu looked at Yi Cheng's mother with a face full of disappointment. Who knows if he's pretending or not? What if he's tricked? That won't happen. No, I won't agree. Over my dead body. The little girl angrily turned her head away. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a headache. After all, he couldn't snatch it by force, however. Yi Cheng's mother smiled and said to her, You won't agree even if we ask him to help us do that thing? Wu Yan clearly saw that when Yi Cheng's mother said, Help us do that thing to her Grandma Zhu, her eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Wu Yan and exclaimed in surprise. Okay, deal. Didn't you say you won't agree? Didn't you say you won't agree unless you die? Chapter 28. If he hadn't seen this creature's aged appearance in the original work, he wouldn't have believed that she's Yi Cheng's grandmother. No matter how you look at it, she's just a little lowly. Whether it was from a physical or psychological point of view, Wu Yan felt pressured as he looked at the bouncing little girl in front of him. If there's anything you need help with, I will do my best. Wu Yan felt a sense of relief when he said that. That's right. Such an important item was the last part of his mission in this world. Wu Yan felt that it was unrealistic if it could be completed so easily. Let me explain. Yi Cheng's mother pulled the little girl and smiled gently. I will listen carefully, and I hope you'll be serious too. Wu Yan emphasized on the word serious. He didn't want Yi Cheng to get into the topic of love history as she rambled on. He didn't know if Yi Cheng's mom understood what Wu Yan meant, but she took out a talisman from her bosom. It wasn't any different from the other talismans. If one had to describe it, it was just a little shabby. It looked like it had been there for a long time. What's this? Wu Yan looked at Yi Cheng's mother in confusion. Wu Yan was very confused about the talisman that Yi Cheng's mother took out because he felt a different aura from it. Wu Yan had seen the talisman that Yi Cheng had used before. Although it was powerful, it was only Yi Cheng's power that had taken effect. The talisman was just like a switch that displayed its effect. It didn't have any power on its own. If Yi Cheng didn't add his own power to the talisman would be just an ordinary piece of paper. Now, the talisman that Yi Cheng's mother took out unexpectedly had a trace of aura. This proved that someone's power was attached to it. Judging from the shabby appearance of the talisman, Wu Yin guessed that the power on it didn't belong to Yi Cheng or Yi Cheng's mother. This talisman is a pass to a certain barrier. Yi Cheng's mother's expression gradually turned serious. Wu Yin glanced at Chuju. Seeing that she didn't have any intention of speaking, he looked at Yi Cheng's mother. Our Heron Palace is a family of exorcists. Up until now, the number of evil spirits and ghost demons we've gotten rid of is innumerable. Speaking until here, a hint of pride involuntarily appeared on Yi Cheng's mother's face. It seemed that she was quite proud of her family, but she returned to her original state in an instant. However, no matter how powerful our family is, there are demons and ghosts that we can't exorcise. They are much stronger than ordinary demons and ghosts and ghosts and ghosts and ghosts. Usually, we can only use seals to restrict them and prevent them from hurting humans. Seal? Wu Yin could already guess what Yi Cheng's mother wanted him to do. Nodding, Yi Cheng's mother continued, although there aren't many of these powerful demons and ghosts, after generations of accumulation, there are still quite a few of them. Thus, in order to prevent an accident from happening due to the excessive number of locations being sealed, a certain generation of the House of Heron's family combined the strength of the entire family to construct a huge sealing barrier. In other words, those demons and ghosts that can't be exorcised are all sealed in this barrier? Yes. As long as the demons and ghosts are too powerful to be completely exterminated, our Heron's Palace will imprison them there. Wu Yin frowned. Although he didn't want to comment on anything, there were advantages and disadvantages to doing this. Seeing Wu Yin frown, Yi Cheng's mother sighed. I think Wu Yin, Kuan has already thought of this. Yes, although doing this will save us a lot of trouble, it will create even more trouble. Create even more trouble? Chuju looked at Yi Cheng's mother in confusion. Wu Yin shrugged helplessly and explained, if I'm not wrong, although doing this will avoid the trouble of not taking care of them properly, gathering these demons and ghosts that are stronger than ordinary demons and ghosts together will cause the number of demons and ghosts to rise to an uncontrollable level. At that time, there will be big trouble. What? Chuju looked at Yi Cheng in shock, but Yi Cheng only shook his head. Yi Cheng's mother smiled bitterly and said, yes, as time passed, the number of demons and ghosts in the barrier increased and they became stronger. Finally, one day, something unexpected happened. The family head of that generation had just returned from exterminating his spirit. He planned on sealing the magical beast that he had subdued into the spirit formation. However, after that family head entered the spirit formation, he never came out again. At that time, the Heron Palace family almost caused an uproar because of this. After organizing a few people to enter the spirit formation to scout for information, not a single one of those people returned. So, the new family head strengthened the spirit formation and completely sealed it. He did not allow the family members to seal magical beasts inside. Wu Yin looked at Yi Cheng's mother and said, since that's the case, then what's the problem? Could it be that the barrier has been broken? It can't be. Chuju laughed dryly as she looked at Yi Cheng's mother. Yi Cheng's mother quickly waved her hand. No, the barrier has been forbidden from sealing demons. With the current state of the barrier, as long as nothing unexpected happens, the barrier will definitely not be broken. Seeing Chuju sigh in relief, Wu Yin shook his head in amusement. Then he said to Yi Cheng's mother, since nothing will happen to the barrier, then Madam of the Heron's Palace, what you want me to do is related to this barrier. Yes. Yi Cheng's mother raised the talisman in her hand and said, this is the only pass to enter the barrier. As long as you hold this talisman, you can enter the barrier. Wait, Chuju said in shock. Could it be that you want to enter the barrier? Yi Cheng's mother looked at Chuju and lowered her head in silence. No, I absolutely won't agree, Chuju shouted. Aren't you going to die? There are a lot of powerful demons there. Wu Yin quickly pulled Chuju over and said with a bitter smile, Chuju, don't get agitated. Let's see what Madam of the Heron's Palace has to say. Yin, you can't go. Seeing that Wu Yin didn't immediately refuse, Chuju couldn't help but worry. Wu Yin patted Chuju's back and indicated for her to calm down. Then he looked at Yi Cheng's mother. Can you tell me the details? Cheng's mother sighed and said, "Actually, we want to ask Mr. Wu Yin to help us retrieve something." Retrieve something? Wu Yin looked at Cheng's mother. "It's the treasure of our Heron's palace, the jade of the heavenly palace." Following Cheng's mother's words, a servant appeared in the living room with a simple book. He handed it to Cheng's mother and then left. Cheng's mother opened the book and placed it in front of Wu Yin. She pointed at a jade tablet and said to Wu Yin, "It's this jade tablet." What appeared in Wu Yin and Chuju's eyes was only an ordinary jade tablet. Looking at the jade tablet in the book, Wu Yin asked in confusion, "This is the treasure of the Heron's palace? It looks like an ordinary jade tablet. Why is it in that enchantment filled with demons and ghosts?" Hearing this, Cheng's mother lowered her head with a bitter smile. "The heavenly palace's jade is our family's treasure. Only the current family head has the qualifications to possess it and wear it. However, as I said earlier, one of the family heads of the Palace of Heron never returned after entering the spirit formation. He has likely been killed. However, at the same time, he brought the heavenly palace's jade into the spirit formation." Wu Yin nodded in understanding. He glanced at the jade tablet and was silent for a moment before saying, "Is it something very important?" Cheng's mother's expression was firm. She sat up straight and looked at Wu Yin without blinking. She said to Wu Yin without hesitation, "Yes, very important, very important." Hearing Cheng's mother's words, Chuju couldn't help but say, "Isn't it just a jade tablet? Even if it's important, you can't send people to their deaths." Cheng's mother said expressionlessly, "If going to their deaths can take back the jade of the heavenly palace, then I hope that person is me." "Mom." Cheng looked at his mother in shock, seemingly frightened. Wu Yin and Chuju were also shocked by Cheng's mother's words. Everyone present could hear the firmness in Cheng's mother's voice. "The jade of the heavenly palace, is it that important to you? You can even throw away your life." Wu Yin frowned as he looked at Cheng's mother. Although it was a family treasure of the Heron's palace, with Cheng's mother's personality, she shouldn't be so obsessed with worldly possessions. There must be some inside story. "I want to hear your reason, the real reason." Wu Yin waved his hand, and he said in a serious tone. Cheng's mother hesitated and looked at Cheng with flickering eyes. For a moment, everyone was silent. "Although the jade of the heavenly palace is our family's treasure, its use is only a symbol. If you insist on saying what function it has, then it's just that it can stabilize the user's spirit power. However, it's this function that we really need right now." Cheng's mother closed her eyes and sighed before speaking faintly. "Stabilize spirit power." Wu Yin was surprised and then looked at Cheng. "Wu Yin, Kuan really has godlike foresight." Cheng's mother lovingly patted Cheng's head, her eyes filled with the doting of a mother toward her child. Cheng was born with spirit power that ordinary people couldn't match. Because of this powerful spirit power, Cheng was able to become a powerful spirit exorcist at a young age, even surpassing everyone in the family, including me and Cheng's grandmother. However, because of this, Cheng's spirit power isn't stable. If we don't find a solution, Cheng won't be able to control his spirit power and become an ordinary person. "Mother." Cheng's eyes began to mist. Wu Yin and Chuju also became silent. Everything was for her daughter. For her daughter, Cheng's mother would give away such a dangerous, mysterious crystal. For her daughter, Cheng's mother would rather die. For her daughter, in the face of such great maternal love, Wu Yin and Chuju couldn't find a reason to refuse. Therefore, they could only remain silent. "Of course, I won't force Wu Yin Kuan," Cheng's mother said with a smile, but her eyes were fixed on her daughter. Wu Yin smiled bitterly. Not to mention the task at hand, Wu Yin couldn't bear to refuse Cheng's mother's selflessness. Moreover, although it sounded very dangerous, powerful demons and ghosts also meant a large amount of experience. With his strength, he should be able to deal with this world that didn't have a high degree of mystery. At the very least, there were many heaven-defying things in the system. With the points he had accumulated over a long period of time, it shouldn't be difficult to protect his life. In other words, It seemed like this trip was a must. I understand, Madam of the Palace of the Heron. Leave the matter of the jade of the heavenly palace to me. Standing up, Wu Yin rubbed his shoulders and said with a smile. Yin, Chuju opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she lowered her head. Yicheng's mother raised her head in surprise and handed the talisman to Wu Yin. She bowed deeply and said solemnly, I'm counting on you. Chapter 29. Chuju, that I want to go. No, it's true. I want to go. But I want to go. Looking at Chuju, who couldn't even get a drop of oil into her ears, Wu Yin wanted to cry, but had no tears. Wu Yin knew that Chuju must be very angry that he decided to go to such a dangerous place. After coming out of the Palace of Herons, Wu Yin was prepared to die or die, and was prepared to receive the guild leader's training. However, when he just came out of the Palace of Herons, Chuju said to him, I want to go. It wasn't that Wu Yin didn't think that the guild leader might beat him up, or give him a cold face, or give him a grand farewell, or even give him a kitchen knife. Wu Yin even thought about it. However, he didn't think that the guild leader would actually ask to go together. This time, it wasn't like the trash, headless giant from before. Even that time in the underground hole wasn't as dangerous as this time. Wu Yin could calmly ask to go, not only because he had the system as his backing, but also because he lived in the behemoth forest and more or less had some experience in dealing with situations. However, if the guild leader was included, then it would really be troublesome. The guild leader was only level 18, stage 2. The enemies this time were all at least level 20, not to mention that it wasn't just one, but a nest of them. Wasn't this asking the guild leader to go on a suicide mission? Therefore, Wu Yin could only earnestly advise, Chuju, it's really dangerous this time. I might not even be able to take care of myself. How can I let you go? Chuju immediately turned her head and said, It's because it's dangerous that I have to go. But do you think I'm annoying? Do you think I'm a hindrance? Chuju angrily looked at Wu Yin and shouted loudly. This misunderstanding was huge. Wu Yin quickly waved his hand and shook his head. It's not like that. I'm just worried that something might happen. I don't care. If you're going, I'm going. Wu Yin hesitated. Chuju didn't listen to him at all. Once she decided on something, even 9 bulls might not be able to pull her back. If he ran away without a care, then, with Chuju's personality, the probability of her coming to find him alone was 100%. But if he let her follow him, sigh, can't you listen to my advice? Wu Yin said helplessly. Chuju stared at Wu Yan's face with tears in her eyes. This can't be right. Wu Yin looked at Chuju, dumbfounded. Was she going to cry? No, I can't do anything about a girl's tears, not to mention the tears of a girl I like. Anyone who knows an Ajiku would know that for this competitive girl, making her cry is harder than making the boys in the academy wear skirts. Wu Yin, on the other hand, has only known an Ajiku for less than a month, and he almost made her cry twice. If he really made Hinajika cry, then it would be a huge sin. Carefully looking at Chuju, Wu Yin said weakly, Chuju, I'm scared. Chuju suddenly said, interrupting Wu Yan's words. Wu Yin couldn't help but be stunned. Wiping her eyes, Chuju raised her head again, looking at Wu Yin, and said softly, I'm scared. I'm really scared. I'm scared that once you go there, you won't come back. So I'm scared, really scared. As she spoke, Chuju's eyes started to moisten. So I want to follow you. At least I can stay by your side and help you. Faced with Chuju's words, Wu Yin was silent. He had completely forgotten that he could face danger calmly. But would Chuju be able to calmly watch him face danger? For someone like him who was planning to take the risk, the person he was most worried about was none other than Gue Chuju in front of him. As for Wu Yin, who planned to use the barrier as a training ground, how could he understand Chuju's worries? Lowering his head, Wu Yin laughed self-deprecatingly. That's right. I didn't think about your feelings when I agreed to someone else's request. I'm really bad. Chuju suddenly swayed directly into Wu Yan's arms, startling Wu Yin. In a fluster, he hugged Chuju's waist. His face was completely dazed. The guild leader threw herself into his arms? Wu Yan's mind was filled with such thoughts. This is completely out of his expectations, this kind of super development. Chuju was extremely embarrassed that she did such a thing. She didn't think about it at all. Her body moved on its own. By the time Chuju reacted, she heard Wu Yan's heartbeat. Eyes closed, face red, Chuju's body trembled slightly. But since she had already done it, Chuju had no choice but to go all out. I don't know why you would take the risk for that, Crystal, but you have your reasons. I have mine too. Let me go, please. Smelling the fragrance of Chuju's hair, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Don't you blame me? For a crystal, I took the risk. Shaking her head, Chuju laughed and said, Didn't you say that one day you will tell me about your matter? This is our agreement, so I believe that you must have your own reasons. Hearing Chuju's words, Wu Yan couldn't help but tighten his arms, letting Chuju closer to his body. His heart was full of emotions. Wu Yan was an otaku. Wu Yan liked 2D beauties. There was no reason. This was a feeling that only an otaku would understand. And when the person you like treats you like this and trusts you, what kind of feeling is that? Wu Yan didn't know what other people's feelings were, but Wu Yan himself knew what kind of feelings he should have. I want to tell her, my feelings, Chuju, I like you, I like you, I like you very much, very much. When she heard Wu Yan's loving voice, Hinajika's body couldn't help but tremble. She bit her lips to stop herself from expressing her emotions. However, the emotions that she didn't have an outlet to express rushed to her eyes, and tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. Wu Yan, who was originally very afraid of girls crying, at this moment smiled at Chuju's tears because he knew that the meaning of these tears was different. Raising her hand, Hinajiko hugged Wu Yan's neck and buried her head deep into his chest. She expressed her feelings without saying a word. Tears flowed down her cheeks, but she had a beautiful smile on her face that tugged at one's heartstrings. Reaching out to wipe Chuju's face, Wu Yan wiped the tears on her face and said to Chuju, Do you know? Actually, I'm not from this world. Chuju couldn't help but raise her head, looking at Wu Yan. She didn't speak, but her eyes were full of doubts. I'm from another world, Earth. It's not the same as this world. There are no demons, ghosts, or spiritualists. It's just a very ordinary world. 4 months ago, I woke up one day and found myself in another world. In that world, there are powerful people and magical beasts, but I only have a system. Chun Shu's voice slowly sounded in the world where only the two of them were in. As Wu Yan's affairs were slowly revealed, Chuju's face constantly showed expressions of doubt, astonishment, and confusion. It was no wonder. Wu Yan's words were too shocking. Chuju's face showed all kinds of expressions, but there was no doubt. And Wu Yan, who saw everything, waited until he finished talking about his mission after coming to this world. Then he couldn't help but ask, This is a fantasy story. Don't you doubt it? In response to Wu Yan's doubts, Chuju opened her mouth, and her face couldn't help but blush. She said softly, Didn't you say that one day you'll tell me about your affairs? So, I've already mentally prepared myself. Besides, didn't you say that when you're hugging a girl, you won't say anything against your heart? Wu Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, and the emotions in his heart burst out. Wu Yan raised Chuju's face, and under her shocked expression, he suddenly kissed her. Wu! Chuju's eyes widened, and her body stiffened. She didn't react at all. Everything happened too suddenly. If she said that she was mentally prepared for Wu Yan's matter, then Chuju wasn't mentally prepared for her first kiss at all. By the time she reacted, Wu Yan's tongue had already broken into her mouth, entangling with her own. Chuju's eyes couldn't help but widen a few more times. Under Wu Yan's attack, Chuju's body began to relax, and finally fell into Wu Yan's arms. Her eyes were open, and she felt the sensation on her tongue. Was it a second? Was it a minute? Or an hour? Time was completely forgotten by the two who were immersed in love. When Wu Yan left Chuju's lips, Chuju was still in a daze. Her first kiss was gone just like that. Wu Yan licked his lips and laughed. It's really sweet. Wu Yan's voice woke Chuju up from her daze. Seeing Wu Yan smirk, Chuju finally realized what she had done. Chuju's face quickly turned red, and her watery eyes were filled with disbelief. Her mouth slowly opened, and Chuju screamed. She pushed Wu Yin away and raised a trembling finger, pointing at him. Yi, what did I do? Wu Yin looked at Chuju with amusement. He was very interested in Chuju's behavior. You, how could you? How could you? Chuju had a lot of words to say, but in the end, she only said this sentence. Why can I do this? You without my consent. Seeing Wu Yan's shameless face, Chuju's heart went crazy. Huh? You didn't? Wu Yin pretended to be confused and tilted his head and said with a smile, I remember there was. Someone said that when I fulfill my promise, someone would fulfill the conditions owed to me, right? I've already told you everything just now, so it's only natural for you to return what you owe me, right? Although that's what he said, Wu Yin complained in his heart. I told you everything except that you're an anime girl. Wu Yin didn't have the guts to tell Hanajiku that she's just a character from an anime in my world. Otherwise, who knows what the Tsundere Kaishu-sama would do? Hearing Wu Yan's explanation, Chuju sullenly closed her mouth. Thinking of the kiss just now, Chuju's heart was filled with shyness. She was so shy that she didn't dare to face Wu Yin again. So, the president closed his eyes, covered his face, lowered his head, lifted his feet, and immediately ran in the opposite direction. Touching his lips, Wu Yan's heart sighed. Things developed to this point. Wu Yin was a bit unable to react. After all, at that time, he was infected by Chuju's words. His heart was already filled with Chuju's figure, and he only thought of how to vent this feeling. When he realized what he did, he was already in a state where he stole Chuju's first kiss. So, Wu Yin could only use teasing to ease his violently beating heart. It was also his first time, although such a shameful thing was hidden by him. It's really easy to get shy. President, it seems like I have to train more in the future. With such a shameless thought, Wu Yin smiled evilly, and then he chased after the president. After all, that was the opposite direction. Chapter 31. The light gradually faded, and the girl slowly appeared before Wu Yan's eyes. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her expression was indescribably serene, as if she was a princess waiting for her prince to wake her up. She had shoulder-length brown hair, a heroic and beautiful face, and a petite figure. She was wearing the Tokuwadai summer school uniform that Wu Yin was very familiar with. Even though he had seen this figure countless times on the screen, Wu Yin still felt very excited. The feeling of seeing the real person and seeing it on the screen was naturally different. When the strong light completely dissipated, a dazzling silk thread suddenly shot out from the girl's heart. Before Wu Yin could react, it pierced through Wu Yan's skin and connected to Wu Yan's heart. Wu Yin looked at the light thread that pierced through his heart in horror. At the same time, two different heartbeats began to sound in Wu Yan's ears. The two heartbeats fought to beat each other, and as time passed, the heartbeats began to get closer and closer, until a certain moment, when the two heartbeats became exactly the same frequency, the sound dissipated. The light thread that connected the two hearts also broke off from their bodies and then began to distort. In Wu Yan's eyes, the light thread turned towards the center and gathered together to form a small light bead that was the size of a glass bead. The small light bead mischievously jumped up and down in Wu Yan's room. After it circled the room once, it suddenly trembled and quickly entered Wu Yan's body, fusing with him. Wu Yan's face was a little strange. He touched his body, and it didn't seem like there were any changes. However, Wu Yin could feel that there was an additional feeling in his body. It was like adding a little more water to a half-filled cup. Was this the life fusion that the system mentioned? Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. As he groped his body, he turned his gaze to the girl in front of him. The young girl's pretty face began to move. Her eyelids trembled as if she had just woken up. Her eyes, which were the same color as her hair, were filled with confusion as she opened them. The girl blinked a few times, tilted her head, and looked around. Then, her gaze landed on the only survivor on the scene. The two of them instantly looked at each other, and just like that, they were in a deadlock. The girl's direct gaze made Wu Yin feel a little uncomfortable. Even if it was a normal girl staring at him, he would still feel a little embarrassed, let alone the fact that she was a 2D character that he liked very much. Even if Wu Yan's skin had been trained to be quite thick, he would still feel a little embarrassed. Misaka Makoto's eyes darted up and down Wu Yan's body as if she was trying to familiarize herself with him. Just as Wu Yan was about to speak, Misaka Makoto suddenly spoke. "Are you my master?" Instantly, a huge sense of dissonance surged into Wu Yan's heart. Wu Yan's face was filled with astonishment. Wu Yan raised his finger and pointed at his own nose. "The master you're talking about. Are you talking about me?" Misaka Makoto's small face made her look like an old-fashioned official. She nodded at Wu Yan and said, "Yes, it seems like you're my master." "Wait." Wu Yan immediately raised his hand to stop her. He looked at Misaka Makoto sternly. "Are you sure you're Misaka Makoto and not some heroic spirit, familiar or whatever?" "I'm Misaka Makoto." Misaka Makoto raised her voice a little. Although she didn't know what a heroic spirit familiar was, she was still her. Being treated as something else made this girl, who had a bad temper, a little unhappy. "All right, then please tell me, why do you call me master?" This was the most puzzling question Wu Yan had. Misaka Makoto was taken aback. She scratched her face awkwardly. Shouldn't the summoned person address the person who summoned them that way? "Who told you that?" Wu Yan rolled his eyes. He finally figured out what's going on. Sis Cannon didn't know what she was supposed to say. Under Wu Yan's glare, Misaka Makoto's face started to blush. She shouted angrily, "Yurusai, Yurusai, Yurusai." All right, now Sis Cannon had changed from a heroic spirit to silly Shauna. Well, although the way she appeared was a little different, it should be Sis Cannon. With a slight smile, Wu Yan shook his head and waved his hand. "Hello, my name is Wu Yan. You can call me Yan. I know your name." Under Wu Yan's surprised gaze, Misaka Makoto crossed her arms in front of her chest. She glanced at Wu Yan's room from time to time, as if she was curious about everything. Wu Yan, on the other hand, didn't know how to react to Misaka Makoto's words. "Know me? How do you know me?" "I knew when you summoned me." Misaka Makoto's lips curled into a smile. "When I woke up, my brain was invaded by a memory. Everything about you is in that memory, including your name. Everything about me." Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore. "Everything? How much is everything? Don't tell me he even knows about the fact that I'm trying to woo 2D girls in Hinajuku? Oh no, oh no. If that's the case, with Sis Cannon's personality, it's hopeless to woo her." Really everything?" With a hopeful gaze, Wu Yan stared straight at Misaka Makoto. His stare made her scalp tingle. This Wu Yan is a little strange. That was Misaka Makoto's first impression of Wu Yan. However, Misaka Makoto came to a realization. Everyone has their own privacy. If a stranger found out that she liked Guda for no reason, she wouldn't be happy either. Of course, if Sis Cannon knew that Wu Yan was thinking about how to woo her, she would be so angry that her face would turn green and she would give him a shot with her super electromagnetic gun. Not everything. It's just about transmigration, the system, summoning, and basic information about you. Misaka Makoto smiled. Wu Yan could feel that Misaka Makoto's tone was more of a consolation than an explanation. It was as if she was teasing a child. However, Wu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. "Good. As long as it's not everything. It'll be easy." Looking at Misaka Makoto, who was fiddling with her bangs, Wu Yan hesitated for a while before saying softly, "So, you know that if I die, you'll die too, right?" Misaka Makoto nodded, but Wu Yan frowned. "Don't you feel uncomfortable? Like your life is in someone else's hands?" Misaka Makoto stopped fiddling with her bangs and looked at Wu Yan as if nothing had happened. It was as if she could see through his heart. Wu Yan, on the other hand, did not say anything. Instead, he looked straight at Misaka Makoto. Misaka Makoto suddenly laughed. Her slightly steady voice started to spread. "To be honest, if my life is in someone else's hands, I should feel uncomfortable. However, I don't know why, but I don't feel that way at all. Instead, I feel very close to you." "No, that's not right either. It's that, as she spoke, Misaka Makoto looked around in embarrassment. The more she spoke, the more flustered she became. In the end, she did not know what to say. She paced back and forth, not knowing what to say. Wu Yin, who felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy, suddenly felt embarrassed. How should he put it? What Sis Cannon meant was that she felt close to him, but felt that it was too ambiguous to say that. That's why she ended up like this. Seeing Wu Yan's embarrassed expression, Misaka Makoto stomped her feet and shouted, I just feel that it's pitiful that you've transmigrated to an unknown world and have to fight nonstop. That's why I decided to help you. Yes, that's it. It's here. Sis Cannon's Tsundere. The real-life version of Sis Cannon was acting Tsundere in front of him. Wu Yan's gloominess disappeared without a trace. A smile appeared on his face, and it grew bigger with Misaka Makoto's movements. Wu Yan extended his hand and placed it in front of Misaka Makoto. He ignored Misaka Makoto, who was stunned by his actions, and smiled. From now on, I'll call you Makoto. Makoto looked at Wu Yan's extended hand and glanced at Wu Yan's smiling face. She turned her head away and placed her hand in Wu Yan's. Don't misunderstand. I'm just doing this for myself. If you die, I'll die too, so I understand. Wu Yan praised in his heart as he squeezed Makoto's fair hand. For you, I'll try my best to live on. It's good that you understand. Makoto quickly pulled her hand out and turned around. This guy who summoned me isn't too bad. He regretfully retracted his empty hand, but a smile hung on his face. He was worried that Makoto would be controlled by the system and obey his orders, but it seems like Misaka Makoto is still Misaka Makoto. Due to the fusion of life and death, Makoto had a preliminary acknowledgement of him. This was also the reason why Makoto said that she felt close to Wu Yan. After all, her life depended on him. However, it was only a feeling of closeness. It was impossible for him to be worried that Misaka Makoto would be controlled by the system and forcefully increase her affinity with him. After coming to this conclusion, Wu Yan felt relieved. If the 2D character he liked had feelings for him due to external factors, no matter what, he wouldn't feel good about it. Luckily, the reality is that Sis Cannon is still Sis Cannon. Just as Wu Yan was thinking about how to improve his relationship with Sis Cannon, someone knocked on the door. Yan, are you there? It's Chuju. Wasn't this girl hiding in her room to be shy? Coming. Wu Yan glanced at Makoto, who was also looking towards the door. He gestured for her to wait before opening the door. Wu Yan's face appeared in front of Chuju. Chuju blushed slightly, but she forced herself to remain calm. I think I heard you talking to someone. Is it a guest? Chuju poked her head into Wu Yan's room. When she saw Makoto standing in the room, Chuju's face darkened. Who is she? With a bright smile, Wu Yan quickly pulled Chuju into the room. She's called Makoto. She's a companion I summoned using the system I told you about before. She'll be coming with us to find the Jade of Heaven. You two should get to know each other. After Wu Yan finished speaking, the room was silent. Chuju's eyes were filled with hostility. It seems that Makoto's cute appearance made her feel threatened. Makoto's eyes were filled with confusion. She didn't understand why the person in front of her was looking at her like that. Looking at the two of them staring at each other, Wu Yan's heart started to beat faster. This won't suddenly start a fight. Suddenly, Chuju's and Makoto's eyes lit up at the same time. Then, they smiled at the same time. Chuju waved her hand in a friendly manner. Hello, I'm Katsura Hinajiku. Just call me Hinajiku. Makoto also had a smile on her face. Hello, I'm Misaka Makoto. You're Chuju, right? You can also call me Makoto. The two of them shook hands like sisters. In their eyes, there was also appreciation for each other. This sudden change stunned Wu Yan. When he noticed that they would occasionally glance at each other's breasts, Wu Yan felt awkward again. Chapter 32. It was the same as Wu Yan's original plan, but also different. Similarly, the two sisters got along very well. After the introductions, Wu Yan was tossed aside, and the two of them occupied Wu Yan's bed to chat. When it was time to sleep, they even laid down in the same room. From an outsider's point of view, they are closer than real sisters, but from Wu Yan's point of view, they're more like Yuri girls. What's different is that the reason why the two can get along so well isn't the same as what Wu Yin initially thought. It's not because they have the same cuteness, but because they have the same body type. This made Wu Yin curse in his heart. Summoning Mikoto cost him 70,000 summoning points. Wu Yin only had 11,000 summoning points left. It wasn't that he didn't have cheap girls, but Wu Yin had already decided on his next summon, so now was the time to save up. Of course, the 70,000 summoning points weren't spent for nothing. At first, Wu Yin didn't pay attention to Sis Cannon's level, but when he did character, Misaka Mikoto ability, Electromancer, LV, 5, Strength, C Endurance, C Agility, B Spirit, A Equipment, None level, 68 after Wu Yin summoned Mikoto, Wu Yan's status appeared under Wu Yan's status in the system. When he saw the level of Mikoto's character status, he stayed in his clicking position for a while. Level 68. Tier 7. No wonder she was one of the top espers in a world full of magic and superpowers. Even though she wasn't the strongest esper in the Forbidden World, as the third strongest esper in the Forbidden World, Mikoto's strength was second only to the strongest esper in the Forbidden World. The highest level Wu Yin had seen before was only level 60, which was Fei Fei's level. Now, it was Mikoto's turn. With Mikoto, Wu Yin didn't know if he could find the jade of the Heavenly Palace on this trip, but he was sure it would be safe. In a faraway area in the south, there was a cliff. No one knew how high the cliff was, and no one had ever tried it on themselves. This place was desolate and uninhabited. Usually, no one would want to come here, but today a helicopter suddenly flew over from the top of the cliff. The helicopter flew straight down the cliff, bringing along a violent whistling sound. About 2 or 3 minutes later, it landed on an inconspicuous protruding rock and stopped at the edge of the cliff. As the helicopter's engine stopped, the helicopter's door was opened by a hand. Then, 5 people came out, 1 male, 3 females, and a driver. The Heron Palace's ceiling barrier wasn't actually in the Heron Palace. Instead, it was on the edge of a cliff. In order to prevent people from entering and leaving the location of the ceiling barrier and accidentally touching the barrier and causing irreversible consequences, the Heron Palace had spent a large amount of resources and manpower to open the barrier on the edge of the cliff. Ever since that unlucky Heron Palace's house master met with an accident, this place was completely forbidden. Because it was a cliff, no one would come here. So, no one had come here for at least 100 years. No one had even come to the top of the cliff, let alone come to this protruding rock on the edge of the cliff. Is this the entrance to the ceiling barrier? Raising his head, Wu Yin looked inside the rocky outcropping. There was a huge hole there. The hole flickered with a fluorescent light that couldn't be seen if one didn't get close. Yes, there's a barrier set up by our Heron Palace's ancestors in the hole and on the hole. All of the captured monsters will be thrown into the hole and locked up. I Cheng's mother answered casually on the side, then continued to look at Mikoto. How could I Cheng's mother not be interested when such a little girl suddenly appeared and wanted to follow Wu Yin into the barrier to find the jade of the Heavenly Palace? Moreover, it was impossible for Wu Yin to not know how dangerous it was inside, yet he didn't object. I Cheng's mother didn't believe that Wu Yin would let a little girl go in and throw away her life. Then, there was only one explanation. This little girl had a bit of strength. I wonder who is more outstanding between I Cheng and me. There was a little girl about the same age as her daughter who also had a bit of mysterious power. I Cheng's mother couldn't help but compare Mikoto to I Cheng. However, what she didn't know was that I Cheng couldn't be compared to Mikoto. After all, the two came from different worlds. In terms of talent, one was born with spiritual power that could rival a veteran spirit master, while the other was an LV5 Esper. The difference in talent could be said to be not that big. It's just that different worlds would cause them to develop in different ways. Butler Whirlwind is a world with very few mysteries, while the Magic Forbidden world has magic, superpowers, angels, and saints. Among the worlds that Wu Yin knows of, this world's mysteries are at the top. Butler Whirlwind's world is not something that can be compared to it. Mystery couldn't be compared in front of a higher-level mystery. Mikoto, who grew up in a higher-level mystery world, was naturally much stronger than Yicheng, who grew up in a lower-level mystery world. At this time, Wu Yin was staring at the cave in front of him. Other than the faint flickering light, it was no different from any other cave. However, the constant warning from the system almost made Wu Yin faint. One must know that the system's warning only sounded when there was a less than 10% chance of winning a battle. Just like when Wu Yin had just transmigrated, when he fought a LV0 wind snake. Wu Yin had heard this warning the most when he was in the Behemoth Forest. With it, Wu Yin had avoided countless dangers that he couldn't win. And now, the system's warning sounded again. This time, it sounded no less than 10 times. In other words, there were at least 10 Wu Yans in this cave that had a less than 10% chance of winning against demons and ghosts. The tragedy was that Wu Yin couldn't avoid it. Instead, he had to charge in. Of course, if Makoto was to act, there shouldn't be a problem. The only problem was whether or not Wu Yin would let Wu Yin turn around. Then, Madam of the Heron Palace, will go in first. Yicheng's mother stopped looking at Makoto. She took out a tattered talisman and handed it to Wu Yin. Be careful. The food we brought is only enough to last us a week. If you don't come out in a week, then you don't have to wait for us. Wu Yin said with a smile. He took the talisman from Yicheng's mother and flipped it over. He held it in his hand and looked at Makoto. Makoto, are you ready? That. Makoto pushed away a certain object that fell on her body and helplessly shook her head. You might have to wait a little longer. I told you didn't have to come, but you insisted on coming. Wu Yin looked at the object and said to Wu Yin. Maybe Makoto's actions woke him up, or maybe Wu Yan's words woke him up. He tried his best to straighten his body, but his face is still ashen. His lips have turned completely white, and his eyes are rolling around in a way that would make anyone feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. I said, I'll come, don't even think about leaving me behind. Shuju tried to move her lips, but she couldn't. She could only give up. One of her hands was still on Makoto's body. She used all her strength to support herself. You know you have acrophobia, but you still forced yourself to come. Aren't you just looking for trouble? Shuju didn't look like she wanted to give up. Wu Yin could only smile bitterly. Who doesn't know that Kaishasuma has acrophobia? Aha! It's nothing. Big deal, let's go. Shuju's eyelids were about to close, but she still said to Wu Yin intermittently. Seems like it's impossible for her to give up. Yicheng's mother turned a blind eye to Chuju's acrophobia. More accurately, she found it amusing to see Chuju's unlucky face. She just smiled at her. All right, let's go. Hinajiku stuttered as she supported Makoto to prevent herself from collapsing to the ground. After all, they're on a high ground, and below them is a cliff. Sighing, Wu Yin raised his hand that was holding the talisman at the entrance of the cave. The fluorescent light at the entrance started getting brighter and brighter. The talisman in Wu Yan's hand started rippling with visible ripples. When the ripples met with the fluorescent light, the ripples from the talisman pierced a hole in the fluorescent light. When the hole was big enough for one person to pass through, the ripples from the talisman stopped. Wu Yin couldn't help but smile at this. He put the talisman in his space ring and said to Makoto, Let's go, Makoto. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Chuju. I can do it. The weak voice was ignored by the two. They waved at Yicheng's mother, and the two entered the cave together with the limp thing. Be careful. Yicheng's mother couldn't help but shout. What she got in return was a swinging arm. After the three entered the cave, the fluorescent light at the cave entrance slowly closed. The light dimmed, and the cave returned to its original state. The cave entrance was huge, but the inside was even bigger. Wu Yan's group was currently walking in a huge tunnel. The deeper they went, the wider the tunnel became. At the end, the walls on both sides of Wu Yan's group were already 50 meters away from them. As the tunnel got wider and wider, there were no other sounds besides their footsteps. Makoto couldn't help but ask, Didn't you say there were a lot of demons and ghosts? Why aren't there any? Turning his head, Wu Yin saw Makoto's calm face. However, Wu Yin wasn't looking at her face, but the sweat that was quietly flowing down her forehead. Wu Yin was also puzzled. After all, According to Yicheng's mother, there should be a lot of powerful demons and ghosts here. Wu Yan's group had been walking for almost 10 minutes, let alone demons. They didn't even see a ghost. However, this didn't affect Wu Yan's mood to tease the girl. Curling his lips, Wu Yan looked at Makoto, who was pretending to be calm, and directly said, "If you're scared, just tell me. Makoto, I won't laugh at you." Makoto stopped and looked at Wu Yan fiercely. She bit her lips. I'm not scared. If something comes out, it's good. I'll definitely electrocute it into charcoal." As if to prove her words, sparks of electricity flashed on Makoto's forehead. Blue arcs of electricity appeared around her body, adding light to the dark cave. Unfortunately, Makoto forgot that she wasn't the only one on her body. Chuju, who was lying on Makoto's body, was electrocuted. Chuju, who was originally lifeless, jumped up from the shock. So sorry, Chuju. Are you okay?" Chuju chuckled and gasped for breath. "I'm fine. Actually, I'm a lot better. After being electrocuted by you, Makoto laughed dryly. The speechless Wu Yan could only choose to pretend he didn't see anything and continued walking. Makoto and Chuju quickly followed. The two of them tacitly held each other's hands. All right, Kaisha-sama is also very afraid of demons and ghosts. Chapter 33. When Wu Yan, Makoto, and Chuju first entered the cave, it was completely dark. They could only see each other. However, as Wu Yan and the other two went deeper into the cave, it became brighter and brighter. Even though it was still not as bright as day, at least the three of them could see things effortlessly. Looking around, Wu Yan didn't see anything that could shine. In a world without any mysteries, this strange situation could only be blamed on the ghosts. But in this place, it could only be blamed on the demons and ghosts. The two girls who were usually so bold were now cowering behind Wu Yan. Even the level 68 cis cannon looked scared. Only when Wu Yan turned around did she quickly straighten her face. She didn't know that all her actions were seen by Wu Yan. So, even if she was strong, a little girl was still a little girl. Walking in the quiet tunnel, the three of them didn't speak. There were many demons in this cave. Even if they didn't do anything, it was better to avoid alerting the enemy. When they entered the cave, Wu Yan took out his Kusanagi sword. He wasn't confident that he would have the time to retrieve his sword under the attacks of the demons. At this time, Wu Yan activated the detection function of the system. As long as something appeared in front of him, even if it was invisible, the detection function would be able to find it. "Hey Yan, do you think the monsters here are all dead? After all, it's been so long," Chuju said to Wu Yan. Perhaps she couldn't stand the atmosphere. "That's impossible," Wu Yan said with certainty. "Although I don't know if these demons and ghosts are immortal like the legends say, their lifespan is definitely much longer than us humans. Even if we die, they might still be alive. Plus, Madame Heron said that there are many demons here. If that's the case, there must be females as well. Then, they can reproduce. If that's the case, why haven't we seen any demons or ghosts?" Although Makoto was summoned for less than a day, the system had already passed on some necessary knowledge to her. Compared to the unbelievable system, demons and ghosts weren't something she couldn't accept. However, as a 14-year-old girl, accepting demons and ghosts didn't mean she wasn't afraid. Well, although Sis Cannon always acted fearless in front of Wu Yan, she wouldn't be called Sundara Cannon if she wasn't Sundara. That's what I thought too, up until just now. Wu Yan stopped in his tracks. Makoto and Hinajika couldn't help but be surprised. They looked around vigilantly with fear in their eyes. What's wrong, Yan?" Chuju gulped and asked nervously. Wu Yan turned around with a puzzled look on his face. "Wait." Wu Yan waved his hand and looked left and right. He frowned and lowered his head. Phew! Just as Wu Yan lowered his head, a light breeze blew in from nowhere and gently caressed the trio. It lifted Wu Yan's hair and lifted Chuju's and Makoto's skirts. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Makoto were facing each other. Wu Yan's head was also lowered, so when the wind lifted Chuju and Makoto's skirts, Wu Yan's eyes were on them. Two pairs of safety pants, one white and one black, appeared in front of Wu Yan's eyes. Wu Yan's eyes widened as he kept his head down. Looking at the two pairs of safety pants in front of him, Wu Yan's face was full of shock. Although they were usually very tomboyish, they were still girls. When their skirts were blown up, no girl wouldn't feel embarrassed. The two of them exclaimed at the same time and pressed down on their skirts. Then, they looked at Wu Yan with reddened faces. You didn't see it right, Yin. A crystal sword appeared in Chuju's hand. Chuju looked at Wu Yan with an unfriendly gaze. As long as Wu Yan shamelessly said that he saw it, Chuju would cut him in half. After all, she had seen Wu Yan's shamelessness more than once. For example, last time when she was seen naked. Feeling Chuju's gaze, Wu Yan's head shook like a rattle drum. Beep, beep, beep. A burst of electric sparks sounded. A blue light flashed, making Wu Yan's shaking motion freeze. Like a robot, he turned his head to the other side. Don't tell me you purposely stopped because of something like this. Mikoto lowered her head. Her forehead flashed with electric sparks. Her voice was so cold that it almost froze Wu Yan. No wonder Mikoto thought that way. After all, the angle and timing of Wu Yan's head was too perfect. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this point. This is just an accident. It really was an accident. The heavens pity him. This time, Wu Yan really spoke the truth. Looking at the two girls who were like kegs of gunpowder, Wu Yan's heart was full of tears. Mikoto was fine. Even though she was wearing safety pants, she didn't spread it around. But what's going on with Chuju? In the original work, when they first met Seo Ayasaki, didn't Chuju take the initiative to take off her skirt to prove that she was wearing safety pants? Why is it that if it's me, I can't even look at safety pants? This doesn't make sense. Don't try to guess a girl's thoughts. Looking at Mikoto and Hinajiku's increasingly unfriendly faces, he quickly raised his hand to stop them from flipping out. He then said in a grief-stricken voice, "Wait, please listen to my last words. What else do you have to say?" The two girls said in unison, "If I say I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me?" Looking at Chuju and Mikoto with a bitter smile, Wu Yan gave his final explanation. "Then tell me, why did you stop?" Chuju stopped Mikoto, who was about to electrocute Wu Yan, and said to Wu Yan in a bad mood. Looking at Chuju with gratitude, Wu Yan only got a cold humph. Wu Yan coughed and quickly became serious. "The reason I stopped is because I found out that we've already been here before." The two girls were stunned. Even Chuju, who didn't expect Wu Yan to give an explanation, was the same. She thought that Wu Yan really wanted to see the scenery under their skirt, so he purposely acted mysterious. She didn't expect Wu Yan to say this. It can be seen that Wu Yan has a very good impression in Kaisha-sama's mind. This place? Chuju turned her head and looked around. "We've been here before?" Mikoto also stopped using her powers and looked around. She then exchanged a look with Hinajiku. Both of them had the same blank look in their eyes. Wu Yan shook his head. It's no wonder they couldn't find out. Other than the rock walls and rocks, there's nothing else. Things that can be used as a reference are very few, and things that can attract people's attention are even rarer. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's perfect memory ability, he probably wouldn't have found out either. Have we really been here before? I didn't notice anything. Mikoto twisted her face and looked at Wu Yan. But Wu Yan didn't answer Mikoto. Instead, he turned to Chuju. "Chuju, did you forget my memory? It's impossible for me to remember wrongly." Seeing Mikoto's confused expression, Chuju nodded. "Yes, Yin won't remember wrongly. His memory is exceptionally good. He can remember everything he saw once. Since he said we've been here before, it must be true. You saw it once, and you remembered it." Mikoto looked at Wu Yan in surprise. That's already in the category of ability, right? As expected of Cis Canon, LV5 doesn't make you stupid. She instantly saw through Wu Yan's perfect memory ability. "So you're saying we're lost?" Chuju said with uncertainty. "You can't say we're lost." Wu Yan raised his hand to refute. "You should say we're in a maze." "Maze?" The two girls looked at Wu Yan in surprise. "Yes." Wu Yan walked to the wall and patted it. "Have you forgotten? Ever since we entered this cave, we've been walking on the same path. There's no fork in the road. How could we be lost?" "So you're saying Chuju said in a low voice. We've been walking in circles. Makoto saw through the situation. Yes. Wuyan opened his system list. I think this is a tunnel with very little distortion. The tunnel isn't a circle. Ever since we came in, we've been walking around it. Because the distortion is very small and the tunnel is very big, we didn't notice anything. Is that so? Chuju lowered her head and pondered. Of course. Otherwise, do you really think I stopped because I wanted to look at 2 pairs of safety pants that have nothing to look at? Of course. Wu Yin swallowed the last sentence back into his stomach. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to fight for his life. He might as well just die. Then what do we do now? Turn around and go back? Makoto asked, although she's quite smart, but at this time, the man should make the decision. No, Wu Yin shook his head. Even if we turn around, we probably won't be able to get out. Chuju and Makoto looked at Wu Yin. Why? Wu Yin smiled bitterly. Do you even need to say it? After we entered the cave, we circled around it. However, after circling around it, did you see the entrance of the cave when we came in? Makoto and Chuju froze. That's right, after walking around, we should be able to see the exit. Could it be? Chuju shrunk her head. Is this the legendary ghost wall? It can't be. Makoto, who was still frowning and pondering, suddenly didn't know what to do after hearing Chuju's words. She laughed dryly. Rolling his eyes at the 2 girls who were still scaring him, Wuyan deeply felt that if he wanted to rely on the 2 of them, he would really have to go around the ghost wall for the rest of his life. Seeing Wu Yin shaking his hands, Chuju asked, Yin, what are you doing? Have you thought of a way? Compared to Chuju, Makoto curiously stretched her head and leaned in front of Wu Yin. Oh, this is the system? Wu Yin paused and looked at Makoto in surprise. He pointed at the system list. Can you see the system list? Makoto nodded. I can see it. It's right in front of you. System? That's the system you were talking about? Why can't I see anything? Chuju kept looking left and right, but still couldn't see anything. Wu Yin tapped his chin. Looks like as my summon, you can also see the system. Then Makoto, can you use the system? No. Makoto answered without hesitation. Although it's very cool and interesting, but I can't use the system. I can only see it. Why can you all see it, but I can't? Chuju was dissatisfied. Wu Yin and Makoto's actions gave her the feeling of 2 people's secret, and the subject wasn't her. This made her very unhappy. How is it? Do you have a way? Seeing Wu Yin fiddling with the system, Makoto asked. Wu Yin chuckled. He flipped his hand, and a compass appeared in his hand. Chapter 34. What is this? It's a double-sided needle that's no different from a compass. But if it's something exchanged from the mysterious system, it shouldn't be anything ordinary. At least, that's what Chuju thinks. Could this compass help us find the exit? Makoto pointed at the compass in Wu Yan's hand and said with a smile. Even though she knows about the system and can see the list, but she doesn't know anything about the system. If it wasn't for the fact that it's in Wu Yan's hand, she might even have the mood to look at it. Shaking the compass in his hand, Wu Yan looked at Makoto, speechlessly. Are you sure you're not mistaken? We're going in, not out. Makoto flinched and awkwardly scratched her head. Then what's the use of it? Is it just to find the exit? You guessed right. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. He raised the compass and said, This is a special compass. Normal compasses can only point south, but this compass can guide the user in the direction of concepts, such as enter. So mystical. Hinagiko looked at the compass with interest. She's heard Wu Yan talk about the mystical things in the system, but this is the first time she's seen it in action. Other than the summoning, she's never seen with her own eyes. Let's give it a try. Makoto was also curious. Even though there are many strange things in Academy City, but in that world full of science and technology, everything can be explained by science. She's never seen an item that uses concepts as its driving force. As a 14-year-old girl, it's normal for her to be curious about new things. This means that she's still at the age where she likes to play. I'm already using it. As soon as he said that, the compass in Wu Yan's hand floated up into the air. It gurgled and spun twice before shooting in a certain direction. Hinajiku and Mikoto were stunned as they looked at the compass that was shot out in surprise. This compass can lead the way automatically? Chuju pointed in the direction where the compass flew, her mouth wide open. Shouldn't the so-called compass only have a finger? How could Hinajiku, who was still living in a normal world a month ago, not be surprised when she learned how to lead the way? Looks like it's going to be fun. Let's catch up. Mikoto excitedly clenched her fist and said. Then she took a step forward and ran away without waiting for Chuju and Wu Yan. Wait. Chuju quickly chased after them. Attracted by the novel items, the fear in the hearts of the two women had more or less disappeared. Wu Yan chased after them with a wry smile. For the sake of this fun, I spent 1,000 item points on it. In the passageway that wasn't too dark and had a bit of light, the three of them immediately started running, chasing after the compass that had been shot in front of them. The chaotic sound of their footsteps spread far and wide in the wide passageway, bringing about echoes of their footsteps. Until a certain moment, the compass flying in front of Wu Yan's group suddenly stopped and pointed in a certain direction. Wu Yan's group quickly stopped. Chuju looked at the walls and rocks around them and asked doubtfully, Is there a path here? I don't see anything. Is that compass okay? Makoto pointed at it. It seems to be pointing at a wall. Wu Yan nodded. He was a bit confused. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and looked at the wall that the compass was pointing at. His eyes flashed with a complicated light. Wall. Level 20. Wu Yan's face fell. A wall has a level? How is that possible? If a wall has a level, then Buddha's golden statue's level should be heaven-defying. The only explanation is that this isn't a wall, but a monster. Moreover, it's a monster called a wall. It looks like a wall and can block people. Isn't this a scam? Such a monster was standing there, yet they had not discovered it along the way. Why hadn't the system detected it just now? Actually, it wasn't Wu Yan's fault. The main thing was that Wu Yan didn't pay attention to the wall. He didn't have the habit of looking at the wall. The system's detection function only detects things within sight. Naturally, it didn't detect anything. What's wrong? Mikoto immediately asked when she saw Wu Yan's expression change. Pointing at the monster called a wall, Wu Yan weakly said, That should be the entrance. Chuju frowned. Where's the entrance? That's clearly a wall. Wu Yan sighed and waved his hand. That is indeed the entrance. It's just that the monster is blocking it. Monster? Chuju's body trembled and nervously said, Monster, where is it? That's why. Rubbing his forehead, Wu Yan rolled his eyes. That wall is the monster that's blocking the way. Wall. The two girls were stunned. You're saying that the wall looks like a wall, but it's actually not a wall. It's a monster that looks like a wall? Makoto's mouth twitched. She felt that this was ridiculous. Everyone has heard of monsters, but this is the first time someone said that a wall is a monster. Looking at the two girls in disbelief, Wu Yan didn't say anything. He pulled out his Kusanagi sword and slashed at the wall. Logically speaking, if it was a normal wall, then with Wu Yan's strength, this slash should have shattered the wall into pieces. But now, there's a huge wound on the wall. A huge roar came from the wall. Rather than a roar, it's more like a cry of pain. The sound reverberated throughout the tunnel, causing a violent echo. Hinajiku and Mikoto looked at the wall in horror and screamed. The sudden sound, and such a loud one at that, really scared them out of their wits. The tunnel started to shake. Some stones fell from above. Wu Yan quickly retreated to Mikoto and Chuju's side and looked at the wall. The shaking slowly weakened until it stopped. The strange situation made Mikoto and Chuju nervous. They didn't say anything and just pulled on Wu Yan's clothes. Wu Yan was speechless. Although she's strong, and Mikoto is stronger than him, she's still young. Afraid of monsters, suddenly, the wall that Wu Yan slashed started to wriggle like a piece of pudding. Under the gaze of Wu Yan and the others, the wall broke away and slowly floated in front of Wu Yan and the others. The wriggling speed became more violent. Two huge rocks seemed to have been shaken off from the wall and fell to the ground, creating two more holes in the wall. A crack split open under the two holes, and a strange cry came out from the crack. It was clearly an eye and a mouth. Finally, a bit like a monster, Wu Yin said with a bit of relief. Compared to Wu Yan's relief, Mikoto and Chuju hugged each other tightly. They looked at the wall that turned into a human face with tears in their eyes. Roar, the wall roared, turned in the air, and slammed towards Wu Yin and the others. Get out of the way, Wu Yin yelled, and he quickly dodged to the side. Mikoto and Hinajika reacted quickly and dodged in a fluster. The wall brushed past Wu Yin and the others. It didn't slow down and slammed into the wall behind them. It shook its body twice, turned around, and continued to slam towards the three. Dodging the wall again, Wu Yin raised his longsword. Mikoto's body started to flash with electricity. It was normal for a girl to be afraid of a demon. But Mikoto was a level 68 ranker, and she was usually very tomboyish. So, after the initial fear, she was able to quickly adjust herself when she saw a real demon. The unknown is the scariest. Mikoto showed this very well. Hinajiku, on the other hand, still had a frightened look on her face. After all, she was most afraid of ghosts, and demons were also included in this category. Wu Yan's eyes were fixed on the wall. But Wu Yin kept an eye on Chuju so that he could support her at any time. It's not that Wu Yin didn't care about Mikoto. Mikoto's strength was many times stronger than his. He didn't need to worry about her. But Chuju was the weakest of the three. If something were to happen to her, Chuju wouldn't be able to revive. After all, she wasn't Wu Yan's summon. As expected, Chuju couldn't do anything about these supernatural items. Wu Yin sighed his heart. He raised his sword and rushed towards the wall. Since Chuju was afraid of these things, then it's better to get rid of her quickly. She's only level 20 anyway. The wall had used charge on Wu Yan's group and was dodged by Wu Yan's group. Right now, the wall was still in a charging position, preparing to ram into the wall like last time. But Wu Yan quickly rushed behind the wall and cut off a corner of the wall. Before the wall could cry out in pain, Wu Yan crouched down on the ground. A blue electric current flashed past Wu Yan's head and hit the wall, slamming it into the wall. It's not over yet. Mikoto waved her hands, and two similar electric currents shot out from her forehead. One after the other, they hit the wall, causing two huge explosions and a large amount of rubble to fly everywhere. Standing up and patting the dirt off his body, Wu Yan shook his head. Why didn't you just let me hack you to death? Great. Now you're being whipped by a violent girl. Is it dead? Chuju took 2 steps back and asked weakly. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He already said, don't come if you're afraid. Should be dead, Mikoto said casually as she brushed her bangs. It was as if the wall wasn't a monster, but a hooligan that she usually taught a lesson to. Looking at Mikoto, who brushed her bangs, Wu Yan ridiculed in his heart. I wonder who was the one who was scared to death just now. While Wu Yan was ridiculing, Mikoto was acting cool, and Chuju was feeling uneasy. An explosion sounded. Instantly, debris flew everywhere. The three of them were shocked. Wu Yan swung his sword and deflected the debris. Mikoto stood in place. Her body flashed with electric currents again. The moment the debris came into contact with her body, it turned into dust. As the debris was continuously deflected, the wall that had shrunk suddenly rushed out and crashed into Chuju. Wu Yan and Mikoto were shocked. They wanted to help Chuju, but who knew? Looking at the wall that was about to crash into her, the fear on Chuju's face became deeper and deeper. Just as she was about to be hit, the fear on her face suddenly collapsed. Don't come over, with a broken expression, Hinajiku smashed the wall to the ground with a single punch. With a clench of her fist, the crystal sword White Cherry appeared in her hand. She continued to smash the wall with all her might. Don't come over, don't come over, don't come over, don't come over, don't come over. Looking at the wall that was getting smaller and smaller under Chuju's relentless attacks, Wu Yan and Mikoto couldn't help but take a step back at the same time. The two of them looked at each other and laughed dryly. They had the same thought in their eyes. Chuju is someone that they definitely can't mess with. Chapter 35. Even if he didn't do it himself, Wu Yan is sure that the monster named Wall is also a wall, It's dead as can be. Under Chuju's merciless attacks, the monster's 3 to 4 meter tall body was already shattered into a pile of rocks. However, Chuju's attacks didn't stop. Chuju's eyes were tightly shut as she swung White Cherry around. She kept yelling and smashing the ground as if the ground had a grudge against her. Wu Yin and Mikoto have been watching Chuju's actions for nearly 5 minutes. They were originally a little afraid of Chuju going crazy, but now, that fear has completely turned into shame. Wu Yin felt that if this continued, even if Kaisha-sama didn't get tired, he and Mikoto would get tired of watching. So it's better to stop her. Chuju. Wu Yin had the most fake smile on his face. He pointed at the crater that appeared under Chuju's attacks. That piece of wall is already broken. Don't hit it anymore. Chuju stopped smashing the wall. Panting heavily, she looked at Wu Yin with a scared expression on her face. She stuttered. Broken. Broken. Is it dead? Looking at Chuju, who still hasn't recovered from her state, Wu Yin started to doubt whether bringing Chuju here was the right choice. This is only the first demon they encountered, and Hanajuku is already showing signs of going berserk. What's more, there's bound to be hordes and hordes of demons coming their way. When that happens, thinking of this, Wu Yin shuddered. It's already dead. So, Chuju, don't hit it anymore. It's clear that even LVL-5 and LVL-68 Mikoto is afraid of Kaisha-sama going berserk. Dead. Dead. Chuju slowly lowered her head and looked at the ground that she smashed. Other than a meter-wide crater, there was nothing left. The wall monster also died who knows where. Ha! Ha ha! It died just like that. There's nothing to be afraid of. Ha! Chuju breathed a sigh of relief. The white cherry blossom in her hand scattered. She panted a few times and put her hands on her waist. She laughed dryly. That smile was as fake as it could be. The two onlookers felt that it's best not to interrupt Chuju's performance. Wu Yin decided to ignore Chuju and walk to the hole that appeared when the wall broke away. Inside the hole was a much smaller passage. The passage didn't extend inwards, but downwards instead. It looked like a slide. The surface of the passage was very smooth. It seems that it's possible to slide down directly. This should be the correct passage. Mikoto walked to Wu Yan's side and looked at the slide-like passage. After seeing a monster, Mikoto's fear of monsters has completely disappeared. It should be, Wu Yan said with uncertainty. Since the concept compass is pointing here, then this should be the passage that leads deeper into the seal. Then should we go down? Mikoto asked. Next, it's going to be really dangerous. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword. Hesitation? Fear? Or excitement? Looking at the complicated emotions in Wu Yan's eyes, Mikoto couldn't help but say, Don't worry, I'm with you. Wu Yan turned to look at Mikoto. He stared at Mikoto until her face turned red and her eyes drifted away. Don't misunderstand. I'm only doing this for myself. Yes, for myself. If you die, I'll die too. Wu Yan laughed. His laughter made Mikoto's face redden even more. Before Mikoto could act like a tsundere again, Wu Yan said solemnly, Yes, thank you, Mikoto. Mikoto was stunned. She humphed and turned her head away without saying anything. Don't forget about me. I'll help too. The voice behind them made Wu Yan and Mikoto's body stiffen. Both of them giggled like idiots. Hanajuku walked over with a face full of dissatisfaction. There's even a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Even though she was out of line for a bit, she still saw the interaction between Wu Yan and Mikoto. However, she didn't glare at Mikoto. Instead, she glared at Wu Yan like she's looking at a big heartless rat. Scratching his face, Wu Yan smiled at Chuju. This made Chuju even more dissatisfied. Better to change the topic with that in mind. Wu Yan quickly turned back to look at the passage. Okay, let's go. Wu Yan jumped into the passage and slid down. Let's go down as well, Chuju. Mikoto said and slid down as well. Chuju stood at the entrance and watched the two leave. She looked around and saw that there was no one around. She quickly followed them. The passage wasn't very long. After a while, Wu Yan saw the exit of the slide. He slid down quickly. A sense of discomfort came over him. Wu Yan quickly adjusted his posture. He looked down and saw that he was in midair. The ground was at least 10 meters away from him. Wu Yin was shocked when he realized that he was in midair. He quickly adjusted his posture and stood firmly on the ground. A scream came from above. Wu Yin looked up and saw a creature named Misaka Mikoto falling down on his head. Her skirt fluttered and her safety pants were exposed. Wu Yin was stunned. He quickly reached out and caught her. "I'm gonna faint. How did you fall down? I thought you could use electromagnetic force to stick to the wall." Wu Yin was speechless as he looked at the girl in his arms. Being carried like a princess by Wu Yin, Mikoto's face couldn't help but redden. I didn't make it in time. She needs training. This is the consequence of not having any combat experience. Even though Mikoto was LV5, she hadn't fought a single real battle yet. Those fights weren't called battles. They were called sparring sessions. Was that why she couldn't maintain a good battle mentality and react in time under any circumstances? Wait, if Mikoto fell down, that means, Hinagika shrieked as well, startling the two who were having an affair. Wu Yin put Mikoto down and caught Hinajiku in the same way before opening his dead fish eyes. I really don't know if I'm suffering or enjoying. Helplessly putting down Chuju, who was still in a state of shock, Wu Yin picked up the Kusanagi sword he threw on the ground and looked at the two girls. "Come on, can you be a little more alert? If I didn't catch you, you'd probably fall to your death from a height of 10 meters. Under Wu Yan's helpless and teasing gaze, the two girls lowered their heads like defeated roosters. Then they raised their heads again and refuted loudly. "What? I just didn't react in time. Next time I'll definitely." "By Mikoto." Yeah, you just didn't react in time. How dare you teach us a lesson after taking advantage of us?" "By Chuju." "Too damned Sundara." Even though I like it, suddenly a strong wind blew, causing the three of them to be stunned. Wu Yin quickly reacted and hugged Chuju and dodged to the side with Mikoto. A shadow flashed past where they were standing and stopped. "What is that?" Mikoto exclaimed while Wu Yin was still hugging Chuju. Wu Yin quickly looked up and saw a werewolf monster standing there. Its green eyes were staring at them, and saliva was dripping from its mouth as if it was looking at a delicious meal. Big Wolf Demon. Level 30, Wu Yan's expression turned serious. Level 30, in the Heron Palace. Only Yi Chung can reach this level of strength. Now, a random wolf demon that came out of nowhere is already level 30. No wonder the Heron Palace's people died one after another when they came in. This is a werewolf? Lying in Wu Yan's arms, Chuju ignored her embarrassment and looked at the werewolf in shock. Demons are really strange. One moment it's a wall, the next it's a werewolf. Mikoto actually started complaining. "Come on, is this the time to complain? Well, although this wolf demon is nothing to you, it's just that you don't need to worry about it. Do you want to go, or should I?" Mikoto said to Wu Yin with an excited expression. For this competitive girl, being able to fight was indeed something to be excited about. At first, she was afraid of demons, so she didn't show this excitement. "Let me go. This wolf demon is not for you to fight." Putting down Chuju, Wu Yin raised his sword and pointed it at the wolf demon. Even though Mikoto could take care of the big wolf demon in a matter of seconds, and even if Mikoto did manage to take it down, he would still gain experience. But if he had a hand over a monster that he can handle himself to someone else, he doesn't think he's going to become a real strong person. Oh, whoa. At the same time that Wu Yin rushed towards the wolf demon also howled and rushed towards Wu Yin on all fours. Under Wu Yin's narrowed eyes, the wolf demon clawed down. In a hurry, Wu Yin raised his sword and blocked the wolf demon's claw attack. A huge force passed through the sword and sent Wu Yin flying. Wu Yin's body swayed and pressed his hand on the ground. Then with a push, he appeared in front of the wolf demon and stabbed his sword towards the wolf demon's eyeball. Ding! A hard feeling came. Wu Yan's sword stabbed the wolf demon's claw. Then, the wolf demon grabbed the sword in its hand. Wu Yan's face turned serious. With a twist of his hands, the sword spun rapidly. The friction between the sword and the wolf demon's claw created sparks. Ouch! The wolf demon cried out in pain and let go of Wu Yan's Kusanagi sword. Wu Yan held the sword in his hand again and kicked the wolf demon away. So strong. Yan, Chuju muttered as she watched the battle nervously. Not bad. If I have time, I must fight him once. If Wu Yan knew that he was targeted by the violent cis cannon, what kind of expression would he have? After being kicked away by Wu Yan, the big wolf's green eyes turned a bit red. It howled in a frenzy and left a trail of afterimages as it appeared in front of Wu Yan and swiped at him with its claws. Raising his sword to block, he clenched his teeth and managed to stop his body that was almost sent flying again. The wolf demon was strong and fast. If not for his slower reaction, he would have lost. The veins on his arm bulged, indicating that Wu Yan had used 120% of his strength. Although Wu Yan stopped himself from flying, he was still weaker than the wolf demon. Wu Yan's body was constantly pushed back, leaving 2 marks on the ground. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the sword hilt and used all his strength to stop his body from retreating. He raised his head and looked at the wolf demon's ferocious face. The wolf demon's saliva almost dripped onto his body. Wu Yan's eyes shot out a cold glare. I can't win in terms of strength and speed. A protracted battle is disadvantageous for me. I'll finish it in one go. A circle of white light flashed on the blade of the Kusanagi sword. The surrounding atmosphere began to fluctuate. Wu Yan smiled and shouted. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance. The white light turned into an arc, and the great chi turned into a sharp blade. The arc hit the wolf demon's body, creating a loud boom. Chapter 36. Whoa! The arc-shaped chaotic return to Horizon Dance hit the big wolf demon's body. The big wolf demon let out a howl of pain. Blood splattered everywhere. The arc-shaped sword pierced through the big wolf demon's body and took away one of its wolf claws. Oh! Seeing such a bloody scene, the 2 girls let out a scream at the same time. Before Chuju met Wu Yan, she was just an ordinary student. Although it's not like she hasn't seen blood from killing chickens, fish, or sports injuries, but seeing such a bloody scene, Chuju couldn't help but feel a little scared. As for Makoto, although she was second only to the strongest in the magic forbidden world, she was like a flower in a greenhouse. She lived in the bright side of Academy City and studied at Tokawadai, where the milady studied. She really hasn't killed a chicken before. How could she stand such a bloody scene? Hearing Makoto and Chuju's screams, Wu Yan's face was expressionless. He once again swung his sword at the big wolf demon that lost an arm and howled in pain. Although he knew that the 2 girls behind him were definitely not calm, but to care for them, he had to wait until the battle was over. Otherwise, if he was careless and got hit, then it would be other people's turn to care for him. The sword cut a huge wound on the big wolf demon's body. Blood splashed out again, and the big wolf demon howled in pain again. A pair of wolf eyes stared at Wu Yan. Blood vessels began to fill the wolf demon's eyes. The big wolf demon angrily roared, opened its mouth, and bit towards Wu Yan's head. The distance between Wu Yan and the big wolf demon was less than 2 meters. Therefore, the big wolf demon's mouth quickly reached Wu Yan's face. In this moment of crisis, Wu Yan quickly lowered his head and avoided the big wolf demon's sharp teeth. Although the big wolf demon's attack was very sudden, Wu Yan had more than one encounter with wolves when he was in the behemoth forest. Their special characteristic is that the bigger the injury, the crazier they get. Even if he didn't know what kind of attack the wolf demon would use, Wu Yan was already prepared, so he should be able to deal with it. Lowering his head to avoid the big wolf demon's mouth, Wu Yan crouched under the big wolf demon's body, twisted his body, and turned in the air. Aiming at the big wolf demon's neck, Wu Yan raised his sword up. The long sword pierced the big wolf demon's skin, the big wolf demon's neck, and the sword blade came out from the back of the big wolf demon's neck. Time, at this moment, stopped. I won. Hinagika shouted in surprise, as if she had won. She was no longer afraid of monsters or blood. Just like that, she cheered on the spot and laughed happily. Not bad at all. Makoto clicked her tongue. Wu Yan and the big wolf demon's fight didn't intimidate someone of her level, but it's still something else. After all, the Mikoto of the past only fought with electric shock, electric shock, electric shock, electric shock. If not, she would just use her railgun to finish off her opponent. However, Wu Yan's fighting style may not be on her level, but he is fighting in a different style. When it comes to technique, Mikoto would resort to trickery and use a bit of iron sand to attack. Thus, this battle made Mikoto realize that fighting can be done this way. Mikoto's level may be high, but she might not even be able to defeat Fei Fei, who is 8 levels lower than her. Fei Fei came from the cruel world of Silveria, while Mikoto's strength was developed step by step through the use of technology. Fei Fei's combat experience was much higher than Mikoto's by a notch. Fei Fei's combat experience was much higher than Mikoto's. From this, it could be seen that Mikoto was still very malleable. She still had a lot of room for growth. Once she experienced a real battle, maybe her level wouldn't increase by a lot, but her strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. Wu Yan kicked the big wolf demon's body and pulled out his sword. Because the wolf demon was under him, when it died, it fell on top of Wu Yan. Wu Yan can only brace himself to prevent the blood from staining his clothes. After pulling out the sword, Wu Yan handed over the big wolf demon's body to the system. Because there are no magic crystals, there are no ability points, only some item points. But it's better than nothing. Seeing the wolf demon's body disappear, Mikoto and Chuju's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but they quickly recovered. With the system, anything can happen, not to mention it's just a body disappearing. And it's not like Wu Yan disappeared. Are you okay? Sizing up Wu Yan, Chuju said as if nothing happened. She had already forgotten about the bloody scene. Mikoto was in a similar state. If it was a human, she might feel a little uncomfortable, but for this kind girl, even the most heinous crimes are forgivable. Otherwise, in the original work, when she saw her sister being tortured to death by Accelerator, she wouldn't have subconsciously diverted the railgun away from the opponent's vitals. Isn't that the embodiment of her kindness? But this time, it's not a human, it's a group of demons and ghosts. Although it's inevitable that she would be frightened when she saw the blood, compared to a human, the impact on her was not as great. This also made Wu Yan sigh. With this personality, if she were to meet a real enemy, she might get herself killed. But this is the real Sis Cannon. Wu Yan will not be dissatisfied. After all, Sis Cannon's enemy will be his enemy in the future. If she doesn't dare to take care of it, I'll take care of it. Ugh, wait for me to be a little stronger. It's okay. Wu Yan smiled and swung his Kanage no Tsurugi sword to get rid of the blood on it. Seeing that the two girls didn't change their expressions, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh in relief. If they can't even handle this situation, what will happen next? But it's okay. Just as Mikoto was about to say something, suddenly, Wu Yan and Mikoto both jumped in front of Chuju with a serious expression. What's wrong? Not knowing why the two suddenly did this, Chuju pulled on Mikoto's clothes and asked curiously. Wu Yan and Mikoto looked at each other and smiled bitterly. We're in big trouble. Suddenly, one after another, gigantic shadows appeared and streaked across the sky above the trio's heads. From afar, they could see a bunch of invisible figures moving towards them, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Judging by their numbers, it seems like they're not small in number. What's going on? Looking at the crisscrossing shadows above, Chuju's eyes were a little dazed. These shadows are exactly the same as the ones left behind by the big wolf demon. Holding his Kanage no Tsurugi sword, Wu Yan tensed up and forced a smile. It seems like we've entered a demon's lair. Mikoto rolled her eyes at Wu Yan and refuted. You're wrong. We came here to enter the demon's lair from the beginning. That's true. Wu Yan paused and then smiled bitterly. The shadows passed by, bringing along a gust of wind. The dust got closer and closer, causing the ground to shake. The three of them had different expressions on their faces as they looked at this scene. Finally, it's close, the dust settled, the shadows disappeared, and the enemy appeared, roaring. On Chuju's face, there was a smile. There was no fear or despair. In her eyes, Wu Yan's figure was reflected. Mikoto's body emitted a huge electric current. The current was stronger than any time before. Beep 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 sounds rang out continuously. Her bangs fluttered under the influence of the electric current. Her brown eyes stared straight ahead without fear. Fiercely waving the Kanaga no Tsurugi sword in his hand, the blade shone brightly and drew an arc in the air. Wu Yin held the sword with one hand. All of his expressions disappeared at this moment. His heart was as calm as an ancient well. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer he had to be. For victory, for survival, and for the girls behind him and beside him. In front of them, there were demons of different sizes, different appearances, different strengths, and different voices. Every pair of eyes had a bloodthirsty glint. Their mouths were constantly opening and closing. The roars reverberated in the air without any pattern. That number, there are hundreds? Thousands of them, or tens of thousands. Wu Yin, Mikoto, and Chuju didn't know, because the figures behind them were completely blocked by the figures in front. That terrifying formation is enough to scare any coward out of their wits. Chuju, Mikoto, are you scared? Wu Yin suddenly said to Chuju behind him and Mikoto beside him. The two girls were stunned for a moment, then they laughed at the same time. Cherry blossoms appeared out of thin air around Chuju and gathered in Chuju's hand, slowly forming into a crystal katana. Chuju held the white cherry blossoms and smiled, a beautiful smile. It's really strange. I should be very scared, but why don't I feel scared at all now? The sand rolled. Small black particles flew out from the rock layer and gathered in the air around Mikoto, forming a wave of iron sand. Mikoto stood in the middle and smiled. Her smile was full of heroic spirit. Who do you think I am? I'm number 3, Super Railgun. Listening to the two girls, Wu Yin shook his head. His face was full of helplessness, but in his heart, there was a surge of warmth. Wu Yin took a step back. Under the doubtful eyes of Mikoto and Chuju, he pointed in the air a few times. Then, 2 bottles of medicine and a few beans appeared in Wu Yin's hand. He shoved the 2 bottles into the hands of the 2 girls. Chuju, Mikoto, 1 bottle for each of you and drink it. Holding the bottle in their hands, Hinajiku and Mikoto couldn't help but stare blankly at the golden liquid in their hands. What's this thing? This thing is called Resplendent Breath. It's a life-saving item. Just 1 bottle, and your body will be in invulnerable state for 3 hours. So hurry up and drink it. Invulnerable for 3 hours. The 2 girls looked at the bottle in shock. Isn't this invulnerable in disguise? Daisy, on the other hand, noticed another problem. Well, drink it. What about you, Yin? Why aren't you drinking it? Chuju's eyes kept darting around Wu Yan's body, but she couldn't find a 3rd bottle of medicine on Wu Yan's body. At this moment, Chuju was anxious. Wu Yin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Resplendent Breath costs 100,000 item points per bottle. All my item points are only slightly more than 260,000. I don't even have enough item points to exchange for a 3rd bottle of Resplendent Breath. How can that be? Then what are you going to do? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Chuju was even more anxious. Before Chuju could object, Wu Yin stopped her. All right, hurry up and drink it. They're about to attack. Seeing that the demon army was about to attack, Wu Yin quickly shouted. At the same time, he quickly came in front of the 2 girls and raised the sword in his hand. Yin, you should be the one drinking this medicine. As long as you don't die, I can revive even if I die. Mikoto was starting to panic. Now that only Wu Yin wasn't safe, how could she be at ease? Wu Yin smiled. He didn't turn his head, but his firm voice rang clearly in the 2 girls' ears. Mikoto, although it's more appropriate for me to drink it, Mikoto, you have to know that other than being your summoner, I'm also a man. As a man, how can I not protect a woman from the wind and rain? Chapter 37. As a man, how can I not protect a woman from the wind and rain? His firm and serious words echoed in Mikoto's ears. Mikoto stared blankly at Wu Yin, who had his back facing her. Her grip on the potion bottle tightened unconsciously. Yin. Chuju's voice sounded like she was about to cry. Chuju's heart was heavy with regret. If she didn't insist on following him, she wouldn't have wasted a bottle of life-saving potion. If I hurt Yin because of this, then don't worry, Chuju. Although he didn't see Chuju's face, Wu Yin didn't know why, but he felt like he could hear Chuju's heart. Although I don't have the resplendent breath, I have another life-saving item. It's called Senzabine. No matter how heavy the injury, as long as I'm not dead, I can recover in an instant. So, don't worry about me. Wu Yin said with a smile as he tossed the green beans in his hand. These Senzabines weren't cheap. 10,000 item points for one bean. Wu Yin exchanged for 6 of them in one go. Adding on the 100,000 item points for a bottle of resplendent breath, Wu Yin had spent a total of 260,000 of his 268,000 item points. The remaining 8,000 was exchanged for the wolf demon's body. Also, I still have a lot of things to tell you, a lot of things to do with you. So I won't die like this. Chuju stared at Wu Yin. She opened the bottle and poured the golden liquid into her mouth. Wiping her lips, Chuju said, Yin, if you dare lie to me, you're dead meat. Wu Yin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Can you not talk about death at this time? Yin, are you really not going to drink it? Now is not the time to let your emotions affect your decisions. Mikoto lowered her head and said in a weak voice. Although she said that, she didn't have much hope. Even though she's only known Wu Yin for a day, Mikoto already has a certain understanding of Wu Yin, not only because of the information given to her by the system, but also because of the short time they've spent together. Based on his personality, he might not be lying. Now is not the time to lie. Hurry up, Mikoto, they're coming. Wu Yin ignored Mikoto's words and shouted at her. At the same time, the huge army of demons finally lost their patience. With deafening roars, demons of various sizes immediately charged over. Like a swarm of locusts passing through, the demons left huge marks on the ground as they charged. Gravel flew all over the sky as dust was swept up. The ground shook violently, as though it was a volcanic eruption. Looking at this terrifying scene, Wu Yin and the other two's hearts couldn't help but tremble. Their hearts started to beat faster. However, this didn't mean that Wu Yin and the rest were afraid. The situation was on the verge of eruption. Mikoto didn't have the chance to persuade them. Gritting her teeth, Mikoto pulled open the bottle cap and poured it down her throat as if it could vent her anger. Then she shouted, Listen, if you die and drag me down, then I'll be your slave in my next life. Wu Yin shouted. Holding his sword with both hands, he stomped his foot and his body quickly flew out. At the same time, the iron sand around Mikoto started to roll faster. Under Mikoto's control, it turned into iron sand whips and flew towards the demons. Chuju took a deep breath, raised her white cherry, and followed behind Wu Yin towards the army of demons, cutting an oncoming level 20 rat demon in half. Wu Yin ignored the blood splattering on his body. His eyes emitted a deadly cold light as he swung his Kusanagi sword. One demon after another fell under Wu Yin's body. As Wu Yin pushed forward, corpses were everywhere. Demons' corpses were thrown all over the ground like sacks. Blood was like water, forming a bloody path on the ground. Demons from all directions surrounded Wu Yin, trying to surround him. Wu Yin jumped, the Kusanagi sword in his hand glowing. Wu Yin looked at his surroundings and spun. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance. The arc-shaped blade formed a circle. As Wu Yin spun, it spread to the surrounding. The demons that surrounded him collided with the circle. They were either cut in half or shredded into pieces. Some were even crushed into powder. Hanajiku pierced a demon's heart with her white cherry blossom, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Hanajiku suppressed her trembling body and the fear in her heart, biting her lips so hard that she didn't even know when her lips were bitten open. Chuju knew that she was very weak. Any one of these demons was stronger than her. If it was before, she would have died under the claws of the demons. However, due to the protection of resplendent breath, whenever a demon attacked her, an invisible wave would bounce out from the attacked area and nullify the demon's attack. Relying on her invincibility, Hanajiku risked her life to slay any demon that failed to attack her. Over time, Chuju gave up on defense and focused on attacking. If she couldn't defeat a powerful demon, she would immediately give up and change her target. As for the weaker ones, they would be killed by her. In a short period of time, the number of demons that died under Chuju's hands was at least a few dozen. They're not humans, they're just demons. They're not humans, they're just demons. Makoto kept repeating this sentence. She controlled the iron sand whip to kill the demons that attacked her. Every time blood splashed, Makoto's face would turn a shade paler. At this point, Makoto's face was as white as paper. The iron sand whip danced in the air. Every time it danced, a demon would fall. Makoto didn't charge forward like Wu Yin and Chuju. She just stood there and used her abilities. But not only did she kill the most demons, she was also the strongest. Makoto knew that Wu Yin was only level 30. In this group of demons, at least half of them were level 30 and above. Without the protection of resplendent breath, Wu Yin might not even have the time to eat sins of beans if he ran into a few more level 30 demons. Not to mention, Chuju was only level 18. Even though she drank resplendent breath, that didn't stop Makoto from wanting to help them. And so, Makoto controlled her iron sand whip and circled all the level 30 and above demons. Even though she couldn't use the system to exchange items like Wu Yin, she could use the system's detection function. She could clearly see who was level 30 and who wasn't. Putting aside whether or not she missed anything, 90% of the demons were taken by Makoto. It was because of Makoto that Wu Yin could charge forward and kill the demons so easily. Two kind-hearted girls, for themselves and their companions, were suppressing their fear of blood and slaughter. They were swinging their blades and killing the demons. After using Chaotic Return to Horizon Waltz again and sending a bunch of demons to the afterlife, Wu Yin freed up his hands and swallowed a Senza bean with great difficulty to restore his body to full health. The battle had been going on for quite some time. Makoto and Chuju had resplendent breath protecting them, so Wu Yin didn't have to worry about them. That was why Wu Yin put all his focus on killing the demons. His clothes were already dyed in all sorts of colors. There were red, black, green, blue, and everything else. This was the blood of the demons he killed. Every single one of them. Of course, part of it was his own blood. Wu Yin, who had been using the system's detection function since the beginning, naturally knew that Makoto had taken care of most of the level 30 demons. That was why he was able to fight until now. He couldn't help but consume a Senza bean due to his exhaustion and injuries. Makoto may have blocked most of the level 30 Yaoma, but the ones Wu Yin is facing are at least level 20. Facing so many level 20 Yaoma, even Makoto has to rely on resplendent breath to protect herself. After all, a quantitative change can lead to a qualitative change. Once the numbers reach a certain point, even a level 86 would have a hard time dealing with them, let alone a level 68. Even though the demons weren't strong enough to threaten a level 86, they could still threaten a level 68. If Makoto wanted to run, she could definitely do so. However, it was impossible for her to leave Wu Yin and Chuju behind. Wu Yin remembered everything that Makoto had done and continued to wield his Kusanagi sword to kill the demons. Gradually, as time passed, the number of demons dwindled. Wu Yin's Senza beans dwindled as well. Until now, there was only one left. The pain in his body and the exhaustion in his mind kept telling Wu Yin to fall. Wu Yin used all his strength to kill the incoming demons. However, he couldn't care less about the demons that were attacking him from behind. His back, chest, thighs, arms, face, there wasn't a single spot on Wu Yin's body that wasn't injured. However, there was only one Senza bean left. Therefore, Wu Yin really didn't want to use it until the very last moment. Because if he used it, it would mean that he was at the end of his rope. Against such a large number of enemies, if he didn't exchange for the super strong equipment, then the effect would be similar to the Kusanagi sword. However, he didn't have enough equipment points to exchange for the super strong equipment. As for the ability, what should he exchange for? A group attack? He already had the Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance. There was no need to exchange for a single target. That was even more unnecessary. As for the ability to turn the situation around, he had the same problem. He didn't have enough points. As for the character summon, he could summon it with 11,000 points. However, how strong could the character summoned be? Even Mikoto had to rely on the resplendent breath. Otherwise, she would have a few scars on her body, let alone the others. Just as Wu Yin was about to use the last senzu bean, a wide net of electricity came from afar and turned the demons behind Wu Yin into charcoal. As the electricity disappeared, a crystal sword appeared beside Wu Yin and cut down the demons that were about to pounce on Wu Yin. Wu Yin raised his head and looked at the two figures in front of him in a daze. The one standing on the left was a pink-haired girl with a crystal sword in her hand. The one standing on the right was a tea-haired girl with blue electric arcs flowing all over her body and making crackling noises. Although he could only see the side of their faces, Wu Yin could clearly see the fear of unknown creatures and bloodshed in their eyes. Even with this emotion, the two girls stood there unwaveringly and killed the demons that attacked them. A smile appeared on his bloodied face. After swallowing the senzu bean, Wu Yin stood up and walked to the two girls to fight side by side. Chapter 38. 3 hours. That's the duration of resplendent breath. At this time, almost an hour had already passed. The two valiant-looking girls have lost their protection for almost an hour now. Their clothes are riddled with holes, and their faces are stained with blood. It's unavoidable that there are some wounds on their bodies. Even Mikoto has some minor injuries under the continuous barrage of attacks. Fortunately, the stronger demons were the focus of the trio at the beginning. What's even more fortunate was that there weren't any demons above level 40. At most, there were 10 level 40 demons, and these 10 level 40 demons were killed by Mikoto at the beginning of the battle. So when the effect of resplendent breath ends, there aren't many level 30 demons left in the huge demon army. If it wasn't for Mikoto having to protect Chuju, these little demons wouldn't have been able to do any damage to her. Wu Yin, on the other hand, is very thankful. After using up all the senzu beans, Wu Yin has completely lost his protection. If it wasn't for Mikoto killing most of the demons and giving him a lot of EXP, which allowed him to level up and recover to full health, Wu Yin might have really lost his life here. A completely unfair battle, after 4 hours of uninterrupted fighting, came to an end just like that. When the last demon was electrocuted by Mikoto's taser gun, Wu Yin, Mikoto, and Chuju were still panting while maintaining their attacking posture. They stood there motionless as they stared blankly at the ground full of demon corpses. After who knows how long, they finally recovered from their daze. Mikoto and Chuju looked around at their surroundings. Looking at the ground full of broken limbs and blood, they squatted on the ground and vomited nonstop. Wu Yan's face is abnormally pale. Even if it's him, when he saw the hellish scene, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. It's like there's a bunch of worms crawling around inside his heart. Suppressing the urge to vomit, he quickly patted the two girls on the back in an attempt to make them feel better. Yin, Chuju's eyes were filled with tears. Her face was as pale as Wu Yan's. For some reason, Chuju felt cold all over and wanted to seek some warmth. After feeling Wu Yan's presence, Chuju immediately squeezed into Wu Yan's embrace and hugged Wu Yin tightly. She didn't even dare to raise her head. It's okay, it's all in the past. Feeling Chuju's body trembling, Wu Yin hugged her and patted her back to comfort her. Suddenly, Wu Yin felt his clothes tighten. When he turned to look, Mikoto was also trembling. Her face was pale as she looked at him. She looked like a little girl who was afraid of her mother leaving the house. Her expression was indescribably desolate. After being stunned for a moment, Wu Yin immediately reached out and pulled her into his embrace. He hugged her tightly to comfort the two girls and himself. Before this, these two girls were just ordinary students. Even Wu Yin, who lived in the behemoth forest, couldn't help but tremble when he saw this scene, let alone these two girls. Not to mention, they were the ones who caused this scene. When they were fighting, they didn't have the time to think about it. Now that the battle is over, the two kind-hearted girls almost collapsed when they thought about how their hands were stained with blood. On the spacious field, in the middle of countless corpses, a boy and two girls are hugging each other. It's a very sad scene. After half a day, Wu Yin felt the two girls in his embrace calm down. He looked down and saw two sleeping faces covered in blood. At this moment, Wu Yin was confused. Is this my fault? If it wasn't for me, this wouldn't have happened. I casually barged into their lives, changed their lives, stained their hands with blood. This is all my fault. Meeting them, summoning them, is this the right thing to do? Shaking his head, Wu Yin buried this question deep in his heart. He placed the two girls on the ground and looked at the monster corpses. If it weren't for Resplendent Breath and Sinzabine, the three of them would have suffered casualties. Just in Ajiku alone, Wu Yin doesn't have the confidence to protect her from such a large army. Maybe even Mikoto can only protect herself. From this, it can be seen how important item points are. For this battle, Wu Yin used up almost all of his item points. If something else were to happen, he would be in big trouble. Fortunately, the corpses of monsters could also be turned into organic materials and handed over to the system in exchange for item points. Even a level 30 big wolf monster could be exchanged for 8,000 item points. How many item points could this floor of corpses be exchanged for? There were hundreds of level 30 little monsters and 10 level 40 little monsters. The rest were all level 20 little monsters. Even if there were not thousands of them, there were definitely more than level 30 little monsters. Thinking about the large amount of item points he'll get, Wu Yin's pale face turned red. What a practical guy. Wu Yin waved his hand and the hundreds of meters of corpses disappeared. Wu Yin turned them over to the system. Ding! Obtained 832,2000 item points. 8 million item points. Awesome. Looking at the large amount of item points, Wu Yan's face finally showed a smile. If it wasn't for the fact that he just went through a slaughter and his mood was a little heavy, Wu Yan would be jumping for joy. 832,2000 item points, plus the 8,000 item points he had on him, made up for a total of 833,000 item points. The item points he squandered were all recovered in an instant. In fact, they were multiplied by more than 10 times. From this huge amount of item points, one could see the scale of the monster army just now. One had to know that a level 30 big wolf demon only cost 8,000 item points. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Yin didn't have to turn them over one by one, Wu Yin's hands would probably go soft from exchanging item points. The scene became spacious again, and all the corpses disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. If it wasn't for the blood on the ground telling others that there was a cruel battle here, Wu Yin carried the two girls to the wall and let them lean against it. Then he kissed Chuju's forehead. After hesitating, he kissed Mikoto's forehead before standing up. Looking at the clothes on his body in disgust, he tore off the red and green clothes on his body and threw them to the side. He didn't even leave the pants behind as he tossed them away. Wu Yin frowned. Although he threw away his clothes, there were still bloodstains on his body. Some of his wounds were still bleeding. During the battle, he didn't feel anything, but now, Wu Yin only felt pain, accompanied by the smell of blood. Opening the system list, he used 9,000 item points to exchange for 3,000 item points for 3 bottles of quick healing potion. Wu Yin immediately drank one of them. After waiting for a while, the wounds on his body slowly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the healing speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, all the wounds disappeared. Seeing this, Wu Yin smiled. Then he fed the other 2 bottles of quick healing potion to Mikoto and Chuju. Thinking for a bit, Wu Yin walked to the side and exchanged for a gemstone that glowed with water. Portable hot spring, normally in the form of a gem. If thrown on the ground, it will quickly expand into a 5-meter hot spring. Can be recycled at any time. Has automatic water purification function. 20,000 item points. Satisfied with the gem in his hand, Wu Yin threw it on the ground. Like a stone falling into water, the gem melted into the ground, and a circle of ripples appeared on the ground. When the ripples expanded to 5 meters wide, the ripples turned into a circle, and inside the circle, the ground disappeared, turning into a hot spring that was emitting steam. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a strange color. How magical. After doing all this, Wu Yin chuckled and looked at the two girls who were still sleeping. Suddenly, the smile on his face widened a bit. Wu Yin walked to the two girls with small steps. He nodded and said seriously, Mikoto, should you look, you're covered in blood. You must feel uncomfortable like me. It's okay, leave it to me. I'll definitely wash you clean, okay? After muttering to himself to Mikoto and Chuju, Wu Yin immediately said, Why aren't you answering? Are you shy? It's okay, I understand. Since you're not answering, I'll take it as a yes. As if it's true, Wu Yin smiled. His smile was very sly. Then, he reached out his evil hands and slowly took off the two girls' clothes. His mouth kept muttering. If you look closely, you'll see that he's saying, I won't be polite anymore. Poor Mikoto and Chuju. They just experienced a cruel psychological impact. Before they could wake up, they were already stripped naked by a certain wolf. After taking off all their clothes, the pure white body that appeared in front of him almost blinded his wolf eyes. He stared at the bodies of the two girls, and after a few fierce glances, he stood up, picked up an ajiku, and walked to the edge of the hot spring. With a splash, he walked in. His wolf claws kept touching Chuju's body. Wu Yan's face had a beep smile. His heart was very happy. When his hand reached Chuju's chest, Wu Yan sighed regretfully. Still needs to be developed. After groping around for a bit, he reluctantly put down the two meat buns and moved to another location to continue the siege. A certain part of his body is already so shamefully hard that it can't be helped. Looking at the delicate body in his arms, then looking at Chuju's tightly shut eyes, Wu Yin sighed again and carried her to the shore. Who told me to be a pure person? I never take advantage of people when they're in danger. This is the thought of a certain wolf who stripped and touched a sleeping girl. After changing into a set of clean clothes and putting it on Chuju, Wu Yin put Chuju back in her original position. Then, he carried the naked Mikoto and walked into the hot spring. Her body was not much different from Chuju's, but Wu Yin really enjoyed it. After cleaning off the blood on Mikoto's body, Wu Yin didn't stop. He continued with a new round of oil collecting battle. After touching the girl's body from head to toe, Wu Yin started to regret. He realized that he shouldn't have taken advantage of these two girls. It's not that he found his conscience or anything, but as he washed, Wu Yin started to feel uncomfortable. But these two proud girls, he absolutely couldn't take advantage of them. Taking advantage of them is fine, but if he ate them in their sleep, would Wu Yin die a horrible death? Even a child could guess the answer. After changing into another set of clothes and helping Mikoto put it on, he dived into the water with a plop. Lying in the hot spring, Wu Yin couldn't help but cry. Why not cold water? Chapter 39. When Wu Yan's hand touched a certain part of the hot spring, it quickly shrunk and turned back into a gem, lying quietly in Wu Yan's hand. Tossing the portable hot spring into the S.P.A.C. ring, Wu Yin sat down on the spot. He picked up a few random rocks and gathered them together. Then he took out a black circle from the S.P.A.C. ring. Wu Yin placed the circle on the stones. Wu Yin fiddled with the circle for some unknown reason. When Wu Yin was done fiddling with the circle, a fire suddenly lit up from the center of the circle. Wu Yin ignored all of this. He took out a few bottles and jars from the space ring and put them aside. Then he took out a few pieces of meat and a metal handle. He put the metal handle on the meat and put it on the fire to roast. From time to time, he would pick up the bottles and jars beside him and sprinkle them on the meat. Wu Yin roasted the meat in an orderly manner as he opened the system's status option. Character: Wu Yin abilities: Swordsmanship Expert, Cooking Expert, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance Equipment, Kusanagi Sword, Rank D, Summon, Misaka Mikoto Equipment Points, 51,000 Item Points, 830000 Ability Points, 81,000 Summoning Points, 11,000 Level, 45 when he saw his own level. Wu Yin couldn't help but be stunned. Then he felt relieved. Wu Yin is a bit surprised to see that he has gained 15 levels in such a short time. But after thinking about it, it's not that strange. That terrifying monster army was completely wiped out by the three of them. With such a terrifying amount of monsters, there were even 10 level 40 monsters and a few hundred level 30 plus monsters. It's reasonable that they could level up to this level. What's more, monsters above level 20 came in heaps. This could be seen from the 830,000 item points that Wu Yin had left after purchasing the portable hot spring, quick healing potions, and clothes. Although level 20 little monsters could not provide Wu Yin with much EXP, and some of them were killed by Chuju, the number was still terrifying. Chuju was only level 18. How many little monsters could she kill? Therefore, they couldn't handle the large quantity. Now that he thought about it, even though he had the cheat that allowed him to level up through battle, after killing so many monsters, he only leveled up by 1 rank according to the Spalier World's calculation system. What a disgrace to the transmigrators. Mikoto's status didn't change much under Wu Yan's status, but character, Misaka Mikoto ability, electroshock user, LV5, strength, C endurance, C agility, B spirit, A equipment, none level, 69 compared to his previous status, there wasn't much change. He only leveled up by 1. But this one level was not easy to level up. After all, Mikoto couldn't be compared to himself. Among the little monster army, there were a lot of monsters that were higher level than him when he was still level 30. Their EXP to Wu Yin was like fighting above his level. Of course, he gained a lot of EXP. That's why he leveled up so many times. However, there wasn't a single monster that was higher level than Mikoto. The highest level monster was only level 40. Compared to Mikoto, it was much weaker. The amount of EXP Mikoto gained was very little. Even so, the amount of EXP Mikoto gained was still enough to pull him up a level. It wasn't easy. Wu Yin closed the system and began to ponder. Now that I'm level 45, I'm equivalent to a medium tier 5 warrior. It's about time for me to upgrade my equipment and abilities, and a sound woke Wu Yin from his thoughts. Wu Yin turned his head and couldn't help but smile. Her eyelids fluttered a few times before she opened her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand and yawned. Only then did she wake up completely. When she woke up, the first thing she saw was Wu Yin grinning at her while roasting some unknown meat in front of a bonfire that she didn't know when he started. "You're awake." Wu Yin waved at Mikoto with his empty hand. His other hand was still twirling the metal handle in his hand. It seems that distracting his attention won't affect his cooking. Mikoto was shocked. She quickly got up and looked around. When she saw that the corpses on the ground had disappeared, she let out a sigh of relief. If she really had to sleep next to a corpse, even if it wasn't a human corpse, she wouldn't be able to bear it. Every time she thought of that bloody scene, Mikoto quickly shook her head. Even though she's feeling a lot better now, she still felt a bit uneasy in her heart. Wu Yin, who was watching Mikoto from start to finish, couldn't help but sigh. Of course he knew that Mikoto still hasn't completely accepted the fact that her hands were stained with blood, even if she was prepared. Rolling his eyes, Wu Yin suddenly laughed out of the blue. He laughed out of the blue. Hearing Wu Yan's strange laughter, Mikoto frowned. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a wave of unhappiness. Even her other emotions were completely suppressed by this unhappiness. "Why are you laughing so hard?" Mikoto glared at Wu Yin. "Nope." Wu Yin stopped laughing, but he didn't stop smiling. That hippopotamus face of his only made Mikoto even more annoyed. Beep, 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 beep. A burst of electric sound started, indicating that the owner is very unhappy and the consequences are very serious. Wu Yan's expression stiffened. He timidly glanced at the electric current on Mikoto's body. In the end, he steeled his heart and looked at Mikoto without moving his eyes. His expression changed again into an expression of reminiscence. Wu Yan's wretched expression finally made Mikoto realize that something was wrong. She looked at herself, and instantly her eyes widened. Her eyes were blank and her mouth was wide open. She didn't even release the electric current. Snow White's short-sleeved shirt and an ordinary gray skirt. It was a very ordinary and simple outfit. But it was this outfit that made Mikoto's expression look like she's seen a ghost. My clothes were changed. Mikoto now understood what happened. But it wasn't her who changed the clothes, and Chuju was still sleeping. So, there's only one answer. WH. Makoto's face was blank. She turned to Wu Yin, and her mouth opened and closed. As for why she asked why, it's just that she didn't want to face reality. After seeing the effect you wanted, Wu Yan's smile became even more brilliant. What why? Her hands slowly pressed on her body like a machine. Makoto crossed her arms and said blankly, My clothes. Wu Yin stretched out his hand and waved his finger in front of his face. Is there even a need to say it? It's covered in blood. Of course it had to be changed. Beep. The electric arcs that were jumping around restlessly showed that Makoto's heart wasn't calm at all. She forced a smile on her face and asked, Then, who was it that changed my clothes? Did you change it when Hinagiko woke up? Makoto's hopeful eyes stared at him, making him feel a lot of pressure. He's already regretting using such a method to distract Makoto's attention. Wu Yin stopped smiling. After taking a deep breath, he said confidently, How is that possible? In this world, only I'm so considerate. So be grateful to me. Makoto's face became hotter and hotter. At an unimaginable speed, the temperature on her face broke through the limit. Finally, with a bang, a cloud of smoke came out from her head. Her mind went blank. Makoto's head started shaking uncontrollably from left to right, up and down. Wasn't this reaction a little too exaggerated? Wu Yan's mouth twitched as he watched Makoto's eyes turn into circles. Her face was red as she shook her head. She's so pure. While Wu Yan was feeling proud, Makoto suddenly stopped. She lowered her head with a gloomy expression. Beep, beep, beep. A blue light suddenly burst out. Electric arcs crazily flashed on Makoto's body. With a wicked smile, Makoto looked at Wu Yan. A chill ran from Wu Yan's spine to his head. Wu Yan's body couldn't help but shiver. Looking at Makoto, who slowly stood up like a thunder god, a big drop of cold sweat slid down Wu Yan's head. Revealing a smile uglier than crying, Wu Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Cole, calm down. Makoto, calm down. A devilish voice came out from Makoto's mouth. What last wish do you have? Tell me, although I don't know if I'll remember it. But if one day I happen to remember it, I'll consider fulfilling it for you. Haha. Wu Yan laughed dryly at Makoto. Don't joke around, Makoto. You see, I'm doing this for your own good. You're a girl. You should be clean. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal? Makoto's voice rose a little, but it didn't make Wu Yan happy. Instead, it made him feel even more despair. So that's how it is. To you, it's not a big deal. If that's the case, blushing, Makoto glared at Wu Yan and shouted, No need for last words, you. Makoto, if I die, you'll die too. Wu Yan let out his last cry. Die, beep, beep, beep. Ah. As soon as Hinagiko woke up, she was startled by the terrible sound, thinking it was a demon attacking. She jumped up and summoned Sakura in her hand, looking ahead vigilantly. When she saw the situation clearly, her vigilant expression froze. Makoto's face was blood red. Smoke was coming out of her head from time to time. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and stared fiercely at the mess on the ground. On the ground, Wu Yan was lying there. Unlike Makoto's red face, his face was black, and so was his body. Smoke was coming out of his mouth, and he kept spitting it out. What's going on? Chuju looked at the crime scene in shock. She couldn't react at all. Makoto looked at Chuju, who was still in shock. Tears welled up in her eyes. She covered her face and lowered her head. How was she supposed to say this, scratching her head in confusion? Chuju looked at Makoto, who was blushing to the point that smoke was coming out her face. She felt a little strange, but she couldn't figure out what was so strange about it. Rolling her eyes helplessly, Chuju walked towards the two. But as soon as she took a step, Chuju froze. Why did she feel a little cold down there? Reaching out her hand, Chuju froze. She could feel that the underwear she was wearing was different from before. The edge of the underwear that reached her legs was slanted, and it was quite slanted. Her underwear was gone. Combined with Makoto's performance and Wu Yan's pitiful state, coupled with her slightly fresh body and wet hair, as well as the fact that she's wearing the same outfit as Makoto's, a bad idea formed in her mind. Chuju's face started to turn red. Looking at Mikoto, Chuju whispered, "Mikoto, could it be that our clothes and the blood on our bodies are—" Hearing Chuju's voice, Mikoto didn't put down her hand. Instead, she opened her fingers, revealing two watery eyes. Looking at Wu Yan on the ground, she wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She nodded her head. After Mikoto nodded, Chuju's face turned even redder than her hair. Her heart was burning with anger. She strode in front of Wu Yan and gave him a vicious slap. Slap! Ah! Chapter 40. It's probably nighttime. As for why I added probably, it needs to be explained. Because in the cave, Wu Yin and the other two couldn't accurately judge the time, and they couldn't bring their phones with them. So I added probably it's still the same fire, the same barbecued meat, and Wu Yin is still roasting it. The only difference is that this time, Wu Yin has a red palm print on his left cheek, and his skin is a bit darker. The two girls are now awake, sitting next to the fire. Their faces are red, and they're glaring at Wu Yin. After roasting the meat, Wu Yin lifted the meat in his hand and handed it to Mikoto and Chuju. Take it. Ouch. Halfway through, Wu Yin felt the red palm print on his face burning with pain. His mouth twitching, Wu Yin wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Even though he knew that the two girls would teach him a lesson when they wake up, he didn't expect the lesson to be so deep. It can only be said that the lack of awareness before transmigrating killed him. Because in Wu Yan's subconscious mind, even if he saw the two girls naked, they can't do anything to him, right? Could it be that he could be so ruthless? Unfortunately, he had already forgotten that this is no longer the harmonious society that he once lived in. The girls from the 2D world are not the kind of people who would show mercy to others, but Wu Yin could be proud that he saw the two girls naked. Mikoto glared at Wu Yin fiercely before taking the barbecued meat from Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yin laughed foolishly and handed it to Chuju. She snatched it, snorted, and threw it to the back of his head. Clapping his hands in dissatisfaction, Wu Yin mumbled, "What? It's not like I haven't seen it before." Blushing again, Chuju immediately turned her head, gritted her teeth, and glared at Wu Yin. She wanted to eat him alive. Shrinking his head, Wu Yin quickly raised his hands, indicating that he surrendered. When Chuju no longer wanted to look at him, Wu Yin let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was even more determined in his heart. Next time, he would definitely summon a soft girl. At the same time, Mikoto, who was sitting there chewing on a piece of barbecued meat, couldn't help but look at the meat in her hand with surprise. This is a little too delicious. The eyes of a certain super electromagnetic gun, who had never eaten Wu Yan's dishes, immediately lit up. She chewed even faster. As for the previous uncoordinated feeling, it was thrown to the back of her mind. As for why there was a feeling of disharmony, it was very simple. It was because the super electromagnetic gun's underwear, which was the safety pants, had been thrown away by Wu Yin, just like Chuju. Although the fact that they like to wear safety pants is their cute point, compared to the cute underwear, this point can be discarded. Moreover, Mikoto and Chuju already have a lot of cute points on them. Chuju's situation was similar to Mikoto's. Although she had already tried Wu Yan's dishes, she still couldn't stop herself from eating them every time. Well, who told these two girls to not get fat no matter how much they eat? Let them be. Helplessly shaking his head, Wu Yin finished the barbecued meat in a few bites. After filling his stomach, Wu Yin opened the system list and clicked on the equipment option. As of now, Wu Yin is already level 45, which is the 5th step of the Spalier world. Although the Kusanagi sword has only accompanied him for 4 months, it's time to change it. The current Kusanagi sword can no longer keep up with Wu Yan's needs. If Wu Yan's idea was heard by the warriors in the Spalier world, they would definitely spit at him to death. One must know that common armaments are the dream equipment of warriors and mages below the 7th step. Armaments are extremely precious in the Spalier world. Even the lowest common armaments can only be worn by warriors or mages with good conditions. There are 2 reasons for good conditions. One is family background, and the other is strength. Having a good family background is easy to understand. If you have a good father, and your father is very rich, he will naturally prepare a common armament for you. Of course, it has to be a big family. Even if it's not at the level of a lorry family, it has to be at least a big family in the area. Having good strength is even easier to understand. With strength, do you have to be afraid of not having enough money? Go into the giant beast forest and hunt high-level demonic beasts for 10 days to half a month. The money you can get from that would be enough to buy a mass armament. As for how strong you need to be, it's not much different from Wu Yan's current strength, around Tier 5. A Tier 5 warrior or magician would only be able to equip a common armament at this point in time. Yet, Wu Yan thinks that common armaments can't keep up with his needs? How can those warriors and mages below the 5th step who don't have a good family background and who still have iron armaments endure this? Well, with the system, this heaven-defying thing, Wu Yan can be considered to have a good family background, so he can't be counted. And now, Wu Yan wants to change his equipment. Naturally, he won't be interested in common armaments anymore. What he wants to change is a C-rank equipment, which is a rare armament. In the Spalier world, rare armaments can only be worn by those above the 7th step. Also, only those with good family background can have one, such as Fei Fei. Of course, people like Lulu are the real good family background. She is only at the 4th step, and she already has a rare armament. But she is the only daughter of the first family of the Ailu Empire, one of the 3 big empires. If you compare yourself to her, you will only be angered to death. Some of the poorer 7th-step warriors and mages may not even have a rare armament. This is the main reason why Wu Yan didn't exchange for a rare armament in the Spalier world, even though he had enough equipment points. In the Spalier world, robbing people and robbing the rich to help the poor is not illegal. But now, it's different. Even though he is only at the 5th step and can't compare to a 7th step, he has Mikoto who is at the peak of the 7th step. What is there to be afraid of? As for those 8th and 8th-step warriors and mages, if they don't have a rare armament, they will be looked down upon by others. As for the 9th step, there is no need to worry. They will also look down on you with 1 or 2 rare armaments. At this level, who doesn't have a family background? 9th-step warriors use gold armaments. Moreover, the 9th step is a rare existence. Wu Yan doesn't even know if he can meet one. Even if Wu Yan heard about it, he only heard from Fei Fei that the previous head of her family, which is Lulu's grandfather, was a 9th-step warrior. The number 1 family in an empire only has 1 Tier 9 fighter. Even though he doesn't know how many Tier 9 fighters there are in Silveria, there are less than 5 Tier 10 demigods in Silveria. How many Tier 9 fighters could there be in Silveria that are a tier lower than a Tier 9 fighter? So, now is the time to exchange for a rare armament. Even Lulu, that half-natural girl, has a rare armament. If he doesn't have one, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Under the watchful eyes of the 2 girls who are munching on their food, Wu Yan flipped through his system inventory and started looking for equipment. D-tier equipment is automatically ignored since he doesn't need them anymore. He's mainly looking for C-tier equipment. As for B-tier equipment, he's embarrassingly short on funds. With Kendo Mastery and Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Wu Yan naturally looked for sword-type equipment. Katanas like the Kusanagi sword are also included. After looking for a few times, Wu Yan's eyes lit up and stared at one of the equipment. Shana of the Nippon Den, see grade from the Blazing Eyes Shana. The Blazing Eyes Crusader, Shana's Noble Phantasm points, 20,000 equipment points. This is it, not for anything else, just because it is Shana's weapon, that is. Wu Yan tapped on the list, and a simple katana and a scabbard appeared in his hand. A mysterious aura surrounded the sword, attracting the attention of Mikoto and Chuju. The hilt of the sword was black, but the end of the hilt was golden. The black guard was a square with 4 corners missing, and the middle was empty, connecting the hilt and the blade. The blade was bright silver, and in terms of color, it was much brighter than the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword. As for the scabbard in Wu Yan's other hand, it is completely black. Wu Yan nodded with satisfaction. Wu Yan is quite familiar with this katana that can be turned into a sword or a sword. The blade is relatively small, so it is easy to control. Although it is not easy to hit, it is light and convenient. Tightening his grip on the sword, he swung it with all his might. The bright silver blade flashed with white light in the air. He waved it around a bit before sheathing it back into its scabbard. Did you get a new weapon? Chuju curiously looked at Wu Yan's katana. After all, she is also a good swordsman, so she is quite fond of this kind of sword. Well, after today's battle, my strength has increased a lot, so it is inevitable to exchange for a more powerful weapon. Wu Yan said to Chuju after putting the katana into the interspatial ring. Mikoto nodded and said, "Then you don't want to exchange for some defensive equipment?" Wu Yan was surprised. After thinking for a while, he opened the system list and looked at it. Mikoto's words are not without reason. In today's battle against the army of monsters, if he had a decent defensive equipment, he would have saved a lot of effort. He could also extend the use of Senzabine, so he would not have to risk his life. Of course, Wu Yan does not like to wear armor. Not only is it heavy, it is also not in line with his concept. So Wu Yan looked at the system list with a nonchalant attitude. But then again, he really did find a suitable one. Mental Dragon Armor, rank C, formless, weightless, exists in the form of a concept. When the wearer is attacked, a formless dragon-shaped armor will burst out. Completely immune to attacks below level 50, weakens attacks below level 60. Equipment points, 30,000. Wu Yan was delighted. Formless? Weightless? That's good. Now I don't have to carry a piece of armor everywhere, and I don't have to worry about its weight. Wu Yan immediately took it off. A ray of light shot out from the system list and shot into Wu Yan's forehead. At the same time, Wu Yan felt a floating dragon-shaped armor in his mind. It is the mental dragon armor. It usually stays here. Only when Wu Yan is attacked will it appear and block the damage for Wu Yan. After exchanging for 2 rank C equipment, Wu Yan only has 1,000 points left. Wu Yan's mood is very good. Only a little bit of regret. Wu Yan said with regret, "Mikoto, if only I still have some equipment points. I'll help you exchange for 1, 2. Mikoto waved her hand casually. "No need. I don't need any equipment. Esper power is enough." "That won't do," Wu Yan said with dissatisfaction. "What if we go to the Spalier world and meet the real strong?" Chuju raised her head when she heard this. "Yan, are you guys going to leave this world?" Wu Yan and Mikoto both choked on their saliva. Wu Yan looked at Chuju with annoyance. "What do you mean we're going to leave this world? We're not dead yet. You know that's not what I mean." Chuju shouted excitedly. Wu Yan smiled and looked at Chuju. He half-jokingly said, "Don't worry. When we get there, I'll summon you. Of course, when that time comes, our lives will be fused together. If I die, you won't be able to live." Hearing this, Hinajika finally smiled happily. "Then, let me protect you." Wu Yan blanked out for a bit before he became speechless. "Is this a declaration to raise a gigolo? Please give me an explosion votes. Rewards. Click. Collection. Comment. Urgent, 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 urgent. LT/AGT. LT. AGT. LT/AGT. Chapter 41. Night. Mikoto and Chuju were already asleep. Although the 2 girls had slept for quite some time, their mental exhaustion still hadn't fully recovered. After all, the 2 girls were only 14 or 15 years old. They had just gone through a cruel slaughter. Even with Wu Yan's antics, it wasn't easy for them to relax. Wu Yan sat alone beside the fire. He was in charge of keeping watch. No one knew if there would be another demon attack in the middle of the night when everyone was asleep. Even if it wasn't on the same scale as before, he couldn't be careless. Thus, as a man, Wu Yan consciously accepted the task of keeping watch. It's definitely going to be boring, but looking at the sleeping posture of the 2 cute things, it's not like he can't get through it. Wu Yan is an otaku. Staying up late is a common occurrence. This place was very wide. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accommodate such a terrifying demon army. However, the only real passage, other than the slide that Wu Yan's group slid down, was the passage directly opposite of Wu Yin. Of course, Wu Yin wouldn't let his guard down in other places. The heavenly jade should be right in front of him, Wu Yin thought to himself as he looked at the seemingly endless passageway. As long as he obtained the heavenly jade and exchanged it for the other half of the mysterious crystal from the Heron Palace, he and Mikoto would leave this world. At that time, he would summon Chuju over. This world wouldn't have much to do with Wu Yin anymore. Although before he transmigrated, Wu Yin was also very fond of Butler Whirlwind's world. However, that didn't mean that Wu Yin would be satisfied. He still remembered the familiar dungeons on the system's list. Those were all his dreams. Now that he had the chance to realize them, how could Wu Yin be satisfied if he didn't go through all of these places? Perhaps Wu Yin would bring Chuju back in the future. However, it was impossible for him to stop here. Butler Whirlwind was just the first stop. Your so-called night watch is just standing here in a daze. Just as Wu Yin's thoughts were about to drift away, a voice saved him. When Wu Yin looked up, Sis Cannon was looking down at him with dissatisfaction. "Aren't you asleep? Why are you up?" Wu Yin scratched his head awkwardly. He had indeed been distracted just now. He hadn't even noticed that Sis Cannon had gotten up and approached him. He had neglected his duty. "Yeah, I suddenly woke up. Maybe it's because I couldn't sleep anymore. Maybe it's because I just slept," Mikoto said casually as she sat across from Wu Yin. "Well, that's right. She's more like Sis Cannon when she's full of energy," Wu Yin said without any hesitation. Mikoto glared at Wu Yin. "What do you mean? Are you saying that I don't look like a girl? Also, what's up with Sis Cannon? Are you making fun of me?" Chuckling dryly, Wu Yin reached out his finger and pressed it against his cheek. "Don't be angry, girl. I'll give you a smile. Don't act cute in front of me." Disgusting. Mikoto resisted the urge to punch Wu Yin's face. If Chuju wasn't still asleep, she would have flirted with him. Smiling at Mikoto, Wu Yin let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Mikoto had fully recovered. He was afraid that Mikoto would be stubborn because of this. Luckily, it seemed that the sacrifice from before wasn't in vain. "Hey, don't change the topic. What's up with Sis Cannon?" Seeing Wu Yin laughing like an idiot, Mikoto was unhappy again. Wu Yin calling her Sis Cannon felt like an insult to her. "Mama!" Scratching his face, Wu Yin said, "Mikoto, aren't you a super railgun? Calling you Sis Cannon is a form of respect." Mikoto stared straight at Wu Yin's face. "Why do I feel like that's not the case? Don't mind the details. Those who care about details are all nine." "How can I not mind?" Mikoto retorted loudly. "Why are you calling me sis? You're much older than me, you uncle." An uncle? Faced with Sis Cannon who evolved a venomous tongue, Wu Yin felt like he was struck by lightning. He was completely stunned. "I'm only 20 years old. I'm not an uncle. You half lowly." Wu Yin screamed in his heart. But if he really screamed, he wouldn't be far from death. This made Wu Yin feel extremely aggrieved. Seeing Wu Yin's expression, Mikoto smiled and looked at the bonfire in front of her. Gradually, she lost her focus. Wu Yin, who recovered at an unknown time. For some reason, he couldn't help but want to talk to her when he saw her like this. "What's wrong? Are you homesick?" Wu Yin asked softly. Mikoto nodded blankly and then shook her head. This made Wu Yin confused. Perhaps Mikoto sensed Wu Yin's confusion. She glanced at him and said, "Actually, I'm not homesick. Although I'm not dissatisfied with my previous life, living in Academy City feels a little normal. Every day, I go to school, leave school, play video games. Maybe it was because of her life fusion with Wu Yin, or because she had no one to talk to. Mikoto felt like she had to get it off her chest. And in this world, there are a lot of exciting things. There are exorcists and monsters. When she mentioned monsters, Mikoto's expression was a little unnatural. She was probably thinking about the previous battle. But soon Mikoto continued, "But now I miss Academy City. I miss Mom and Dad, and I miss my junior." Although that junior is a little abnormal. Looks like Mikoto was harmed by that Yuri girl Shiroi Kuriko, so you're saying that you're conflicted. You want to go home, but you also want to stay here and look for excitement. Wu Yin said bluntly. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. As expected of Sis Cannon, she loved excitement. No wonder she want to flirt with those delinquents every day. Although it's similar to what you said, why do I feel uncomfortable hearing it from you? With your temper, the only time you feel comfortable is when you electrocute people, Wu Yin mumbled softly. What did you say? Nothing. Wu Yin shook his head after being glared at by Mikoto. Mikoto pouted unhappily and turned her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. Was life in Academy City normal? Wu Yin sighed in his heart. He didn't know how to tell Mikoto about that. About the Misaka sisters. The system already said that if the character Wu Yin summons didn't enter the world of that character, then the character he summons will be the same as the character from the day before the start of the storyline. Although he didn't know if the day before the storyline began was the time in the Super Railgun or the time in the Forbidden World, Mikoto didn't know about the existence of the Misaka sisters. It could be seen from the original novel that this kind-hearted girl regarded the Misaka sisters as important. Otherwise, she would not be willing to sacrifice her life for the sake of ending the superpower project. But now Mikoto was summoned by him. Even if the time in the Forbidden World was still frozen, Misaka's sister had already been born. How many of the Misaka sisters died on the day before the storyline began? Even Wu Yin didn't know. If Mikoto knew about this, she'd be worried sick. This girl who blamed Misaka's sister's fate on herself. But if he didn't tell her, then it would be even more cruel. After all, the Misaka sisters were Mikoto's sisters. How should he put it? Wu Yan's face started to change. After some hesitation, Wu Yan said in a low voice, "Mikoto." She turned around and looked at Wu Yan. Seeing his hesitant face, Mikoto was confused. What? Sighing, he looked at her with a straight face and said in a serious tone, What if Academy City isn't as beautiful as you think it is? What would you do? Not as beautiful as I imagined it to be. Mikoto's face froze when she heard Wu Yan's what if. As a LVL5, she had extraordinary computing power. Her IQ was definitely higher than Wu Yan's. Now that Wu Yan said something like, what if, Mikoto didn't believe him. Mikoto frowned. Yan, don't you know something? Don't try to brush me off. Before Wu Yan could answer, Mikoto stopped him. I know. As my summoner with such a magical system, you must know a lot of things. Otherwise, you wouldn't summon someone you don't know for no reason. You must know me very well. That's why you summoned me, right? Wu Yan flinched for a bit before replying. That's not necessarily true. At the time, I wanted someone to protect Hinajiku. That's why I chose to summon a character. That wasn't a lie. No matter how much Wu Yan liked 2D characters, Wu Yan summoned someone to protect Chuju. Of course, liking cis-canon was also a part of the reason. Mikoto didn't believe Wu Yan at all. She said, if you had told me this reason before, I might have believed you. But after this period of time, Yin, I realized that every word and every action you took with me was targeted. I don't believe that you can understand a newly summoned character to this extent. Or maybe it's the system that sent me your information, just like how you had my information back then. Mikoto laughed at Wu Yan's words. She said, after your explanation, I'm even more certain that you already knew a lot about me before you summoned me. Wu Yan looked at Mikoto blankly. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. You're trying to trick me? Tell me, Yin. Mikoto widened her tea-colored eyes and said sternly, why did you say that Academy City isn't that great? Wu Yan felt a headache coming on. Under Mikoto's watchful gaze, he fell silent for a moment before he slowly spilled the beans. About the clones, the Misaka sisters' accelerator, and the aptitude project. As Wu Yan spoke, Mikoto's face turned green. Her eyes were filled with anger. When Wu Yan talked about the aptitude project, Mikoto's face turned pale. When Wu Yan finished, Mikoto lowered her head. It's all my fault. Mikoto looked up at the ceiling. Her eyes were empty. I knew it would be like this. Wu Yan stood up abruptly and walked to Mikoto's side. Then, he pulled her into his arms. Mikoto was shocked and quickly regained her senses. She wanted to struggle, but Wu Yan's voice slowly entered her ears. Mikoto couldn't help but stop. There's nothing wrong with being kind, Mikoto. You have to face reality. Don't worry, right now the time in your world has stopped. The sisters will be fine for the time being. Once we become strong enough to defeat Accelerator, we'll go back and save them. Mikoto fell silent after hearing Wu Yan's words, until a certain moment when he felt the person in his arms nod. Wu Yan smiled. Chapter 42. Holding a piece of meat that Wu Yin just roasted, Chuju slowly chewed on it while looking at Wu Yin and Mikoto strangely. Her heart was full of doubts. Ever since she woke up, Chuju felt that the atmosphere between the two was a little different. Chuju didn't see anything wrong with Wu Yan's words. When it's time to roast meat, he'll roast meat. When he speaks, he's still so casual. But Mikoto's behavior is really strange. Every time Wu Yin looks at Mikoto, it wouldn't take more than 2 seconds for Mikoto to turn her head away, not daring to look at Wu Yin. Whenever Wu Yin turns his head away to do something else, Mikoto would sneak a peek at him, and in less than 2 seconds, she would shake her head like crazy and look away. Although she said she looked away, it didn't take long for her to look at Wu Yin again. Then she looked away and looked at him again. She didn't get tired of repeating the same thing. Such unnatural behavior made Chuju feel like a kitten was scratching her heart. She couldn't wait to ask what happened. After everyone finished eating, Wu Yin pointed at the fire ring and the fire suddenly disappeared. Wu Yin picked up the fire ring and threw it into a space ring. Then he turned to the 2 girls. All right, let's go. There shouldn't be many monsters left in this place. After all, the number of monsters we killed yesterday wasn't small. Wu Yan's words reminded Mikoto and Chuju of the monsters that piled up into a mountain. Both of them nodded solemnly. Seeing the 2 girls' reaction, Wu Yan's expression didn't change, but he was actually very happy. If the 2 girls didn't get used to it, they would be really bad for the next battle. There's only one passage here. Wu Yin pointed at the wide road in front of them. So, we can only go forward. Let's go, quickly find that jade of the Heavenly Palace, and then leave this damned place, Mikoto said with a little excitement. Not only because they could leave this place after finding the jade of the Heavenly Palace, but more importantly, there must be demons and ghosts ahead, and demons and ghosts men experience. After Wu Yan's explanation and consolation, Mikoto looked like she didn't care about Misaka's sister anymore. But in reality, she had already taken this matter to heart. Even though Wu Yan had said that his world was still in a frozen state, that time had stopped, and that nothing would happen to his sisters, Mikoto was still worried. She only wanted to become stronger as soon as possible, to become stronger than Accelerator. That way, she would be able to save her sisters. Of course, being anxious is unavoidable. Wu Yan is already very satisfied. Compared to the original work where Mikoto looked helpless and hopeless, the current Mikoto's performance is undoubtedly much better. Part of the reason was because time had stopped. Another part was because it wasn't as hopeless as the original. In the original work, Mikoto wanted to save her sister, but she couldn't. Even though Mikoto was the 3rd and Accelerator was the 1st, it didn't seem like a big difference, but it was actually wrong. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. In the original, Mikoto had a simple fight with Accelerator in order to save one of the Misaka sisters. But under Accelerator's overpowered strength, Mikoto lost miserably in his hands. Plus, there were people from the council behind the scenes. Because of this, Mikoto wanted to use the method of suicide to save her sisters. But now it's different. Mikoto, who couldn't beat Accelerator before, has become Wu Yan's summon. As long as there are enough battles, Mikoto will continue to grow stronger until she surpasses Accelerator. As for the Misaka sisters, after Mikoto pushed him away with a red face last night, Wu Yan spent the whole night explaining the inside story to her, including the real purpose of the Misaka sisters being used, Alistair's plan, and the support of the council. This made Mikoto feel a bit dejected. Becoming the enemy of the entire Academy City, the place you've been living in all your life, it's unbearable. Of course, Mikoto has already prepared herself. Even in the original, she had this kind of determination, let alone now. But this also made Mikoto understand that as long as she can defeat Accelerator, at least for a short period of time, the sisters will be fine. Alistair won't let anything go wrong with his plan. This much is certain. As for what to do after defeating Accelerator, Wuyin assured her that the system will find a way to deal with it. Mikoto was relieved. Without a doubt, compared to the original Mikoto who fought to the end by herself, the current Mikoto has someone whose life is intertwined with hers as her shield. She has someone she can absolutely trust to help her. She's undoubtedly much happier. But still, it's good to be strong. Under Mikoto's impatient urging, the three once again embarked on their journey to find the heavenly jade. The environment is the same as before. There are rocks and walls everywhere. There isn't even a drop of water. The three walked on a path that could easily become boring to the eyes, but the vigilance in their hearts didn't decrease at all. Compared to when they first came in, the current Mikoto and Chuju have undoubtedly changed a lot. Yesterday's events are still deeply engraved in their hearts. That kind of battle where it's either you die or I live has toughened up their hearts a lot. But there's still one thing they're not used to. Looking at how careful Mikoto and Chuju are walking with their legs clamped together, Wuyin was speechless. Wearing safety pants all year round, now that they've taken it off, their behavior has changed so much. What should he say about them? Mikoto and Chuju are gnashing their teeth in anger. The two of them who are usually carefree decided to wear safety pants because they don't want to worry about anything. Occasionally, they would have to take care of their skirts. For tomboyish girls like them who exercise a lot, it's too tiring. So, they've gotten used to wearing safety pants. Now that they suddenly changed, it's really awkward. Plus, they have to guard against the wolf behind them. The two girls knew that once they accidentally exposed themselves, the shameless wolf behind them would definitely continue to admire them openly. However, once the battle started, this kind of thing was unavoidable. There was nothing they could do but swallow their grievances. If Wuyin knows what they're thinking, he'll definitely laugh and say, "I've seen everything on your body. Do I still need to pay attention to your underwear?" What Mikoto and Chuju don't know is that their bodyguard is currently lying quietly in Wuyin's interspatial ring. What is shameless? This is shameless. Look, there's light in front. Chuju raised her white cherry and pointed at the road ahead. There's a faint light. It looks like an exit. Wuyin's face tensed up. He quickly stood in front of Mikoto and Chuju and said to them, "I don't know what's going on in front. Everyone be careful. We can't rule out the possibility that there's a demon in front." Mikoto and Chuju nodded solemnly. They've already mentally prepared themselves after yesterday's battle. Mikoto even secretly calculated the calculation formula of her superpower in her mind. She's prepared to use her superpower at any time to prepare for battle. After all, Wuyin is the leader here, but she's the strongest. After passing through the tunnel, Wuyin, Mikoto, and Chuju immediately saw a bright light in front of them. Then, a circular plaza appeared in front of them. Compared to the previous plaza, this place is much wider. It doesn't look like it was man-made. On the surrounding walls, there are holes of different sizes. The holes aren't deep. Even from the bottom of the plaza, Wuyin and the other two can clearly see the bottom of the hole. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a beehive. In front of Wuyin and the other two, there's a hole that's a lot bigger than the other holes. In front of the hole, there's a wide dragon throne. Although it's made of stone, it looks quite domineering. At this point, Mikoto's face darkened. Wuyin and Hinajika couldn't help but flinch. "What's wrong?" "Mikoto." Chuju walked to Mikoto's side and said, "Look." Mikoto frowned. She pointed at the dragon throne and said, "That's a dragon throne, isn't it? Isn't it obvious?" Wuyin rolled his eyes. Anyone can see that it's a dragon throne. Receiving Wuyin's eye roll, Mikoto immediately glared back. "So stupid, anyone can sit on a dragon throne. Isn't it just an emperor?" Wuyin suddenly shook. He kind of understood Mikoto's meaning. "You're saying..." Chuju's mouth is wide open. Looking at the tall dragon throne, she's speechless. Looks like she also kind of understood. "That's right." Mikoto looked at Wuyin and Chuju. "Here, there are only a few small holes. we can see the bottom of the holes, including the one behind the dragon throne. This means that there's no other way. This is the innermost place. After saying that, Makoto's face tensed up. Since this is the innermost place, then where did the demon army come from? Pointing at the holes, Makoto said, "There's only one answer. Those holes are the demon's nest." And there, moving her finger to the hole behind the dragon throne, Makoto smiled and said, "It's the king of these demons. The nest they're living in." Boom! Following Makoto's words, the ground suddenly shook violently. The domineering cis cannon immediately revealed her true form. Her body tilted and fell into Wu Yan's arms. Red clouds floated onto Makoto's face. Chuju on the side also fell into Wu Yan's arms from the sudden tremors. Wu Yan didn't refuse. He directly hugged the two girls and used the method of deflecting the force to stabilize his body. The ground started to crack. Rocks rolled everywhere in the tremors. Some even rolled towards Wu Yan's direction. Wu Yan was shocked. He quickly carried the two girls and jumped, dodging the rolling rocks one after another. When he couldn't dodge, he stepped on the rolling rocks and used the momentum to fly. The tremors became more and more violent. Just when Wu Yan was worried that the cave would collapse, a tree vine suddenly shot out from the cracked ground and arrived in front of Wu Yan like a gust of wind, whipping onto Wu Yan, who couldn't react in time. At this moment, a wave of energy came from Wu Yan's mind. It passed through his mind and spread to Wu Yan's body. Just when the tree vine was about to hit Wu Yan, the wave suddenly changed into an invisible dragon armor, blocking the tree vine's attack. With a muffled sound, the attack of the tree vines was blocked by the dragon-shaped armor. When the attack was blocked, the dragon-shaped armor flickered for a moment before disappearing. Only then did Wu Yan react. He quickly stepped on the tree vine, somersaulted in the air, and landed on the ground, a drop of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. If it wasn't for the mental dragon armor, he would have been seriously injured just now. Failing its attack, the tree vine retreated, but more tree vines started to shoot out from the ground. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of tree vines shot out. A giant tree rose from the center of the tree vines. There was a face on the tree trunk. It was gaping at Wu Yan and the girls. This is a tree demon or a tentacle monster? Chapter 43. Tree Demon. Level 45, the 5-meter-tall giant body and the vines that were even longer than its body swung in the air. The moment the vines touched the rolling stones on the ground, they were surrounded twice. Then, with some unknown method, the vines crushed the large stones into pieces. Wu Yan's butthole tightened when he saw this. He hugged Makoto and Chuju tightly and shuddered. This tree demon that was familiar with the tentacle monster's skills was a great enemy. Wu Yan made up his mind in an instant. He cautiously looked at the tree demon waving its vines and decided that it would be best to end this as quickly as possible. If he was entangled, he would lose his chastity. If the two girls in his arms were entangled, Wu Yan wouldn't even have a place to cry. If he was NTR'd by a tree, Wu Yan might as well just die. Wu Yan had forgotten that Makoto was level 69. Is it the king of this place? Chuju poked her head out of Wu Yan's embrace. She was used to Wu Yan's embrace. With Makoto by her side, Chuju was still a little shy. She glanced at the tree demon and quickly turned her attention away. I don't know. If Inajiku is a bit shy, then Makoto is very shy. This isn't the first time Wu Yan hugged her, but the first time was when her mental state was a bit off after the massacre. The second time was when she first heard about the sisters, and her mental state was a bit off as well. This is the first time she's been hugged so blatantly by someone like Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't think too much about it. Let's not talk about hugging them. He even bathed them. What's there to be concerned about? He only cares about this tentacle treant. He can't wait to kill it. Ignoring the fact that it's a male nemesis. Even if it isn't, Wu Yan still remembers the grudge he had with the Tree of Vines. If it wasn't for the mental dragon armor's immunity to all attacks below level 50, that whip would have rendered him impotent. How could Wu Yan not hold a grudge? You girls wait here. I will cut it into pieces first. Putting down the two girls, Wu Yan said this. making the two girls feel a bit weird. Did Yin Mo have a grudge against the tree demon? You don't need me to do it? After Wu Yin put her down, Mikoto blushed and lowered her head. She's mad at herself. It's just a small tremor, a little bit of electromagnetic force would have been enough to stabilize it. Why didn't she think of that? Why did she fall into Yan's arms? Let's do it together. Let's get this over with. In order to avoid being NTR'd, Wu Yin went all out. Mikoto adjusted her state of mind and nodded indifferently. A level 45 monster is just a small monster to her. If it was together with the demon army from before, she would be a bit more afraid. Just this one? Then what about me? Hinajiku hurriedly made her presence known. You stay by Mikoto's side, Wu Yin said quickly. He waved his left hand, and a katana appeared in his hand. Okay, Chuju was a little reluctant. She was weak and couldn't help Wu Yin. Chuju cared a lot, but the situation was different now. Without the resplendent breath, rushing in recklessly would only lead to death. Seeing Hinajiku's expression, Mikoto patted her shoulder and whispered in her ear, "Wait until you become Yan Summon. You'll be able to grow infinitely stronger. At that time, come help him." Chuju felt a little better after hearing Mikoto's words. She nodded firmly, indicating that she understood. It's coming. A tree vine whipped towards the three of them. Wu Yin quickly reminded them as he pulled out his new Nietono no Shana. The simple yet shiny blade flashed, and the tree vine that was as thick as a thigh fell to the ground. Damn! As expected of the weapon of the 10,000 years cute thing. Wu Yin touched the Nieto no Shana in surprise. Although he knew that there was a huge difference between each level of equipment, Wu Yin was still surprised by the power of the Nieto no Shana. At least in terms of sharpness, it was enough. No wonder the common armament and rare armament were only one level apart. One could only be used by low-level warriors or magicians, while the other could only be used by at least level 7. While Wu Yin was pleasantly surprised by his new equipment, the tentacle treant ignored the sliced vines as if they were nothing. It waved its other vines and sent Wu Yin flying. Yin! Seeing Wu Yin being sent flying, the two girls cried out in alarm. Wu Yin crawled up from the ground and waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. At the same time, he glared at the tentacle treant, his eyes filled with anger. Damn it, even my mother has never hit me before. It's fine if you hit me once, but you even hit me twice. I can't stand it anymore. Although Wu Yin had the protection of the dragon armor, this was the first time Wu Yin had been put in such a difficult situation by a monster of the same level. Therefore, Wu Yin was furious. With a turn of his body, Wu Yin dodged the tentacle treant's second attack. He continuously stepped on the ground and arrived in front of the tentacle treant with the speed of the wind. He tightly held onto the Nieto no Shana and chopped it down. When Wu Yin got close, the leaves on the tentacle treant's head formed a circle and covered its body from above. Wu Yin's attack only managed to cut off countless pieces of leaves. After his attack failed, Wu Yin stepped on the ground and moved behind the tentacle treant. Before his attack could land, another circle of leaves fell and covered the tentacle treant's body. Helpless, Wu Yin could only chop off another pile of leaves. At this time, several vines fell from the sky and whipped towards Wu Yin. Wu Yin was shocked and wanted to dodge, but a sound stopped him and he continued to slash at the tentacle treant. The vines instantly arrived behind Wu Yin and wanted to whip him 3 times, but several black swords came from afar and he shredded all the vines that attacked Wu Yin. Wu Yin's attack successfully landed on the tentacle treant's body and took away a piece of wood. Roar, the tentacle treant finally cried out in pain. Wu Yin was good at kicking a man when he was down. A red halo flashed around the Nieto no Shana as Wu Yin viciously slashed down with a glowing Nieto no Shana. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance. With a cold shout, a red arc of sword light came out from the Nieto no Shana and slammed into the tentacle treant's face. The huge force cut the tentacle treant's body into pieces. With the remaining force, the tentacle treant shot backwards and cut off all the vines in front of Wu Yin. The Nieto no Shana in his hand started to burn and ignite. Wu Yin looked at the Nieto no Shana in shock, and then became happy. He didn't expect the chaotic return to Horizon Dance to be able to trigger the power of the Nieto no Shana. The already powerful chaotic return to Horizon Dance was strengthened to such a degree. What surprise! One-hit kill. Stroking the Nieto no Shana's body, Wu Yin laughed and returned the sword to its scabbard. Are you alright? Seeing that the battle was over, Makoto and Chuju came to Wu Yan's side. I'm fine. I have to thank you for the iron sandsword just now, Makoto. Wu Yin smiled at Makoto, making her blush. Thus, Sundara Canon decided to act Sundara. I only acted because I saw that you couldn't handle it. Don't misunderstand. Clap, 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 clap. A burst of applause woke up Wu Yin, who was enjoying Makoto's Sundara act. It also woke up Makoto and Chuju. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and felt their hairs stand on end. A man was sitting on the highest dragon throne. The man had super white skin like a frozen corpse. His long black hair reached his waist, and his bangs covered one of his eyes. The other eye that was exposed outside of his hair was a snake's eye. King Orochi, level 50. Wu Yan's serious face fell. Orochimaru? Uncle Snake, don't tell me you also transmigrated? Or did you use the reincarnation technique to transmigrate into Butler Whirlwind? Looking at King Orochi sitting on the dragon throne, Wu Yin felt that he looked more and more like Orochimaru. If Wu Yin didn't ask the system before and knew that there were no transmigrators other than himself, Wu Yin would have thought that he was Orochimaru. Serpent King was still clapping his hands with an evil smile on his face. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't think that you guys would be able to break all my toys. It's a pity that there's nothing in this damn place. Otherwise, I would definitely reward you guys. Wu Yin looked at King Orochi in shock. He was speechless. Does he feel like he's going to eat me to death? If I was alone, I might have been eaten to death by you. But here, we have a girl who broke through the sky. Yin, look! While Wu Yin was speechless, Chuju suddenly exclaimed. She pointed at King Orochi's neck and shouted, Look, that's the heavenly jade. Wu Yin heard and quickly turned to look at King Orochi's neck. Indeed, there was a jade pendant on King Orochi's neck. It was swaying there. It looked exactly like the illustration handbook that I Cheng's mother showed them. Heavenly jade? So that's how it is. You're here for this jade tablet. Great Serpent King said with a look of realization on his face. As he spoke, he began to laugh out of the blue. Are you the king here? Makoto took 2 steps forward and shouted at him. This level 50 guy was so arrogant that Makoto was especially annoyed. That's right. King Orochi looked down at Wu Yin and the other 2 arrogantly. He stretched out his arms as if he was hugging something and said, I am the king here, the strongest dragon king. Dragon king. Dragon. Chuju was shocked. Wu Yan's mouth opened wide. Even Makoto, who could use the system to detect King Orochi's name, was stunned. She tried her best to hold back her laughter. She covered her mouth with force and looked like she was having a hard time holding it in. After hearing King Orochi's words, Wu Yin no longer treated him as Orochimaru. This was because he had a strong Chinibu aura on him. Wu Yin almost laughed out loud. This Chinibu Orochi actually said that he was a dragon. Although it wasn't that he hadn't heard of dragons and snakes being family, and some fantasy novels and dramas didn't have scenes of snakes transforming into dragons. But for King Orochi to say that he was a dragon, that was a joke. Dragon, the legendary dragon. How could it be so white that it was about to enter the ground? How could a dragon be level 50? Alright, even those lizard-like dragons in the West wouldn't be so weak. Wu Yin already thought that King Orochi was a joke sent by the will of the universe. Of course, Wu Yin also spoke his own words honestly. Are you here to be funny? Wu Yan's words made Makoto burst out laughing. Her hand that was covering her mouth moved to her stomach. She laughed so hard that Makoto's tears almost came out. No, they already came out. Chuju looked at the laughing Makoto and Wu Yin in confusion. What was going on? How dare you? King Orochi roared. How dare you look down on me, the great Dragon King? Makoto laughed even harder after hearing King Orochi's words. Wu Yin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing Wu Yin and Mikoto's reaction, King Orochi couldn't hold back his anger. King Orochi stuck out his tongue and licked his chin. His snake eyes glowed coldly as he looked at Wu Yin and the other two. I've decided I'll grind your bodies into powder and use it as insect repellent for my dragon cave. I've decided to, Wu Yin announced with a smile as he raised the Nietono Shana in his hand. For the development of comedians, I've decided to send you to hell to show off your talents. Chapter 44. I want you to die. The mocking tone finally caused the Orochi's king to explode. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of purple liquid towards Wu Yin like a bullet. Its speed was unbelievably fast. On the surface, Wu Yin didn't care about the Orochi's king. However, inside, he was already very worried. Even if the opponent was Chinibu and arrogant, the level 50 was no joke. Wu Yin knew that there was only a 5-level difference between him and the Orochi's king. However, even if Wu Yin was only level 49 and only had a 1-level difference, Wu Yin wasn't confident that he could win against the opponent. After all, this was the difference between the tiers. Level 50 was already tier 6. Although Wu Yin was level 45, he was still tier 5. The difference between the tiers wasn't small. As the tiers increased, the difference between the tiers would become bigger. At tier 5, or tier 6, the difference between the two was already very big. If it wasn't for the two rare armaments, Shana and Dragon Armor, Wu Yin wouldn't have dared to fight the Orochi's king one-on-one. Especially the Dragon Armor. It was simply a low-tier artifact. It was completely immune to attacks below level 50 and could even weaken attacks below level 60. It was a great opportunity to exchange for it. Although he didn't know if a level 50 bag was included in the range of immunity, Wu Yin didn't want to test it with his own body. This guy was a snake. The ball of liquid that was spat out from its mouth was undoubtedly poison. Mikoto, protect Chuju. As he pulled out Shana, Wu Yin quickly shouted. He then waved the sword in his hand, and a gust of wind blew the flying ball of poison away. Be careful. Mikoto, who had already seen Wu Yin's intention to fight one-on-one, immediately used her superpower. Her entire body emitted a bluish-white electric current. She pulled Chuju, who was beside her, and stretched out her hand toward the wall. The two of them flew backwards as if they were being pulled by a rope. You still want to escape in front of me? What joke? King Orochi laughed maniacally. Thinking that Mikoto and Chuju were trying to escape, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of poison towards Mikoto. Would the level 69 Mikoto care about the level 50 Orochi King's attack? The answer was no. Without even looking, Mikoto's body surged with electricity and the venom was instantly dissolved. When King Orochi saw this, he was startled. A strong gust of wind came behind him while he was still in a daze. Wu Yin lowered his head and faced King Orochi's back. Being distracted in the middle of a battle, Wu Yin slashed at the Orochi King's neck as he muttered the lines that would appear in many melodramatic dramas. But someone will die. King Orochi King's mouth curved into a sinister smile. Facing Wu Yan's slash, King Orochi King only twisted his neck a little. His neck strangely extended forward, causing Wu Yan's slash to hit empty air. Without moving his body, King Orochi King's head turned back. His snake eyes stared at Wu Yan's face and shot a ball of poison towards Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan cursed in his heart. You actually imitated Uncle Snake's soft body modification and even wanted to shoot me in the face. You're not a girl. At this time, Wu Yin still maintained his slash. Seeing the poison shooting towards him, not only did Wu Yin not pull back his katana, he instead used more strength to slash down. The Yamano Shana was cut into the ground, deeply embedded into the rocky ground. Wu Yin used his katana to pull his body over, avoiding the oncoming poison. King Orochi King was very surprised by Wu Yan's actions. It was as if he didn't expect it. Thus, Wu Yin unceremoniously turned around and rewarded him with a punch, sending him flying with a backhand. King Orochi King flew backwards in the air with a furious expression. He forcefully swung his leg. Following his movement, King Orochi King's leg suddenly extended and kicked the stunned Wu Yin away. For God's sake, he can even use Luffy's move. Wu Yin, who was cursing in his heart, quickly fell to the ground with King Orochi King. In their first confrontation, the two were actually evenly matched. So fast, I can't even see their movements. Chuju rubbed her eyes. She forced herself to watch a battle of this level, using her eyes too much. Makoto, who was beside her, didn't say anything. She just stared at King Orochi King and muttered to herself. Your claws actually touched this king. King Orochi King lay on the ground motionlessly. But if one looked carefully, one would discover that his snake eyes were filled with astonishing killing intent. With such a soft body, ordinary attacks couldn't cause any harm to him. But Wu Yin was able to send him flying into battle. This made King Orochi King, who believed himself to be invincible, unable to accept. Kill. I must kill him. In contrast to King Orochi King, Wu Yin quickly got up from the ground. He touched the part of his body that was a little painful from the kick and rejoiced in his heart. If it wasn't for the mental dragon armor, it wouldn't be as simple as just a little pain. Sure enough, not all protagonists can fight above their level. If he didn't exchange for these 2 C-grade equipment, he might have already lost after that kick. Holding the knee in danza, he pointed at King Orochi King, who was still lying on the ground. Wu Yin mocked, what? The Honorable Dragon King also has the habit of lying on the ground after losing a fight. Just as he finished speaking, Wu Yin's expression immediately changed. A chill rose from his back. Wu Yin fiercely slammed his foot on the ground and retreated. A small snake came out from the ground when Wu Yin retreated. It brushed past Wu Yin's face and slithered up. After being dodged by Wu Yin, the snake twisted its body and bit at Wu Yin. Wu Yin's expression changed again and again. Seeing that he was about to be buried under the snake's mouth, the mental dragon armor once again turned into an invisible shield and blocked the snake's attack. The small snake hit the mental dragon armor and made a crisp sound. Before it could attack again, its body was cut in half and fell to the ground. After cutting the small snake in half, Wu Yin stabilized his body. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Phew! Chuju let out a breath and patted her chest. Her heart was filled with fear. Makoto smiled and put down her hand that was pointing at King Orochi. Ha! King Orochi stood up and looked at Wu Yin with a smile. However, there was no smile in his eyes. Not bad. Even this move can't do anything to you. No wonder you can break all my toys. Licking his lips, the Serpent King held his forehead with his hand and laughed so hard that his entire body trembled. Wu Yin gripped his sword and coldly stared at King Orochi. He wanted to cut him into pieces. He almost died just now. Let me explain again. Wu Yin is a very vengeful person. The wind started to howl. The ground started to shake. The atmosphere started to swirl. The blade started to whistle. Right hand holding the blade, left hand pressing down on the hilt. The blade lit up with red light, and a scorching aura started to spread. King Orochi stopped laughing when he felt the oppressive atmosphere. His face darkened, and his body started to tense up. It's funny, isn't it? Wu Yin said faintly, and then chuckled. Well then, let's see if you can still laugh after this. Wu Yan's body turned into a blur, and he appeared in front of King Orochi. Chaotic return. His cold eyes stared at King Orochi. King Orochi narrowed his snake eyes, and the blade flashed in front of him. Horizon dance. Bang, with a loud explosion. A red light shrouded the area where Wu Yin and Orochi King are standing. Dust and pebbles were blown into the air by the explosion. The ground around them cracked and turned into a barren wasteland. Chuju and Makoto were shocked. They quickly covered their faces with their hands to block the wind and dust. They tried to open their eyes to see what was going on. A corner of the dust cloud protruded out of the cloud of dust. Not long after, Naruto King flew out of the cloud of dust. Wu Yin followed closely behind as he arrived in front of Naruto King. He raised his knee and rammed it into Naruto King's abdomen. Wah! King Orochi's eyes popped out. He opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Then he was pushed to the ground by Wu Yen. He slammed into the wall, and a human figure was blasted out. After getting his revenge, Wu Yen felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. After the buff from Horizon Dance, the power of chaotic return to Horizon Dance had reached a new level. Wu Yen was very satisfied with its power and momentum. If Wu Yen could use the art of freedom, it might be even stronger. After all, Horizon Dance was a noble artifact of the Flame Mist Warriors. If Wu Yen wasn't fighting against someone of a higher rank, he would have killed King Orochi with one move. You damned ant! King Orochi was furious. Ever since he became the king of this place, he had never suffered such a loss before. In his rage, King Orochi opened his mouth wide. Venom shot out like a machine gun towards Wu Yen. The overwhelming amount of venom blocked Wu Yan's path. Wu Yan's eyes focused. He gently twisted his body and rushed towards King Orochi. He waved the long sword in his hand and scattered the venom. Wu Yen, who had the sword mastery, had calculated every move carefully. Not only did he block King Orochi's venom attack, but he also opened a path for himself. After Horizon Dance knocked away the venom, the blade was still silver. It was not affected by the venom that could melt human bones. Wu Yen immediately approached King Orochi. Die! His hands turned into two huge Orochi's mouth. King Orochi grinned as he attacked Wu Yen. The mental dragon armor appeared and blocked the two huge snake mouths. Wu Yen already knew that he could not be completely immune to a level 50 attack. However, he could still weaken it. Therefore, Wu Yen ignored the residual force of King Orochi's attack and allowed it to hit him. His body shook slightly. Wu Yan's footsteps paused for a moment. He then continued to attack King Orochi as if nothing had happened. He arrived in front of him at 0 distance. What? King Orochi looked at Wu Yen in shock. In an instant, Wu Yen waved the long sword in his hand. The red sword light descended once again. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance. After King Orochi was completely smashed into the wall, Wu Yen laughed. Just as he was about to withdraw his sword and retreat, a fist suddenly reached out from the wall and sent Wu Yen flying. With his other hand, King Orochi slowly walked out from the wall. Many years ago, he was only a slightly stronger snake demon. After being sealed in this place, he was humiliated and bullied by countless older demons. They were stronger than him, so the great Serpent King could only endure with all his might. Also that one day, he could stand at the top and kill all the creatures that dared to offend him. Gradually, as time passed, the great Serpent King grew stronger and stronger. In this place filled with powerful yaos, the great Serpent King kept on fighting until he killed all the yaos that had bullied him in the past. Then, he became invincible and became the king. I am invincible. Kill. 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 King Orochi twisted his body, and a low voice filled with killing intent spread out. Kill. 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 The low voice turned into a violent roar. The powerful sound waves shook the stone walls. A powerful aura rose from King Orochi's body, causing Wu Yen to be shocked. Bang! King Orochi's body suddenly exploded into pieces. A green light flew out from the broken body and into the air. The light grew brighter. Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto couldn't help but close their eyes. A huge snake head peeked out from the light and looked at the shocked Wu Yen on the ground. The snake opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. Sound, shaking the earth. Chapter 45. Its 50-meter-long snake body was casually placed on top of the beehive-like structure. Its 2-meter-thick snake head that looked like the head of a dinosaur swayed lightly. Its pale-sized snake eyes stared at Wu Yen, who was on the ground with a cold and murderous look. The tender flesh at the side of the snake's mouth twitched as if it was sneering. It roared loudly at Wu Yin. The sound wave swept away a large amount of dust and gravel, blowing towards Wu Yin, who was standing in front of the giant snake. Orochi monster, level 60, standing under the giant snake head, Wu Yin resisted the trembling of his body. He held Xianxia tightly until the web between his thumb and index finger split open and blood dripped down. Wu Yin did not care. He only looked at the Orochi monster with bitterness in his heart. He did not expect that in the previous battle, King Orochi did not use its true strength at all, but made sense. If it was only level 50, it might be able to defeat any monster in this huge monster horde. However, it was not enough to suppress such a large number of monsters. To suppress such a large number of monsters, it would require at least the current level and a body that surpassed everything. Orochi monster. King Orochi monster's true form. Level 60. Level 7. Relying on Nippon no Shana, Psyche Dragon Armor, and Chaotic Return to Horizon Waltz, Wu Yin can challenge the level 50 Orochi King, who is one tier above him. Furthermore, with Psyche Dragon Armor and Chaotic Return to Horizon Waltz and Nippon no Shana's attack power, Wu Yin can slay the Orochi King. But 2 levels higher, even if they had B-grade equipment and gold-grade armaments, it was still impossible. Unless, like the demon army from before, they relied on their terrifying numbers to attack in a frenzied manner, as if they were sending themselves to their deaths. But was it possible for one person? The answer was, of course it was possible. Under the cold gaze, Wu Yin took a deep breath. He raised his right hand holding the sword and pointed at King Orochi monster. Run? In the sealed cave, where could he run to? Therefore, they could only fight. Of course, attacking blindly would only lead to death. But don't forget, Wu Yin's real trump card was the 830,0000 item points. Disregarding everything else, as long as he could exchange for a bottle of resplendent breath, he would definitely have a chance of winning the upcoming battle. The resplendent breath could force one's body into a state of invincibility. As long as one drank it, they would be invincible for 3 hours. This was probably Wu Yan's surname. At this moment, other than killing intent, the Orochi demon felt smug. In its imagination, when it revealed its true form, that ant should have a face full of fear and despair. Then, it would start to run away. Then, it would tease him and vent the resentment in its heart before dealing with him. But what he didn't expect was that this damned ant didn't seem to be afraid at all. He didn't run away as he thought, and he even dared to point his weapon at him. At this moment, King Orochi monster's smugness completely turned into endless killing intent. Wu Yin, who was shrouded in killing intent, froze and began to tremble uncontrollably. Wu Yin laughed at himself in his heart. Then he clenched his teeth and prepared to open the system list to exchange for the resplendent breath. Yin, the next battle belongs to me. A bolt of lightning flashed in front of Wu Yin from afar, crackling incessantly. Mikoto stood there looking at the great snake demon. Her eyes were filled with the will to fight. Mikoto. Opening the system list, Wu Yin looked at Mikoto, who suddenly appeared in front of him. His heart was filled with joy. Yes, there's still Mikoto. I'm not alone. But can you kill it? Wu Yin hesitantly took a few steps forward and asked in a low voice. Mikoto closed her eyes. She knew that Wu Yin wasn't asking if she could kill Orochi monster, but if she dared to kill Orochi monster. But Mikoto immediately opened her eyes again. Ah, it's not a human. It's just a monster that harms people. I will kill it. Wu Yin muttered in his heart and looked at Mikoto. Can you do it? Hearing this, Mikoto raised her head proudly with a face full of confidence. Who are you asking? I'm Tokuwadai's trump card, the LVL5's third place, Railgun Misaka Mikoto. Wu Yin was stunned. Looking at the confident Mikoto, a smile bloomed on his face. Then it's up to you, Mikoto. Wu Yin opened the system list and used 100,000 item points to exchange for a bottle of resplendent breath and stuffed it into Mikoto's hand. If there's an accident, drink it. Although Mikoto's life was fused with his, as long as he didn't die, he could use half of the summoning points to revive Mikoto. But Wu Yin had subconsciously forgotten that in his heart, Mikoto was just a girl who needed to be doted on. Mikoto wanted to use this excuse to reject Wu Yin, but when she saw the serious look in Wu Yan's eyes, her heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned her head and touched the potion bottle in her hand. She drank it once, so she naturally knew what it was. She put it in her pocket and nodded. "Be careful." Waving her hand, Mikoto looked at the snake demon that was getting more and more irritable. Blue and white electric sparks flashed again. The electric current covered her body, and the ends of her brown hair fluttered. Cool, free, and easy. Wu Yin couldn't help but glance at her. Then he kicked off the ground and moved to Chuju's side. Seeing Wu Yin backing away, the Orochi monster wanted to attack Wu Yin. An inexplicable sense of vigilance rose from its heart. The Orochi monster quickly focused its mind. It saw Mikoto staring at it. The electric sparks on her body jumped even faster, causing the Orochi monster to feel a sense of danger. Seeing this, the Orochi monster understood that the most threatening thing here wasn't Wu Yin, but the girl in front of it. "Yin, how are you?" Chuju moved closer to Wu Yin and asked silently. Wu Yin shook his head. "I'm fine, but it's up to Mikoto now." Hinajika nodded solemnly. She couldn't see Mikoto's and the great snake demon's level, so she didn't know how Mikoto would win against such a monstrous monster. However, since Wu Yin chose to believe in Mikoto, then she would also choose to believe in her comrades. As the electric sparks flashed on Mikoto's body, the Orochi monster's sense of danger intensified. The Orochi monster believed that this little girl was definitely in existence that could kill it. The sense of danger had completely overtaken its self-esteem. Normally, if a little girl dared to stand in front of it and provoke it like this, the Orochi monster would have killed her without a word. But although it was a little arrogant, it wasn't an idiot. The sense of danger in its heart told it that if it underestimated the girl in front of it, it would definitely die. Thus, the Orochi monster retracted its killing intent and focused its thoughts. The gloomy aura on its body began to fluctuate. "Aren't you going to attack me?" Mikoto shouted loudly. She couldn't help but be excited to duel with a strong opponent. She was a competitive person to begin with. Even if the opponent was a monster, even if this duel had escalated to the point where life and death were up to fate, Mikoto only had one thought in her mind. Win. "Since you're not going to attack me," her bangs rose slightly. Electric sparks flew to Mikoto's forehead and converged into an even brighter electric current. Then, it shot towards the Orochi monster. "Then I won't hold back." The electric spear was Mikoto's most common move. It didn't have much attack power, but it had the advantage of being extremely fast. Under Mikoto's command, the electric spear caused a series of sonic booms wherever it passed. Before the monster could react, the electric spear had already hit the Orochi monster's snake head. The Orochi monster only saw a flash of blue and white light, and then a sharp pain came from its head. In front of its huge body, the electric spear's attack power could only cause it a little pain, but it was enough to numb it. It wasn't until 2 or 3 seconds later that it reflexively raised its head. However, at the same time the Orochi monster raised its head, another electric current just happened to pass through its head. The Orochi monster raised its head just in time to deliver its own head. The electric spear hit the Orochi monster's eye. This wasn't just a momentary numbness. The eyes were the weakest part of the human body, even for monsters. Therefore, when the electric spear pierced the Orochi monster's eye, the pain was transmitted to the Orochi monster's brain, and a mournful snake hiss sounded. One of the snake's eyes was already closed, and blood was flowing down. The Orochi monster shook its head in pain, but it exposed more of its weakness to Mikoto. Mikoto smiled lightly and slowly raised her hands. In the midst of the electric current explosion, a wave of black sand flowed out from the ground, forming a black wave. Iron sand, a derivative of Mikoto's superpower, using electricity to generate electromagnetic force to control the iron sand, and then using it to attack. Seeing that the Orochi monster had stepped in her trap, Mikoto pulled her hand, and the iron sand wave suddenly surged, forming iron sand swords above Mikoto. Only when there were over 100 iron sand swords, all the iron sand was formed. Over 100 iron sand swords were pointed at the Orochi monster, and each of them was violently vibrating like a chainsaw. Mikoto activated her superpower, and the iron sand swords shot out, piercing through the Orochi monster's scales and piercing its huge body. The iron sand swords pierced through the Orochi monster's body like black needles, and Orochi monster howled in pain. Blood flowed out from its wounds and covered the iron sand swords, dyeing them red. So strong, Chuju covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming. She knew that Mikoto was strong, and she could tell from the previous battle between humans and monsters. However, Chuju still underestimated Mikoto's strength. After becoming Yan Summon, can I also be this strong? Chuju looked at Mikoto in a daze, and then looked at Wu Yin, who was watching Mikoto fight, with a smile. Chuju's eyes became resolute. I must be this strong. I must. Wu Yin, on the other hand, had another thought in his mind. He didn't expect the difference between Mikoto and Orochi monster to be so huge. Of course, Mikoto was level 69, and Orochi monster was level 60. There was a gap of 9 levels between the two. Although it wasn't as big as the difference in tiers, it was still a big gap. If Mikoto was a peak Type 7 powerhouse on the verge of breaking through to the Type 8 realm, then the Serpent Demon was a newly ascended Type 7 powerhouse that had just broken through to the Type 6 realm. One was a peak Tier 7, the other a newly ascended Tier 7. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. What's more, Mikoto didn't hold back at all. This kind-hearted girl would usually restrain her superpower in order to prevent it from harming others. In the original work, Mikoto only used her full power against Fantasy Beast and Accelerator. Other times, her superpower was at most LV4. If it wasn't for this, the original main character Kamiju Toma wouldn't have been able to nullify all of Mikoto's attacks. That was lightning. Kamiju Toma had the ability to nullify anything that didn't belong to the human world, and also had Omen Perception. But to put it bluntly, he was only LVL 0. It was normal for him to block 1 or 2 attacks. Blocking 5 or 6 attacks could be considered putting his life on the line. But to block all of them, that was too unrealistic. The difference between LVL 5 and LV 4, Wu Yin conservatively estimated it to be the difference between Tier 7 and Tier 6. The difference in tiers isn't that easy to overcome. Right now, the opponent was a monster, not a human. After experiencing a massacre, Mikoto had seen through things a lot. So, with her full power, killing an Orochi monster was more than enough. Wu Yin firmly believes in this point. Mikoto is just as confident. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.